Hello and welcome to Six Part. Today I'm gonna start a new series, What If Deku Was Born with One Above All. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
The office of Quirk Doctor. As he reviewed the results of a blood test that a nurse had just administered to him, the doctor said, "Well now, this is a bit unusual." As her son Izuku sat next to her, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, Inko Midoriya asked, fretting nervously with her hands, "Unusual how? Your quirk is a minor telekinesis while your husband's is fire breath, correct?" The doctor asked, and with Inko's nod he continued, "Your son's quirk factors came back positive for both emitter and internal types, more specifically the stockpile subsection. I believe your son's quirk allows him to store things then eject them at a later time. Might be able to store his own energy for later use as well, though that will certainly be harder to prove. For now though, the storing of physical objects is certainly easy to test." The man got up, moved to kneel at Izuku's eye level, and said, "Izuku, I want you to take this pen and picture it going to a box only you can reach." He then held his pen out to the boy. Reaching forward, Izuku took the pen in his own hand and pressed its tip against his other hand's palm. The pen started to sink into his hand as he scowled intently, but it stopped an inch in. As Izuku grumbled, "It won't go all the way in," his face twisted and flushed with effort before he sagged and the pen came out again. The physician murmured, "It's possible that your storage space is rather small due to your young age. It could grow either as you get older or practice with it, likely both." He rubbed his chin and said, "Because it is not something physical. If you are indeed able to store energy for later use, I do not believe you would have that problem when doing so." Izuku nodded, his scowl returning to its focused expression. "I could store some air though, that can be packed so that more can be stored than something solid, right?" Izuku said, holding his hand to his face a few moments later. His hair was tousled without his touching it, and a smile appeared. With a nod of approval, the doctor said, "Indeed Izuku, good job of thinking of that so quickly." Inko also smiled down at her child. Before leaving the room, the mother-son duo spent 5 more minutes with the doctor. The doctor pondered as the door shut, "That boy is going to be one to keep an eye on in the future." Time skip. Recess on the following school day. "Kachan, guess what? We figured out my quirk," Izuku exclaimed, beaming, as he rushed up to his friend. At that point, the entire playground fell silent, even as Katsuki Bakugo turned around and asked, "Oh yeah? And what would that be, huh?" while crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow. "It's a stockpiling quirk," Izuku said, his smile widening. Izuku was pushed to the ground by Katsuki, who sneered and said, "Stop lying to make us think you aren't quirkless, Deku. Yeah right, neither of your parents have a quirk like that." Izuku's eyes pricked with tears as the other students all laughed. Even worse, it seemed that the teachers who were observing were not going to take any action. As the other children left, hurling taunts at him over their shoulders, Izuku decided that if they would rather make fun of him than believe him, they weren't worth his friendship. Rather, he would simply become a hero and disprove them all. Time jump. A decade later. Green eyes narrowed as they saw a new heroine with a gigantification quirk not only stop an on-site hero from capturing a giant villain, but also smash the villain into a building, seriously damaging it. In his journal, the observer quickly sketched the blonde wearing purple and tan clothing before writing and muttering to himself, "Gigantification quirk has a complete disregard for keeping collateral damage to a minimal." Midoriya's frown deepened as the heroine proudly displayed her assets and introduced herself as MT. "Lady," he went on to say, "makes inappropriate puns and takes inappropriate poses. Preliminary conclusion. Became a hero for fortune and fame rather than a desire to help others. Ergo, not a proper hero. Not a fan of the new girl on the block then, kid?" The person next to the writer asked, laughing. Izuku Midoriya stood up from his notebook and said, disregarding her interrupting the fight when Kamui Woods had everything handled, there was no reason to slam the villain into the building when a simple leg sweep or grapple could have subdued him with far less damage to the surrounding infrastructure. The man had +sign growths on his head, but were they purely cosmetic or emitter points? The man scratched at his chin and said, "Suppose you have a point there. Planning to take a shot at being a hero yourself in the future?" he asked, nodding to the now closed notebook, Quirk and Hero Analysis Journal number 15. "Yes sir, I'm hoping to be in UA or Shiketsu next year." Izuku smiled. The man questioned, aiming high aren't we?" before smiling and exclaiming, "Well, good luck, kid." Izuku grinned and nodded, "Thank you, sir." His watch beeped when an alarm went off, and he gave a quiet but sincere, "Shoot." As he tucked his journal into his book bag. "I'm sorry, sir, but I really have to get going before I'm late for class," he said. As Izuku turned and ran, the man waved and said, "Yeah, we don't want that now, do we? See ya, kid." Scene change. Izuku's class at Aldera Junior High. "Alright kids, today we're supposed to talk about career paths. But I think we all know what you all want to be, heroes," said the homeroom teacher, holding a stack of papers. With a cheer, the class began to display their quirks. Izuku rolled his eyes at Bakugo's haughty remarks and largely ignored the commotion. He then overheard the instructor mention that he was aiming for Shiketsu or Ua. After the class fell silent, Izuku looked up from the assignment he was reviewing and gave the teacher a nod, saying, "Yes, sir." "Well, good to be ambitious, I suppose," the teacher said, shrugging after studying Izuku for a long time. He then looked back at the paper he was holding and added, "And you do have a few other schools besides those two as backups, so you're covering all of your bases at least." Izuku disregarded the murky rumors that a child without a quirk wouldn't be able to get into a hero school. Bakugo's outburst was more difficult to ignore, and Izuku promptly moved his homework out of Bakugo's path to avoid his explosive palm slap. "Deku, where do you get off with applying to UA? I'm the only one from this school worthy to go there. You trying to mess with my origin story?" After a moment of coolly staring at Bakugo, Izuku said, "I don't give a rat's ass about your origin story, Bakugo." He then proceeded, "And if you don't back the fuck off, I'm going to zap you with this nice new toy I got right in the ballsack. Considering you just tried to destroy my homework and are threatening me, I'm pretty sure I can go with a claim of self-defense." A hand taser emerged from beneath his desk. After 10 seconds of silence, a child in the back of the class muttered, "Damn dude." In the meantime, Bakugo was examining the glistening piece of equipment that was very near his trousers when he snarled, "This isn't over." Izuku turned off the taser and concealed himself by putting it up his sleeve before putting it back into his stockpile quirk as he started to stomp back to his own desk. The instructor tried to move things along while coughing into his fist. Tasers were permitted under the self-defense regulations, despite his desire to chastise Izuku for what had just transpired. Bakugo was being pretty damn provocative, and the person with the taser was safe as long as they weren't provoked. Time skip. School day end. It was relatively easy to avoid Bakugo, at least in theory. Izuku leapt to his desktop as soon as the bell rang, then hopped or ran over the ones between him and the door before slipping out and running down the hall like a crazy person, Bakugo's curses trailing him the entire time. He was now strolling through an underground passageway, checking his phone to see if anyone else had made their debut or accomplished any notable feats. Perfect for a meat suit disguise to get away from that musclehead hero. "Hold still, kid, this is only going to hurt for about a minute." Izuku was alarmed, as you can imagine, when he heard a slimy-sounding voice say, "You pretty plain." As he turned around, he saw a giant mass of slime grinning down at him. Izuku raised his right hand in panic, but the villain slammed it into his hand as he shot forward. Then all of the sludge started to rush toward that palm and vanished. The villain barely had time to exclaim, "What the hell?" before his eyes and mouth were taken over. That guy said a hero was chasing him, but Musclehead implies that he probably doesn't have some kind of containment quirk, so Izuku sighed in relief when the entire villain was sucked in, then scowled and remarked, "That was close." The manhole cover shot skyward a few seconds later, and All Might of all people emerged. When he looked around, he saw Midoriya standing next to an oil drum with a screw cap opening, handing over the opening with sludge gushing out of his hand. This made him blink. Izuku exclaimed, "All Might, you're the hero this bastard was running from," as his eyes widened upon seeing the #1 hero. "That's right, young man. Unfortunately, he gave me the runaround in the sewers. I apologize for the trouble I inadvertently caused you by not catching him sooner." All Might laughed loudly and then said, "He didn't harm you, did he?" with a worried expression. Izuku frowned, then pointed to his still pouring hand and said, "Thank goodness, part of my stockpiling quirk allows me to store physical matter, so he wasn't able to do so. He said he'd turn me into a meat puppet and he tried to rush me." With a stern frown, All Might said, "I see, it appears I'll be adding attempted murder of a minor to his charges." Izuku hummed before an eyeball, then another, and finally a mouth, abruptly emerged from his hand. As Izuku slapped the opening's cap and started spinning it tight, frantic shouting could be heard immediately after. "Sir, before you take him to the police, can I ask for a couple of favors?" Izuku asked, ignoring the shouting. "I believe I have time. If they're in my power, then certainly, young man." All Might chuckled. After screwing the cap and briefly removing a crescent wrench for confirmation, Izuku produced a composition notebook and pen marked Hero Autographs number 10 and gave them to an amused All Might, who said, "First off, can I get your autograph?" All Might chuckled once more and exclaimed, "Certainly." He turned to a blank page and saw that the pages with signatures had been laminated for preservation. "What's your name, kid?" All Might asked, looking up at the first blank page. Izuku replied promptly, "Midoriya Izuku, sir." All Might nodded, then jotted down a note complimenting Izuku's actions, signed it, and gave it to the schoolboy. When All Might asked, "Now then, you said you had a couple of favors to ask, what was the other one, young Midoriya?" Izuku's eyes glistened as he read the message, but they went back to normal. "Ah, right," Izuku said, quickly putting the notebook away before continuing. "My quirk doesn't just store physical objects, sir, it can also store intangible ones as well, including kinetic force. And unlike objects with mass, there's no limit to how much energy I can store. This allows me to pick up objects that would normally be too heavy for me to lift. What I normally do is push against a wall for 30 minutes each day before my workout, storing the force against my arms, but that won't really be enough if something like a bridge or building collapses when I'm a hero and I need to move the rubble after the first or second time such an event happens." Izuku raised his pointer fingers, looked somewhat embarrassed. "But if you could use one of your smashes, I could store up the kinetic energy and be able to move much heavier objects and more often when needed." The All Might chuckled. "My, what a scary quirk. All right, young Midoriya, I think taking this villain to the police can wait long enough to throw a couple of punches. Let's not do this in the tunnel though, it's a bit cramped." With that, he snatched up the oil drum and strode out of the underpass, Izuku trailing closely behind. Putting the drum down, All Might replied, "First, a quick test of about 3 times an average adult male. It's not that I don't believe you, young Midoriya, but I want to see the proof before I cut loose." Izuku raised his right hand and nodded. All Might provided what he considered to be a rather slack approach, but for the majority of people, they had punch. When the fist made contact with Izuku's hand, it instantly stopped. "All right then, for the next one, let me put my back into it." Smash! All Might said, his smile growing. The air in its path was blasted away by All Might's punch, creating a momentary shockwave. His mental counter for the inventory of stored kinetic energy didn't so much soar as it shot to Mars when his fist struck Izuku's, causing Izuku's eyes to bulge. When All Might saw this, he became worried right away and questioned, "Young Midoriya, did something go wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, All Might. It's just the force calculations I ran for your greatest recorded feats were seriously lowballing your actual total output. Geez, the amount you must be holding back in order to avoid demolishing city blocks with every punch is insane," Izuku said, shaking his head and turning his now slightly wide eyes to his right hand. He relaxed. "Yes, I have to carefully modulate my strength to only enough for the situation I'm in." It was certainly refreshing to be able to use all of my strength without worrying about collateral damage. All Might exclaimed, laughing loudly. "Well, young Midoriya, as enjoyable as this meeting has been, I must be on my way to deliver this villain to the police," he asked, turning back to Izuku. "Where shall I bring the oil drum when the villain has been transferred?" he asked, nodding to the barrel, which had finally gone silent. After Izuku blinked and rattled off the address of his apartment building, All Might swiftly entered it into his phone's notes, gave Izuku a 2-finger salute, and then leapt into the air while holding the drum beneath his arm. After a moment of watching him leave, Izuku smiled and remarked, "Best afternoon ever." Change of scene. Dagoba Beach. All Might would not see Izuku for 2 weeks. In his diminutive form, he had been strolling down the road when he noticed the green-haired teen in shorts and a t-shirt making his way to the sign of a trash-filled beach. All Might approached after hearing clicking noises, and as Izuku stepped away from the sign and onto the beach, he noticed that a piece of laminated paper had been stapled to the sign's post. Upon closer examination, it was discovered that the document was a permit for Midoriya Izuku to use quirks. He tilted his head to look past the sign and saw Izuku, who was now shirtless, march to and through the first pile of trash. The scrap metal quickly fell in on itself, revealing Izuku's head once more as he began to walk in ever-expanding circles, more trash vanishing as it touched him. Before he nodded his approval and moved on, All Might watched him do this for 3 more piles. The teenager was obviously fusing community service with quirk development, which is a great strategy for a budding hero. 5 days later, a brief news report stated that the beach was once again immaculate and that people were already swarming to its sands. According to the reporter, the individual in charge of the cleanup wanted to stay anonymous. Coincidentally, Izuku's funds increased significantly over the course of the month following a visit to the recycling center and reaching out to individuals who were searching online for particular items. But without a mental inventory that came with his quirk, sorting the actual tons of discarded waste would have been a nightmare. Time skip. UA entrance exam in 2 months. At the moment, the worst thunderstorm of the year was occurring in Izuku's hometown. Forget buckets at least once every 20 seconds, lightning flashed, and now it was pouring wheelbarrows. However, that didn't bother Izuku, who checked to make sure his safety harness was still securely fastened before grinning and tilting his head upward. Standing on a rubber-coated platform that was fastened to the lightning rod of Musudafu's tallest building, he and 3 other people, 2 of whom were Heroessa, had at least one hand on the metal pole. They all had peculiarities that enabled them to store vast amounts of electricity and to absorb some of the wrath of nature as it attacked the structure. While those with hydro quirks worked to either prevent certain areas from flooding or absorb the downpour to add to their own reserves, 12 other groups were also utilizing the free charge that the storm was so kindly giving them throughout the city. Izuku witnessed the mental numbers for his stored voltage rise dramatically as lightning struck the lightning rod again. The electricity surged through the metal, searching for the path of least resistance. The hero beside him, all of them wearing earplugs, shook his head and yelled loudly, "I still can't get over how you're still dry in all of this. That quirk of yours is just plain unfair, kid." As the sky rumbled overhead. "Yeah, but I can only work with exactly what's sent at me. Unlike you who can amplify the electricity you receive, power plant," Izuku shouted back, matching the hero's smile despite what he had said. As the other civilian in the room yelled, "How much of that amplification comes from the need to pay the power bill for your energy levels? Seriously, I hope no one ever gives you a double espresso." Power plant's laugh only grew louder. At that, Izuku and the other hero burst out laughing. Like a giant cartoon chipmunk on an endless sugar high, Power Plant was known for being enthusiastic in everything he did. The pro hero's constant use of his quirk to literally keep his body energized while out and about had this unintended consequence. Before the storm's tail end passed over the city, it continued for 2 more hours. The 4 started unclipping their harnesses and descending the rubber-coated ladder to the skyscraper's roof after 10 minutes without a lightning strike. Each touched a copper pole by the door before entering the building, releasing any static electricity that had escaped their quirk's absorption. A Quirk Assistance for Severe Storms (QASS) attendant who had been in charge of the area they had just used stopped him as he entered the building and said, "Midoriya, there's a clogged drain 3 blocks west of here. If you would deal with the water build-up so we can reach the problem easier, it would be appreciated." "I'll head over there as soon as I leave the building," Izuku said, nodding. With a nod, the attendant said, "I'll let them know to expect you then." Izuku went to the ground floor after making a brief stop in one of the building's restrooms. He got out, stretched his legs, put his shirt away, and started running in the direction he needed to go. He was able to move more quickly than usual because the air he was pushing against was stored and then instantly released from his back. When Izuku reached the flooded area, he stopped and pulled out his wallet and shirt. Izuku waved his quirk permit card to the utility workers on the street and started wading through it, storing the water before it could do more than wet his trousers. After storing enough water to allow Izuku to see the street and anything sharp, he put his shoes and socks away and made another pass to retrieve the remaining water. After he was done, the utility workers moved in, and the group leader scanned Izuku's quirk permit's barcode and deposited a standard fee for aid rendered to the company by an independent contractor into his bank account. It's pretty standard stuff for when a business brought in someone with a helpful quirk to make things quicker or easier. Izuku spent a few minutes conversing with the woman before heading home. Time skip. UA admission test. At testing site B, Izuku glanced around at everyone who was taking the test with him. He made the decision to see if the girl who prevented him from face-planting with her quirk wanted to stick together so they could watch each other's backs. However, he felt a hand on his shoulder as he moved in her direction. "That girl is clearly trying to center herself. Why are you here, hoping to interfere?" the glasses-wearing teen said firmly as he looked back at the teen who had called him out in front of all the other test takers in the auditorium. Izuku glared at him, and the teen flinched, then winced when Izuku's hand gripped his wrist like a vice. The teen growled, "I should ask you the same thing. Tell me, did you feel proud turning everyone's focus on me in the auditorium since I have a bad muttering habit?" No one else seemed bothered, but you, who were a good 15 rows away, just had to say something about it. The teen opened his mouth, but flinched as Izuku tightened his hold. "And then you make a scene here, once more drawing everyone's attention to me. You make a big deal about wanting to learn how to be a hero, but all I see when I look at you is a bully that uses the rules to flaunt his self-righteousness over others." Present Mike yelled, "Start," as the teenager flinched once more and opened his mouth to speak. He dipped a thimble into his stored kinetic energy and leapt over all the other test takers before tearing off into the testing site. Present Mike urged them to continue after Izuku gave him one final look of contempt. Izuku quickly encountered a one-pointer after storing his shirt to hold and then release the air he was running against. Target acquired, I will. The robot only made it that far before Izuku arrived, slapping a hand on the arm of the one-pointer and putting it away without ever letting up. This established the pattern for the following 9 minutes. See a robot, run or jump to it, absorbing any rubber bullets or missiles that were thrown at him, touch the robot, and store it. Occasionally, he would switch things up by launching one of his captured missiles at a robot. For the most part, he found robots that no one was yet fighting and swiftly got a hand on them, but if he saw someone who appeared to be in danger, he was quick to literally jump to their aid. Scene change. Room of observation. All Might couldn't help but notice that occasionally he found himself drawn to a particular test taker as he watched the screens in his true form alongside the other UA employees. The child he'd met 10 months earlier was doing very well, helping others and storing every robot he could lay his hands on. His quirk would undoubtedly be useful for getting criminals to the police and/or injured individuals out of dangerous situations much more quickly for one person than for a small group of people. The fact that the child's hoarding quirk could also deal with intangibles was just too bad. He was almost ideal for the position of successor. However, the power his quirk would add to One for All meant that, regardless of how strong their bodies were, the 10th user would most likely blow up the first time they attempted to use it if he passed it on. It wasn't all bad, though. Like the day they first met, All Might was confident that young Midoriya would get in and continue to add force to the future hero's arsenal. Even though he might not be All Might's heir, he might still possess some of his abilities. Nezu sang and said, "Such a wide battlefield and limited time brings out the best in them. There are those who can assess the situation in an instant. Those who will never be late to the party. Ones who can cope with any given situation. And then there are the natural-born warriors." Midnight thought to herself, this year's crop was quite bumper. Before he opened a safety cover over a red button labeled Yuruki switch and pressed it, Power Loader stated, "Nah. No way to know yet. But this should tell us Moreya," he added. Scene shift. Examining Site B. In front of 3 testers, Izuku used his left hand to slap a missile from a 3-pointer out of the air, catching it before it could hit the ground. He returned the missile to the sender after making a throwing motion with his right hand. Izuku asked, "He going to be alright?" as he looked over his shoulder at the tester on the ground while the other 2 were nearby and the wrecked robot smoked. A long-haired girl said, "Hero, he's got a sprained ankle." With a heavy frown, a muscular boy with thick lips said, "Hell of a time for an ankle roll." Izuku started to approach, but stopped when the ground began to shake. A moment later, a huge robot emerged from the earth a few hundred feet away, accompanied by a, to him, theatrical burst of white smoke. The enormity of the now exposed 0-pointer caused Izuku's eyes to widen. The robot then swung its open hand up into the air and slammed it into the street, sending debris down the street and creating a tiny shockwave. Test takers started to run away as the robot's other hand began to raise, and Izuku turned to look back and yelled, "Get that guy out of here!" while pointing farther down the street. The 2 test takers who were not hurt nodded and said, "Right, Kiro," before picking the teenager up by the ground and starting to back away. Izuku looked around, about to follow suit, but the 0-pointer slammed its hand down once more. Izuku was running ahead before the dust cloud cleared after hearing a girl scream in agony closer to the 0-pointer. When he was able to see down the street, he saw Uraraka lying pinned there, her leg wedged beneath a broken building slab so that she couldn't get to it. Now that the troubled individual was in view, Izuku took 3 long running leaps before skidding to a stop beside her, drawing a little more from his reservoir of kinetic energy. It was put away with a swift slap of the slab, and Izuku said, "Can you get up?" My anklia, was Uraraka's whimper as she began to push herself up, followed by a second cry of pain. Izuku gave himself a mental tisk and leaned down to lift Uraraka up, placing one of her arms over his shoulders. Another damaged ankle, he thought. I think you've caused enough trouble for one day, he said, raising his arm in a finger gun gesture as he glanced up at the approaching zero-pointer. For a moment, sparks of electricity appeared around Izuku's index finger, and Thena. K-E-R-A-C-K. The electricity leapt to the enormous robot, whose classification was changed from zero-pointer to lightning rod, and the air exploded as Izuku reached into his store of lightning strikes. Uraraka gasped when she was able to see again and saw a tower of slagged metal in front of her, with residual electrical arcs still crackling over it. After examining the robot for a considerable amount of time, Izuku nodded and lowered his arm before moving Uraraka to his back and bending to pick up her legs. When Uraraka found herself riding piggyback, her ever-present blush darkened, but she instinctively put her arms around Izuku's shoulders as he started to run alongside her down the street. Scene change. Room of observation. As the heroes gazed at the screen with a slagged zero-pointer, Vlad King said, "Well, that happened I guess." Clearly his storage quirk isn't limited to just physical matter. It would not surprise me if he's registered with the QASS. Nezu laughed. Looking at a tablet full of red alerts, Power Loader complained, he ruined it completely. Then he dropped the tablet containing the zero-pointer diagnostic onto the control panel and said, "It's literally nothing but slag under the exterior plating." 13 thought, "That is one scary kid." All Might couldn't help but smile. Scene shift. Examining Site B. Izuku swiftly caught up to the students who were running away. He reconnected with the two test takers he had been corresponding with prior to the zero-pointer's arrival and declared, "Zero-pointers neutralized." When Izuku got a better look at the green-haired girl, who now resembled a humanoid frog, she put a finger to her lip and said, "We heard a loud sound and saw a flash of light back there. You didn't store it like you did the smaller robots, did you?" Several test takers blinked in surprise. "I slagged it with a lightning bolt I had stored," Izuku said, shaking his head. A test taker shouted, "Damn, that's so manly." Farther down the crowd, and Izuku felt his lips quiver. However, a loud buzzer sounded a moment later, and the present mic declared, "That's it listeners, the test is over. All right people, we've got 2 people with injured ankles, anyone else got a worse injury that needs treatment before I treat them?" Izuku said, scowling slightly at that point before shaking his head. As she approached, a small elderly woman said, "While I can appreciate you willing to help them, I believe I should do it, young man." After blinking, Izuku remarked, "Recovery girl, you got here rather quickly." As she passed a teenager and gave him some gummies, the recovery girl said, "We've got a really fast hero on campus today." She then kissed his hand, causing the big bruise on his arm to go away. After wrapping, RG kissed Uraraka's ankle and placed some gummies in her hand. Izuku said, "Ah," with understanding, then turned to place Uraraka's bum ankle near her. As he watched RG work on the other test taker's ankle, he felt Uraraka slump even more on him. Instead of letting her go, he just moved his grip to make sure he had a firm hold on her legs. "So I guess these two were the worst off, recovery girl?" Izuku inquired as she worked. "That's right, we were pretty lucky this year. I remember one time I had to fix broken bones for 10 different people," said recovery girl. Izuku winced slightly at that and then remarked, "Definitely lucky then." He then held out his right arm, and a moment later, he had a single pointer by him. Before stiffening and glancing around at all of the now tense students, the robot exclaimed, "Terminate you." And then said, "Error, internal time clock does not match the time provided by local network." According to Izuku, test is over, big guy. "Darn," said the one-pointer, sagging, "and I was so looking forward to indulging in approved violence." Now that he was certain the robot wouldn't try to attack again right away, Izuku pulled his hand away and said louder, "Always next year. I'm going to let the rest of the robots I stored out while we head for the buses, so keep some space around me guys," he said. The others acknowledged him, and Izuku began to move toward the exit, letting go of a robot every 5 feet. Uraraka sighed wearily on his back and simply closed her eyes, wishing her stomach would stop growling from all the use she made of her quirk during those hectic 10 minutes. Time skip. Midoriya Household Day results are sent out. After Izuku accepted the letter from UA that Inko had given him, his mother took a seat at the kitchen table beside him. A holoprojector slid out of the envelope onto Izuku's hand as he picked up the letter opener his mother had on the table. Izuku pulled out the folded piece of paper from the envelope after making sure nothing else was inside, but he put it down when he noticed the words, "Watch projector before reading," written on the back. Then he focused on the projector he was holding and looked at it for a while. He placed the projector on the table and pressed the button after locating the universal play symbol. When the projector came to life, the two were startled by All Might's blown-up face as he exclaimed, "I am here as a projection." "Greetings, young Midoriya. It's been a while since we met, hasn't it? I'm sure you're wondering why I am here when this was supposed to be a message from UA. Well, we're trying to keep this on the down low for now, but I'm sure you can keep this quiet. I moved to Musudafu for one reason only. Starting this year I'll be teaching at UA." All Might said as his face pulled back, revealing him in a yellow pin-striped suit. That statement caused both Izuku and Inko's eyes to widen, but Izuku's eyes nearly instantly narrowed as he attempted to understand why the number one hero would be instructing upcoming heroes rather than preventing crime on the streets. "But enough about me. I'm sure that you are quite anxious to hear about how you performed on the entrance exam. You did rather well on the paper test, but your performance in the practical exam is where you truly shined. 85 villain points. Well done." All Might's grin broadened as he said, "But that's not all. A hero's main focus shouldn't be on stopping the villain but keeping others safe. And so a panel of judges awards test takers another kind of point. Rescue points. In recognition of how you helped others, not least of all how you helped that young girl before taking on the 0-point era." Inko gasped in shock as a brief video clip showed her son literally leaping into action toward the enormous robot, freeing Uraraka before frying it. Inko embraced her son right away, and he reassured her by giving her a gentle pat on the back. "For your actions, you have been awarded 50 points. Excellent work, young Midoriya, you're in," All Might said, reappearing. Then he gave a thumbs up before saying, "Come young one, UA will be your hero academia. Junior High Aldera." To put it mildly, the following school day at Aldera was interesting. The principal, who was astonished to learn that Bakugo and Izuku had placed in the top 2 on the practical entrance exam, called them into his office to personally congratulate them on being accepted into UA's hero course. He was particularly taken aback by Izuku's performance. He still believed he was quirkless, as did the rest of the school. Bakugo attempted to demonstrate that he was still in charge by demanding to know how Izuku had cheated to get the top spot as they were leaving the principal's office. However, Izuku had glared at him so intensely that Bakugo had actually recoiled. He swore, if only to himself, that he saw tiny sparks around Izuku's eyes. Bakugo backed off a bit after that, but he didn't exactly stop being a jerk. Naturally, the principal informed the entire school of Izuku and Bakugo's success after calling them to his office. Izuku suddenly gained a lot of popularity among the students. Izuku sneered inside because, after years of their at best indifference, people now wanted to be buddy-buddy with him. He tried, however, to maintain his distance while remaining courteous. Before long, the first day of class was approaching. Izuku conceded defeat and sought his mother's assistance after 5 failed attempts to tie his tie that morning. "Don't worry, your father is terrible at ties as well. When we first started dating, he wound up having me tie all of them at once and just left them on the closet hooks. It wouldn't surprise me if he still does the same thing even now." Hiyashi would sheepishly admit that yes he did the next time Izuku had a video conference with him. Inko laughed as she fixed his tie. Before taking a step back and giving Izuku a quick once-over and nodding in agreement, Inko ran her hands over her jacket and pulled the tie to a slightly snug but still comfortable tightness. After taking a brief picture with her phone, she returned to embrace Izuku and exclaimed, "I'm so proud of you, Izuku." Izuku grinned and said, "Thanks Mom." As they parted ways, Inko grinned up at him, saying, "Have a good day, son." She vowed that he had grown like a weed in the previous year. After giving a nod, Izuku picked up his book bag and left. When a man with growths on his head saw him wearing his uniform, he was taken aback and remarked, "Well, if it isn't the analyzer kid. I see you managed to make it in." With a blink, Izuku said, "Yeah, it was a bit nutso at times but I managed to score well on the entrance exam." He then looked happy. The man grinned and said, "Good for you kid." He also wrote, "I'll look forward to seeing a good showing at the next sports festival then." After giving that a nod, Izuku remarked, "I won't disappoint sir." Izuku gave the uneven brick a gimlet eye as he arrived at the school and deliberately avoided it before heading to his new classroom. Holy crap, he muttered, glancing at the enormous door. Anyone who needs a door this big must take up at least an eighth of the room when sitting down. Behind him, a voice that sounded somewhat familiar said, "Yeah, no kidding." Uraraka was standing behind Izuku when he turned around. "Looks like we're in the same class, Midoriya," the girl said with a smile that turned grateful, adding, "Thanks again for the help in the entrance exam, by the way." "You're welcome, Uraraka. Shall we head in?" Izuku smiled back, and when his new classmate nodded, he turned back to the door in hope that Bakugo and that bully who used rules weren't in his class. Unfortunately, when he opened the door, he discovered Bakugo sitting at a desk with his feet on it, being reprimanded by the teenager wearing glasses. The teenager identified himself as Iida Tenya from Somei Private Academy when Bakugo inquired about his identity. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he quickly connected with a particular hero after latching onto that family name. The teenager saw them a few seconds later and hurried over. The teenager bowed and said, "It is you. I must apologize for my actions before the entrance exam. It is clear that you understood what the examiners were testing far better than I did." Izuku tensed, but was taken aback. "I did what a hero is supposed to, help others. There was no understanding about what was being tested. People were in trouble, so I helped them," Izuku said. Izuku crossed his arms and gave Ida a cool look, ignoring Bakugo's sharp tisk from his desk. After a few moments of nervousness, Ida's eyes replied, "Oh, right. I apologize for my words to you and for drawing attention to you in such a manner in the auditorium and in front of the testing site. I was wrong to doubt your convictions like that and assume you were there to interfere with the other test takers." Ida robotically chopped the air as he spoke. After a few more moments of staring, Izuku nodded once and accepted the silent apology. Ida was not particularly impressed with the way he had been reprimanding the other student, though, and he felt that he was on very thin ice with the stockpile user. However, a voice from the floor interrupted, saying, "If you're done blocking the doorway, we have things to do." Looking down, Izuku and Uraraka noticed a face protruding from a big yellow cocoon. No, it was a sleeping bag, as evidenced by the way the zipper dropped to allow a hand to quickly suck dry a grape juice packet in one motion. The man got up and said, "It took you 8 seconds to shut up. That's not rational. A real hero knows that time is not something to waste." He then slipped out of his sleeping bag and said, "I'm Aizawa Shota, your homeroom teacher. Nice to meet you, I guess." For some reason, that made all three of them shiver. "He teaches our homeroom." Most of the students in the class were incredulous. "Right, I know that this is sudden, but go put on your gym uniforms and meet me at the training field," Aizawa said, reaching into his sleeping bag and removing a gym uniform that he had in there for some reason. Time jump. Following arrival at the training ground. As Aizawa described what they were doing outside, the majority of the class asked, "A quirk assessment test?" Uraraka inquired, "But sir, what about the entrance ceremony, orientation?" Aizawa pulled out his phone and held it up, displaying a list on its screen, and said, "You kids have been doing these in middle school, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It's not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. If you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events." This statement caused some of the students to exchange shocked looks as he went on, adding, "UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. Midoriya, you came in first during the practical entrance exam. What was your top score for the softball throw in middle school?" asked Aizawa, turning to face Midoriya. Bakugo complained as Izuku said, 82.3 meters, sir. He scored 79 points. Izuku said, "Okay, get in that circle and use your quirk, give it everything you've got," as Aizawa kicked up a softball by his feet and threw it to him. Izuku said, a little uneasy, "Ah." He stood closer to Aizawa, glancing at the others, and motioned for him to approach with his index finger. The instructor raised an eyebrow and complied as Izuku spoke. "Sir, I'm not exaggerating when I say I think I could reach escape velocity if I went all out. 10 months before the entrance exam I had a run-in with All Might and he did me a favor by adding to my store of kinetic energy with a smash. And given he said, and I quote, 'Let me put my back into it,' when he did so." Aizawa mirrored in comprehension, "Ah." After standing up straight and giving it some thought, Aizawa said, "Go for 5 kilometers. If you can hit at least that far I'll be satisfied. and try to make it as close to that distance as you can while you're at it. Izuku entered the circle after giving a nod. After arriving, he started reciting mathematical formulas aloud. Alright, standard softballs weigh between 6.25 and 7 ounces. Add another 2 ounces for the sensor bara. Izuku weighed the ball briefly, noting the number he had in his mind when it struck his hands. Yeah, that tracks, so the amount of kinetic force needed in a vacuum would be, he said. Izuku proceeded to solve the problem aloud, incorporating the variables of gravity, air resistance, and wind condition. After a minute, he had the last 5-kilometer number he needed and nodded to himself before saying, "Ready, sir." Izuku assumed a pitcher's stance and then let loose after Aizawa nodded back. A gust of wind caused the ball to fly through the air quickly. Bakugo was dumbfounded to see a boy he believed to be quirkless launch the ball farther than was physically feasible. He nodded to Izuku and said, "In Midoriya's case, that maximum is the amount of control over what he can bring to the table in order to meet a specified distance." Aizawa calmly said, "Know your maximum first. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero." Aizawa's phone beeped a short while later, and he grinned broadly at what it showed. He said, "And as you can see, Midoriya has very good control," after turning it around and seeing that 5,000.0 meters was visible. The blonde Kaminari exclaimed, "Holy crap, he got it right on the dot." The red-haired Kirishima exclaimed in amazement, "Dude, that is so manly." The ponytailed Yaoyorozu nodded and said, "Very impressive." Beside her, the two-toned Todoroki mirrored her nod. However, Katsuki Bakugo was enraged rather than in awe like them. He shouted, "Deku," with a blast from his hands and ran forward, his hands outstretched, adding, "What the fuck was that, you quirkless loser?" Aizawa's scarf sprang out and encircled Bakugo, stopping him cold before he could get to Izuku. "What's the fucking deal with your scarf?" Bakugo asked, straining against it but failing to get any farther. He then turned to look behind him. With his hair blown up and his eyes shining red, Aizawa said, "It's a special capture weapon made out of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy." When he noticed the goggles dangling around Aizawa's neck, Izuku pointed and exclaimed, "Ah, I recognize you now. You're a racerhead, able to cancel out other people's quirks." Aizawa asked, "Midoriya, care to explain what set your classmate off?" While tilting his head in agreement and maintaining eye contact with Bakugo. Izuku laughed and continued, "The one time I told Bakugo and my classmates I had a stockpiling quirk when we were kids, he shoved me to the ground and said, and I quote, 'Yeah right, neither of your parents have a quirk like that. Stop lying to make us think you aren't quirkless, Deku.' I figured then if he and the others would rather insult me over believing me, then they weren't worth trying to be friends with and I would just prove them wrong when I debuted as a hero." Izuku looked at Bakugo and replied, "Of course." Bakugo decided that since I was clearly quirkless it gave him carte blanche to be a bullying asshole. The explosion quirk teen was receiving disapproving glances from the majority of 1A. The scarf tightened around Bakugo as their homeroom teacher went on, "Let me be clear here, Bakugo, if you continue such behavior I'll be personally booting you out of the hero course, and possibly the school itself. Am I clear?" Bakugo growled at Izuku but tensed when Aizawa asked, "Is that so?" Then, Aizawa's scarf pulled back, and Bakugo said, "Now then, as I was saying before that bit of drama, you all will be using your quirks to get the best possible score on these tests." Bakugo gave a gritted, "Clear." The tape elbow Zero grinned and remarked, "Ooh, a hero course is the best, man, getting to use our quirks on the first day. Yeah, this is going to be fun," exclaimed Mina, who had pink skin. Aizawa's tone sent chills down the spines of several students as she asked, "Fun you say?" Suddenly appearing to hover over them, Aizawa said, "You have 3 years to train here on how to be professional heroes and you think it'll be fun? Alright then, since you seem to be having trouble taking this seriously, the person who comes in last overall for these 8 tests will be determined to have no potential and will be expelled from the hero course." As most of the class retreated in disbelief, Izuku swore he heard glass breaking. Uraraka's eyes were wide as she asked, "The person in last will be expelled?" Then she frowned and remarked, "It's only the first day. And even if it wasn't, that's totally unfair. Natural disasters, highway pileups, rampaging villains. Calamity is always right around the corner. I'd say Japan is full of unfair things, and it doesn't have a monopoly on them either. There is strife worldwide, and heroes are the ones that correct all that unfairness. If you were hoping to spend your evenings hanging out at McDonald's, I'm sorry to tell you that for the next 3 years, UA will run you through the ringer. That's plus ultra. Aizawa raised his right hand and made the "bring it" gesture with his pointer finger to conclude his speech. Izuku saw Ida removing a water bottle, orange liquid flowing through the straw, as the students tensed up, determined expressions on their faces. When he heard the teen's name, he crossed off another item on a mental checklist. He simply left the circle as Aizawa said, "All right, the demonstration is over, let's get started. We'll start with the 50-meter dash." He didn't appear to be thinking anything, though. Aizawa instructed the students to run in pairs according to seat numbers in order to save time. Fortunately for Izuku, he seemed to want to avoid more drama, so he ran with Yaoyorozu instead of Bakugo, while Bakugo ran with the much smaller Mineta. And the pop-off user was furious that he couldn't watch the taller girl run ahead of him, but he was shrewd enough to keep to mumbling to himself in order to appease Eraserhead. Izuku watched as the suggested student produced a pair of rough terrain inline skates and what appeared to be rocket nozzles protruded from her arms when it was their turn. His mind was suddenly filled with ideas, so he blinked at that and noted that he needed to talk to the girl about what she could and could not create. As he said, "Yaoyorozu, I recommend you brace yourself, there will be a bit of turbulence behind me." He shook his head, squatted down, and put his shirt away. Yaoyorozu nodded and said, "Understood, thank you for the warning." Izuku was thrilled that she was genuinely considering his warning rather than dismissing it. Izuku used his airstream trick and his stored kinetic energy to propel himself forward as soon as the tiny robot at the finish line fired a mock gunshot. He skidded to a stop at the end a half-second later, and Yaoyorozu blasted past him, trailing fire. He asked, blinking, "Did you seriously just use hydrogen for your fuel?" As she stopped far away. Blinking, Yaoyorozu asked, "Yes, how did you know that?" Izuku sighed and continued, "I learned how to perform electrolysis 2 years ago, figured it'd be a good trick to have if I ever had to perform rescue operations in a flooded river. Hydrogen has a pretty distinct taste which I discovered when I first started." "You managed to induce electrolysis with your quirk. What do you use as a catalyst?" Yaoyorozu asked, her eyes shining with astonishment. As the class proceeded to the adjacent building for the grip test, Izuku pulled out a rather shoddy mask he had constructed from his inventory and started to describe how he had designed it to function using the electricity he had saved from lightning strikes. As he described how he managed to get it to only send oxygen to his mouth and not hydrogen, Yaoyorozu listened carefully. Which would be horrible if it were an asphyxiant gas. As the class picked up their grip testers, Izuku returned the mask to his inventory, but the two continued talking while Yaoyorozu wrapped a ratcheting strap around the handle of her grip tester. Izuku dipped a little into his kinetic force as she began to ratchet, and Yaoyorozu pouted and remarked, "It's a pity I'd need to add a ridiculous power source to get that to work. It'd be handy to make a way to breathe underwater without having to make a heavy tank to hold oxygen." "You can't just make a rebreather?" Izuku questioned, perplexed. Yaoyorozu grinned and replied, "I looked into it, you need a certification that the device works properly, otherwise you can get in big trouble. Kind of hard to get one of those during a rescue operation." Yaoyorozu giggled when Izuku joked, "Ah, bureaucracy, you absolutely inefficient pain in the ass." Aizawa gave them a very small nod of approval as he entered the results into his phone after the two were able to maximize their grip testers. The long jump was the next test. As most of the class leapt, Izuku saw that many of them used their quirks to get past the pit of sand. Izuku stood at the starting point when it was his turn, rubbing the back of his neck uneasily and muttering, "Aw man, this is going to suck." With a raised eyebrow, Aizawa questioned, "Something wrong, Midoriya?" With an anxious smile, Izuku said softly, "I haven't really had a chance to test out long-distance jumping since I met All Might, sir. I've actually kind of made it a point to keep my jumps under 100 yards. Aizawa murmured, "While that is certainly reasonable of you to do before you enrolled in a hero course, knowing how to rapidly travel like him is something you will be trained in while you are here. Just do your best. If nothing else, you'll be able to absorb the force of your landing to prevent injury." Izuku said, "Yeah, true enough, I guess." He then inhaled deeply and declared, "I'm going to go for a kilometer." Aizawa pulled out a tiny device that looked like a pager and pocketed the laser rangefinder he had been using for the others. "Push this as soon as you land, it'll save your distance. Then turn it off and make your way back here." He turned it on, zeroed out the device, and showed Izuku a button. Izuku nodded, and Aizawa clipped it to his waistband, making sure to zero the score a second time before stepping back and nodding to Izuku. Izuku paused to make the required mental calculations, then inhaled deeply once more, put his shirt away, and bounded forward. Izuku stored the air he passed through, creating a sort of vacuum as the wind of his leap pressed against him, kept it in storage rather than releasing it. Even with its slight thrust, it would have confused his calculations. In order to better maintain his balance, he absorbed the force of the landing and bounced slightly upwards once. He pushed the button he was meant to and then removed it to examine the pager-like device at his waistband. When he saw 1000.1 meters, he grinned. Izuku muttered, "A little off, but I think that might have been me leaning forward when I landed." He then silenced the device and turned it off again. He turned around and made another leap, but this time it was only 3/4 of a kilometer. In order to avoid unintentionally hitting anyone, he was able to land where no one else was. He then completed the remaining distance with 3 shorter leaps. Aizawa accepted the device after giving a slight nod of approval. "Almost exactly a kilometer. I'm guessing you leaned forward on your landing," he said, nodding again after turning it on and bringing up the saved number. Izuku pulled his shirt back out and nodded, "Yes, sir." Izuku nodded once more as he returned to the class, ignoring Bakugo's glare and grinding of his teeth. "Very well, back with the others," Aizawa said. The next test was repeated side steps. In fact, the smaller Mineta was very good at this one. Izuku released brief bursts of air from his hands to help him move side to side a bit more quickly, while Bakugo also made excellent use of his explosions. Next was the ball throw. When Uraraka walked into the circle, she was grinning eagerly. After throwing the ball high enough to cause it to travel at a sharp 70-degree angle, the girl simply stood in the circle, watching it vanish while shielding her eyes with her hand. When Aizawa's phone finally provided a reading, he turned it around and showed the class. "Infinity." The majority of the class exclaimed in shock. Kaminari questioned incredulously, "That's insane, how's that possible?" Probably the program detected the ball wasn't changing its trajectory after a cutoff point and extrapolated that it wasn't coming back down. Izuku murmured to himself. At his side, Yaoyorozu nodded and said, "Yes, that sounds likely." As the two continued to converse between test turns, Yaoyorozu was taking copious notes on her phone and thoroughly enjoying all of the ideas the stockpile Quirk team was sharing with her. On a few occasions, such as when Izuku asked her if she used unconventional materials to make her creations lighter or more durable than usual, she could have avoided feeling like a fool. Aizawa tossed the next ball to Ojiro and said, "Right, I know that's a hard act to follow, but let's keep moving." Bakugo was a little sour about earning an otherwise decent 705.2 meters when it was his turn. He glared as he left the circle, despite the reluctance of the majority of the class to be impressed. The next test was a sit-up. In this one, Izuku had a long piece of rope emerge from one knee, wrap around one shoulder in a circle, pass behind his back, wrap around the other shoulder in another circle, and then return to the other knee. For this, he had to quick change into shorts. Fortunately, Aizawa let him leave the room for a moment. When it was time to begin, Izuku quickly pulled the rope's two ends into his inventory, levering himself up to his knees before bending back down and pulling the rope out as he did so before quickly rising again. While performing his own sit-ups, Kaminari held the multilimed shoji and muttered, "Geez, that guy's a machine." From her position holding Asui's feet, Hagakure remarked, "Yaoyorozu's not doing too shabby herself." The creation user had a similar device fastened to her knees that extended around her back as well. Instead of using an inventory, she used a set of spring-loaded pulleys to pull the rope, but after talking with Izuku, she decided to investigate that further. The next step was toe touches, and both Shoji and Tokiyami aced the test by using dark shadow and growing multiple extensions on their arms, respectively. Not to be outdone, Izuku produced a heavy metal pole that was welded to a base plate, around which he wound his rope, the ends now protruding from the top of his hands. Even though it made other 1A members flinch, Izuku's spine popped in a satisfying way as the rope pulled his wrists past his toes. "I believe that's far enough, Midoriya. You don't want to dislocate any of your arm joints. Especially since it would annoy Recovery Girl to have to fix them." Aizawa responded. Izuku said, "Yes, sir." He had been pulling the rope in with both hands, but now he was pulling it in with his right hand and letting go with his left. The end of the rope quickly whipped around the pole before being drawn back in, with the metal pole coming shortly after. The long run was the final test. When Izuku took a whole bike out of his storage area, Aizawa arched an eyebrow. Izuku sighed and replied, I didn't always have so much kinetic force stored, sir. I had figured this would help me get to trouble spots faster when I was a pro hero. Nodding, Aizawa said, logical. Then, when Yaoyorozu created a matching bike, albeit one without the green paint Izuku's hata, his lips slightly lifted. Several students complained as they rode next to Ida during the test, but the teen with the glasses just nodded before concentrating on the run. All right, I've compiled all of your test results together. Here are your rankings, Aizawa said after the final exam was completed. The list came up, and Todoroki scowled. Third place went to him. However, it appears that Midoriya, first, could store anything, tangible or not, and Yaoyorozu, second, could make anything she needed for a situation, so perhaps finishing third after those two was actually quite good all around. But Bakugo was far less reflective, asking, how the hell did I get fucking fourth place? Mineta, on the other end of the spectrum, appeared appalled by his final position. Aizawa turned off the hologram a few moments later, which was fortunate for him but bad for the female students. He said, by the way, no one's going home. That was just a rational deception to ensure you gave it your all. Izuku narrowed his eyes, unsure if he believed Yaoyorozu when he said, of course he was lying, as the majority of the class sagged in relief. He recalled that there had not been a Class 1A at the sports festival the previous year. He didn't want to add to the others' anxiety, so he kept quiet. Aizawa put his phone in his pocket and said, we're done for the day, syllabuses are in your desks back in the classroom. Make sure you go over them tonight. And be ready for tomorrow, because things are only going to get harder from here on out. Aizawa left the students by passing through a hole in the wall of the training field. I'm still seeing 20 students on the other side of this wall. Can it be that you actually like what you have to work with this year? All Might grinned as he stood 5 feet down the wall in his diminutive form. Aizawa turned serious and said, you were curious about how Midoriya did, weren't you? He told me he had a run-in with you a little over 10 months ago and you added to his stockpile of kinetic energy. His lips quirked up as he said, none of them have a complete lack of potential, I'll give them that. A sludge-body quirked villain had managed to give me the run around in the sewer system. When I managed to track down the manhole he had used to get back to the surface, it was to the sight of sludge pouring out of young Midoriya's hand into an oil drum. Apparently, he had intended to turn the young lad into Amit's suit, in order to continue evading me. All Might nodded, and they began walking down the wall together. Aizawa clenched his fists slightly and gritted his teeth at the idea of someone killing a middle school student in that manner. All Might nodded before continuing. Indeed, I was just as angry at the thought. Fortunately, young Midoriya has the quirk he does. Once the villain was fully transferred into the oil drum, young Midoriya asked me for a couple of favors. The first, as I'm sure you can imagine, was an autograph. Aizawa sighed and laughed as All Might continued. For the second, he explained his quirk and asked if I could hit him with one of my smashes. Seeing as how he planned to become a pro hero, I didn't see any problems with giving his quirk a boost, chuckled All Might. 2 weeks later, I saw him stapling a quirk usage permit on the sign for Dagoba Beach, then walking through one of the massive trash piles that had accumulated there, absorbing everything. Kid had the entire beach cleaned in a couple of days. After that, the next time I saw him was during the entrance exam, and you saw what happened there. As she recalled seeing the teenager convert the enormous zero-pointer to slag with a single shot, Aizawa hummed an affirmative. One should take seriously anyone who could summon the unadulterated rage of a natural lightning bolt at will. However, Midoriya's certainly impressive, but isn't it a little early to be playing favorites? Aizawa asked, glancing over his shoulder at All Might. You know why I'm here teaching rather than being out there, Aizawa, All Might said, letting out a weary sigh and using his right arm to sweep his entire body. But if one of those kids is able to begin their after-school career using strength comparable to my own, well, I believe it's safe to say that would make a good deal of villains reconsider the thought of it being safe to operate just because I was no longer the #1 hero. I'm thinking 10 good punches at the start of any classes I have with the boys should do rather nicely in bringing that future about, All Might said with a smile that was reminiscent of his hero persona. At that, Aizawa hummed. He added, keep him and Bakugo separated during those classes. Aizawa turned his head at All Might's curious hum, letting his colleague know how serious he was. Those two have a history together, and it's not a good one. While there's a good chance they'll be duking it out during the sports festival, I'd like to keep such violent interactions to a minimal. Understood, I'll keep them away from each other, All Might said with a nod. Hi. For the most part, the first half of the second school day went as usual. The regularity of English, math, and other classes was unaffected, even by the teacher's status as pro-heroes. For the students, things didn't get exciting until after lunch. As he stored the photons and little heat he could obtain from the light directly overhead, Izuku had his head tipped back and his eyes closed. As the logical, magnificent bastard that he was, he wouldn't be shocked if Aizawa had deliberately positioned his seat beneath it. He became alert, however, when he heard a familiar voice yell, "I am here," entering the door like a hero. From behind the door, Izuku saw All Might leap through the now open doorway and take wildly inflated steps to the front of the classroom as the majority of 1A reacted in utter surprise. As All Might arrived at the podium, he said, "That is right, students, I am here to teach all of you how to be heroes. And today's lesson," before slamming a card with the words, "Battle," in red letters onto it. The card made a loud, clack, sound without breaking or damaging the podium. 5 panels, each containing 4 numbered cases, slid out of the wall across from the door when All Might pressed a remote control. The students applauded as All Might continued, gesturing, "Costumes. Each one made to the specifications you sent in." He then said, "Go get changed and then meet me in training ground beta," before turning and running away quickly enough to produce a burst of wind. After a few minutes, Izuku smiled at what was inside his case when he opened it in the locker room. He had been keeping his hair clippings in storage each time he had a haircut since he had discovered that clothing could be DNA doped to be compatible with quirks. The end result was a green full bodysuit that was extremely durable, breathable, and somewhat stretchy. It covered his hands, feet, and neck, and it had a combination of black and silver lines that gave it a slimming effect while also showcasing his whipcord muscles when he flexed his arms. As demonstrated when Izuku removed the tip of a screwdriver from his shoe and then put it back into his inventory, the boots that covered the bodysuit's feet had also received the same doping treatment. Izuku asked, "Hey Midoriya, why are you fully covered like that? Isn't it going to hinder your quirk?" As Kirishima stared at him bewildered as he started stretching to make sure he had complete mobility. Ida sliced off an arm and said, "I believe that Midoriya's costume has been DNA doped in order to allow him to use his quirk from his entire body while remaining decent." Izuku pointed at Ida with his right index finger and said, "What he said." He then covered his eyes with the supplied green polarized shatter-resistant mask and pulled up the hood that was attached to the back of the shoulder area, casting a slight shadow over his upper face. Izuku tested the toe of his right shoe before turning into a roundhouse kick, shocking everyone with a 3-foot spike of metal that shot out of the bottom of his shoe. Izuku remained in the kicking position for a brief moment before lowering his foot and bringing the metal spike back in, saying, "Well, I'm ready." Mineta asked questioningly, "Yeah. Well, I'm now terrified. Why the hell do you have something like that?" After slag the 0-pointer, Izuku added that specific piece of metal, which was actually much longer than just 3 feet, and a few similar pieces to his inventory. He smiled dangerously and said, "Ram bolts and a method to deliver an electric charge from beyond arm reach without shocking everyone around me but the person I want to." It turned out that not everything he wanted to zap was entirely made of metal, making it attractive to his electrical attacks. Kaminari held up his hand and released a few sparks of electricity, saying, "Damn, I need to get something like that so I don't zap everyone around me either." As Kaminari appeared thoughtful, Izuku scowled as he looked down at his shoes and asked, "By the way, are those shoes capable of grounding you?" Izuku's shadowed eyes narrowed as he studied Kaminari for a moment before saying, "I recommend you go with cable launchers, a collapsible baton, or a collapsible pole sword, maybe even all 3 to cover close, mid, and long range." Kaminari's perplexity did not impress the others. "What? Grounding? What do you mean by that?" he asked. "The moment class is over, we're bringing him to the support department," Izuku said, pulling his hood back down and raising his mask to look at Ida, who he had to somewhat reluctantly admit would likely be the best for this. With an arm chop and a firm nod, Ida said, "Agreed." "Guys?" inquired Kaminari, still perplexed. Before he looked around and asked, "For now, is everyone ready?" After everyone had responded in the affirmative despite ignoring Bakugo's, "What does it fucking look like 4 eyes?" Ida said, "We shall explain after class, Kaminari." Ida then nodded and said, "Then let us not keep All Might waiting." Izuku replaced his hood and mask and then followed the others out of the locker room. Izuku was questioned about being completely covered once more when they connected with the girls en route to training ground beta. Yaoyorozu complained about not having a suit like that made so she wouldn't have to show so much skin, and she gave her forehead a gentle clap. Mineta yelled that she should keep her costume the way it was, only to receive an ear jack to the neck from Jiro and a tongue slap from Suyu. Hagakuri's gloves twitched as she contemplated whether she could accomplish the same thing without the costume constantly being invisible, making it impossible to see when attempting to put it on, let alone fix if it got damaged. When they realized that she essentially acknowledged being nearly nude and that shoes and gloves didn't really qualify as clothing, in this context, Izuku wasn't the only one who did a double take. Ida practically passed out at the idea. It goes without saying that Ida and Izuku would be taking more than Kaminari to the support department after class. The students reached training ground Beta's entrance, where All Might was waiting, shortly after that conversation. The hero cracked a grin. They say that clothes make the pros, young ladies and gentlemen, and behold, you are the proof. Take heart, and know that from now on, you all are heroes in training. You all are getting me all revved up, you all look so cool. Now then, shall we get started, you bunch of newbies? As All Might moved a little farther into the training area, the students applauded and trailed behind him. This will be where your first lesson to be heroes shall take place, he said, turning around and gesturing as they entered the 5th building. Sir, this is the same location as our entrance exam, does that mean we will be conducting urban battles again? Ida asked, raising his hand. 2 of All Might's fingers were raised to indicate, not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most of the villain fights you see on the news take place outside. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly villains take place about it. Backroom deals, home invasions, secret underground lairs. Truly intelligent villains stay hidden in the shadows. For this training exercise, you'll be split into teams of good guys and bad guys and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Asui questioned, isn't this a bit advanced? All Might tightened his grip and said, the best training is what you get in the battlefield. But remember, you can't just punch a robot this time, you're dealing with actual people now. When the students around Izuku had calmed down, the new teacher took out a couple of sheets of paper and tapped them while he said, here's the scenario, so listen up. In these buildings are fake bombs. One team, designated as villains, must defend this bomb for 15 minutes while the other team, designated as heroes, must capture it, represented by getting a hand on it. However, the bomb is not the only win condition. Each student will be given a roll of capture tape. Wrapping this tape around the wrists of a defeated villain will simulate cuffing them. If both members of a team are captured in this manner, the other team wins. Time is limited, and so we shall be choosing the teams, along with which other team they will face by drawing lots. All Might said, putting the paper away. Ida questioned, isn't there a better way? Izuku nodded his head and said, you won't always have the option of working with people you know in a single agency. Pros often have to work with other groups, either because the trouble spot is between 2 areas of operation or they've been gathered for a special operations unit. Exactly, young Midoriya. Why, back in my days in America I once worked with a task group that had pulled heroes from 10 different states. All Might said, pointing to Izuku. I see, life can be pretty random at times. Ida bowed and said, my apologies for questioning your methods, All Might. While placing a hand to the chin of his helmet. Before pointing to Izuku, All Might exclaimed, don't worry. But before we draw lots, there is something I wish to take care of first, come forward, young Midoriya. Izuku blinked, but he moved away from the others. As he moved forward, All Might said, we at UA strive to help you become the best possible heroes you can be when you graduate. Thanks to how young Midoriya's quirk works, I am uniquely qualified in helping with a specific part of his. Now then, both hands up, palms to me if you please. Izuku raised his hands, and All Might raised his fists, which briefly blurred as he delivered 10 quick punches, 5 in each hand. This caused Izuku's stored kinetic energy mental numbers to soar to an unfathomable height. Izuku was in awe of his hands, despite the fact that it had already happened once. If we do that every time you have class with me, I expect by the time you graduate you'll be able to hold up a collapsing building with ease. All Might exclaimed with a loud laugh. While Todoroki watched with narrowed eyes, Bakugo gritted his teeth and glared at Izuku, while several of the students looked amazed. However, Yaoyorozu's eyes were rather wide as she uttered the words, I can't imagine how much force he'll have stored if he's taking multiple punches from All Might each week over 3 years. Some of the other 1A members made different statements of agreement. Now that that's taken care of, let's draw. All Might said, grabbing their attention once more with a swift clap of his hands. The teams were as follows once each person had selected a ball from a big box. Team A, Uraraka Ochako and Midoriya Izuku. Team B, Shoji Mezzo and Todoroki Shoto. Mineta Minoru and Yaoyorozu Momo make up Team C. Team D, Ida Tenya and Bakugo Katsuki. Team E, Ashido Mina and Aoyama Yuga. Team F, Kota Koji and Sato Rikido. Team G, Jiro Kyoka and Kaminari Denki. Team H, Asui Suyu and Tokiyami Fumikage. Team I, Hagakure Toru and Ojiro Mashirao. Team J, Shiro Honda and Kirishima Eijiro. The students had somewhat differing opinions about the people they were paired with. Regardless of their feelings, All Might declared, "Right, now to determine who's fighting who." He reached into a second box and exclaimed, "The first hero team is A." Yaoyorozu was undoubtedly less than thrilled to be paired with Mineta than he was. Still, all of the teams were soon together. And their villain opponents will be D. All Might gave the ball a rare frown and dropped it back into the box with a firm, "Nope." Izuku and Uraraka tensed up as All Might reached back in. "All Might, you declared the teams would be random. You can't just decide you don't like a matchup and redraw, it is highly unprofessional." Ida said, causing the class to collectively blink. Looking up from the box his hand was already in, All Might remarked, "I am not going to ignore that man the very next day after he gave me that instruction. Aizawa told me to keep young Midoriya and young Bakugo separated in my classes." Ida's, "Oh, I see ya," seemed to deflate him. Bakugo scowled at Izuku as All Might started digging in the box once more, saying, "You got lucky you damn nerd." Izuku glared back from behind his mask and under his hood, saying, "No, you got lucky. I wouldn't have had to worry about being punished in this class for giving you the ass-whooping you've deserved for the last decade, you arrogant asshole." The sparks of electricity emanating from his body did a good job of alerting the other students that he was doing so. From beside Izuku, Uraraka laughed nervously while cautiously observing the sparks that were exploding all around him. "Looks like Aizawa-sensei is right in not wanting the two of you to have the same match together," Asui remarked, glancing between the two. Hagakure exclaimed in amazement, "It's like looking at a hated rivalry in an anime." To get everyone's attention, All Might coughed lightly while declaring, "Team A will be facing Team C." The remaining matches proceeded as follows after being swiftly drawn. Match 2. B vs I. Match 3. H vs J. Match 4. G vs D. Fifth game. E vs F. The first two teams were taken to the first building that was set up for testing, and Yaoyorozu and Mineta were shown to the room with the bomb before All Might made their way to the observation room. Those who had not yet engaged in combat were sent to the observation room. Uraraka waited for a short while before asking, "So how do you want to do this?" After giving it some thought, Izuku finally turned his head away from the building and said, "Yaoyorozu is probably fortifying the bomb location, and trapping the hell out of it as well in a hope to overwhelm my ability to store things coming at me. She might even set up a gas trap." Uraraka went pale at the last part, and Izuku waved a hand dismissively, saying, "Any gas that gets close will be stored as well." He reached over and put Uraraka's helmet away before unstoring a harness that held an oxygen tank on his back, which was attached to a firefighter's mask in his hands. "There's half an hour's worth of air in that tank, you'll be fine," he said, passing it to Uraraka. Uraraka asked, "What about you?" after nodding but scowling when Izuku failed to produce a second tank. "I've got enough clean air stored, I can just release it inside my mouth and I'm good," Izuku said with a shrug. "You can release stuff from the inside of your mouth?" Uraraka asked, staring. When All Might said in the calm that he had given them, "All right heroes, you may now enter the building," Izuku cocked his head and hummed an affirmative. He put a finger to the comm button and said, "Roger that." He tapped the mask in Uraraka's hands and said, "Stay on my 6, make sure they don't try to jump us from behind." He then opened the valve of the tank and said, "Stay on my 6. With a nod, Uraraka trailed Izuku inside the structure. Her teammate pulled out a police-style handheld battering ram at the first door, and she had to blink. Izuku pounded the door open while staying out of line with the doorway, waited 5 seconds, and then glanced inside before going on to the next door. Yaoyorozu and Mineta were sitting in the bomb room on the 5th floor when Mineta fixed her gaze on the screen that displayed the footage from a camera Momo had left in the entry hall. Am I the only one who finds the fact he doesn't feel the need to have on an oxygen tank and mask like what he gave Uraraka scary? He asked, giving Momo a slightly alarmed expression. With another screen displaying a tank concealed in a different fifth-floor room that she could remotely activate, Yaoyorozu remarked, "Yes, I'll admit that is rather discouraging for that particular plan." She reflected, he is being rather careful about not being in the doorway when he forces them open. One would think that with his abilities he wouldn't be worried about anything shot at him. Another crash occurred as Izuku made his way through the first-floor rooms. Mineta shrugged and the two watched as Uraraka dutifully kept her head on a swivel while Izuku moved swiftly but carefully through each doorway. Uraraka looked at it in surprise as he arrived at the staircase and raised his right hand in a fist, the traditional sign for hold. He then produced a can and shook it. When Izuku pulled the trigger on top of the can, a ridiculous string of all things emerged, and Momo and Mineta both blinked. Izuku shot it in an upward arc, and then he leaned into the doorway and shot it up the stairs. Momo snapped her fingers and said, "He's checking for trip wires." "So the foam trip wire mine at the fifth-floor landing is probably a bust," Mineta sighed. With her own sigh, Yaoyorozu remarked, "So it seems." Izuku eventually worked through the remaining floors, and sure enough, his silly string landed on the foam trap's trip wire, but it wasn't heavy enough to set it off. Uraraka cancelled both of their gravities a moment later, and the two of them managed to get over the wire and onto the landing using the railing before she put them back to normal. Yaoyorozu briefly bit her lip as they made their way into the fifth floor before deciding to actually trigger the tank. A green light appeared on the tank as the pair pressed the remote button, and as the minor paralytic was expelled, the pressure gauge needle started to move to 0. Izuku passed through 3 of the doors before becoming rigid as he approached the 4th. He scowled and raised his fist once more, tilting his head briefly before extracting a huge red hardcover book of all things and starting to turn the pages. Mineta frowned and questioned, "What the heck is he doing?" "That's the big book of gases. It's the most comprehensive guide to both naturally occurring and man-made gas compounds out there," she exclaimed, as Yaoyorozu watched in astonishment. "So what you're saying is that he likely knows exactly what we just tried to gas him with?" Mineta responded, and with a nod of his eyebrows, "I guess it makes sense for him to have that book then if he can identify what he stores in his quirk. It would allow him to tell those coming behind him what any gases he encounters would do to someone else." After a short while, the book was put away, and Izuku resumed smashing through doors. With a gentle sigh, Yaoyorozu handed Mineta a pill and then put the same kind of pill in her mouth. Mineta regarded the paralytic antidote with suspicion for a moment before taking his own. When he was paired with Yaoyorozu, this match was not progressing at all as he had hoped. Being alone in a room with the sultry Ravenet was too stressful for him. Izuku soon arrived at the room they were in, and when they heard the loud crunch of the door, they both recoiled. Mineta pushed back against the wall as he eyed the big metal bars in front of the door, wires running from underneath along the floor to a plethora of traps aimed at it, even though they were already back near the windows. Izuku eyed the door in the hall that had been left in place despite breaking from his battering ram. He put the battering ram away after the now customary 5 seconds and pulled out a foot of his metal pole. Before he pulled back the metal and put the broken door away, he felt the resistance he received from the largest piece of the door. When he saw the metal bars, he cocked his head and knelt, staring at the floor for a while with narrowed eyes. He then got to his feet, gestured for Uraraka to back up a bit more, and held his right hand in the air in a rigid position. Then the air around his hand became foggy, and then the heat turned the skin white. Izuku gave her a quick smile before driving his hand through the center metal bar as Uraraka gaped and felt the heat even from her position. When Mina asked incredulously, did he just turn his hand into a lightsaber? Several people in the observation room gasped. He's releasing an incredible amount of heat if it's white like that. He must have left his hand on a hot plate for hours, Todoroki said, his gaze suddenly shifting much more to the screen. Geez Midoriya, what did you do, dive into a glass factory's kiln? Uraraka inquired. I store the heat of the air around me if it's in excess of 70 degrees Fahrenheit, pull the heat out of air conditioners on the really hot days, sunbathe on a tin roof, basically summertime is heat sink time, Izuku shrugged. You should have seen the way Mom freaked out when I had both hands on her stove when I was 6 and she had run out for groceries. I had had the oven on for half an hour when she came back. She wasn't happy to say the least. Izuku shrugged as Yaoyorozu gazed in disbelief on the opposite side as her heat-sensitive traps prematurely fired, followed by the motion sensor ones as the metal started to sag and drip. All of the girls in the observation room, including Jiro, laughed at that, so Uraraka wasn't the only one. The thought that came to mind made even All Might chuckle softly. The bars were all drooping in a matter of seconds, and Izuku smiled as he stepped through the opening to gaze at Yaoyorozu and the now frightened Mineta, who exclaimed, "Here's Johnny." Mineta screamed in terror and started tossing his sticky balls as quickly as he could as Izuku finally put the bars away and the pressure switches beneath them activated as he put the net and foam away. As Uraraka and Izuku entered the room, Izuku, seemingly being cautious, pulled out the door of a semi-truck and used it to catch every ball that flew in their direction. The people in the observation room blinked multiple times, and Kaminari questioned, where could he have possibly gotten that? There was a scrapped semi-truck at Dagoba Beach missing all of its engine parts, tires, and other miscellaneous pieces but still had its doors for some reason. All Might said. He shrugged in response to his students' disapproving glances, saying, "I saw young Midoriya using his quirk to quickly clean it several months ago." Before everyone turned to watch, Izuku started abruptly releasing a huge amount of fog in front of him. "Oh." A few students said in understanding. After the fog cleared and Uraraka was holding a hand to the bomb, All Might exclaimed, "The heroes have reached the bomb. Hero team wins." Despite Mineta's frantic cries. With a shudder, Mina said, "Man, I'm glad I didn't have to face Midori, he seems to be terrifying as an opponent." The others agreed. Touching her chin with a finger, Tsuyu remarked, "He definitely has a very versatile quirk, that's for sure." Bakugo gritted his teeth and clenched his fists as he stared at the screen that showed the adolescent in question leading the way back out of the building with the others, his mask resting on his forehead and his hood now dangling from his shoulders. All Might clapped his hands and declared, "Okay, time to move on. Teams B and I, if you'll come with me, we'll head to the next testing site." Following the two teams' reunion and a discussion of their performances. Given that Todoroki flash froze the entire building after Shoji identified the locations of Hagakure and Ojiro, this match ended considerably faster than the first. Even the students in the observation room were shivering from the extreme cold. "Asui, do you mind if I hug you? I've got some heat left I can use to help keep you warm. I've also got a blanket stored if you'd rather use that, though I'm not sure how effective it would be given your wetsuit is covering everything but your face," Izuku said quietly as he approached Tsuyu, who was enduring the cold the worst. Stuttering from the cold, the frog girl said, equally quietly, "Keikiro, alright, why you can hug me, B, but call me Sue." With one arm wrapped around her shoulders and the other around her stomach, Izuku stepped behind her and drew her into an embrace. The next instant, Tsuyu sighed with relief, attracting everyone's attention. He then sagged slightly as Izuku's form began to shimmer faintly, allowing the nearby students to sense the heat emanating from him. Before assuming a snarling stance, Mina teased, "My, what a gentleman. Or maybe you're just taking advantage of that poor girl's biology to make a move." Izuku looked at her with a flat expression. "If that was true, my arms would be in different spots, and I don't appreciate what you're implying, Mina. Frogs don't do well in the cold, I'd simply rather not have anything happen to a classmate if I can avoid it." With a thumbs up, All Might exclaimed, "Quite right, young Midoriya." Mina pouted because she couldn't make her classmate feel uncomfortable with what ought to have been a humiliating gesture. "Lucky bastard," Mineta muttered to himself while glaring at Izuku. Fortunately for the rest of the class, Todoroki quickly arrived at the bomb room. As soon as All Might announced the hero team's victory, the ice started to melt and even turned to steam near him. Todoroki used the other half of his quirk to remove the ice he had created because both Ojiro and Hagakure's feet were stuck in it. And it was imperative that they get Hagakure more than just gloves and shoes. The two teams returned to the observation room, and Izuku said, "Todoroki, while I can appreciate a rapid resolution, please keep in mind in the future that not everyone in the area you are operating in will have the same cold resistance as you do." Todoroki nodded in comprehension after blinking and observing how Izuku was standing close to Tsuyu. After turning to face Hagakure, Izuku produced a felt blanket and threw it over, saying, "Here, Hagakure. Sorry I can't do what I did with Tsuyu and use my stored heat, but well," Izuku gestured before concluding, "I wouldn't know where to put my arms without touching something I shouldn't." As the invisible girl said, "Don't worry, Izuku, the blanket's good enough, thanks," a now wrapped Hagakure giggled and the blanket moved as if she was cuddling in it a bit more. Mina raised an eyebrow and said, "And why didn't you give that to Suham?" Before continuing, full body covering wetsuit, wouldn't have helped as much, Hiro, Suyu said, pointing to herself. Can you guys please not take away all the fun of teasing you? Mina pouted. While some of the other students laughed, Mina pouted even more when Suyu said, no, Hiro. All Might smiled and shook his head, bringing the class back to the subject at hand. The third game was about to start, and teams H and J trailed All Might to the testing facility. Hiroshima and Zero chose to set up shop in the bomb room, just like the previous two villain teams did. Zero set up a number of sticky traps that extended from floor to ceiling. Given that Asui had her tongue and Tokiyami had dark shadow to reach objects that were out of arm's reach, Izuku wasn't sure why they believed those would be useful in the bomb room itself. Hey Todoroki, do you think you could give my heat stores a boost sometime soon to help make up what I used earlier? I'll treat you to a meal or something in exchange if you want, Izuku said, moving to stand by Todoroki on his right side, since his left side was covered, as Asui and Tokiyami were permitted entry to the building. After a few long moments of silence while he stared back at the screens, Todoroki said, very well, we can do it after school ends. I like soba. Izuku nodded and remarked, I know a place near the school. The current match proceeded as Izuku had anticipated. Zero's reach was equal to that of the opposing team, but he was only able to shoot and forget with his tape, whereas Dark Shadow and Asui's tongue could change direction, giving them a relatively easy victory. The following match pitted Team D, Bakugo, Ida, against Team G, Jiro, Kaminari, who were the villains. After arguing with Iida, Bakugo left the bomb room, and Izuku scowled. He crossed his arms as the hero team was instructed to begin, saying, this is a really bad matchup. If she doesn't have Demolition's grade ear protection, Bakugo just has to let off one explosion near Jiro and the hero team is down a member. As he continued to stare at the screens, All Might hummed in agreement, saying, unfortunately, bad matchups happen all of the time in the realm of hero versus villains. But we heroes cannot complain about that and wait with our hands in our pockets until someone with a quirk better suited to the job arrives. Instead, we must overcome the challenge. The two appeared to have chosen to avoid Bakugo as much as possible in order to overcome the challenge. It was actually quite easy for Jiro to locate Bakugo, given the way he was stomping around the building. Bakugo was stomping around the third floor, and the two were now on the fourth. When Hagakure said, they've managed to give him the slip, thank goodness. Her invisible mouth released one of those anime clouds of relief. I wouldn't want to face Bakugo either, and I don't even have super hearing like Jiro, she added, drawing the blanket closer around herself. Yaoyorozu concurred, saying, his explosions do make him a tough prospect to face in combat. Keeping her arms crossed, Hiroshima remarked, yeah, but it's not very manly to avoid a fight. Izuku nodded his head and said, the objective of this mission isn't to fight villains, Kirishima, it's to stop the villains' plans of detonating a bomb that would threaten lives. If the best way they can do that without accumulating needless casualties of their own is by avoiding conflict, then that is the option they should choose. They aren't saving anyone if they get taken out of the fight after all. The mighty laughed and replied, good analysis, young Midoriya. Yes, while it's certainly true that there is nothing more noble than self-sacrifice, if your actions cause you to just become someone else another hero needs to save, then you further complicate an already troublesome situation. After grinning at All Might, Izuku said, that said, Bakugo's going to be absolutely pissed if he misses a chance to rough someone up. His smile then took on a decidedly vindictive edge. The contrast was that All Might's smile faded slightly as he said, yes, well, while it is not quite as I would put it, I believe you are correct in that young Bakugo would be upset that he did not get a chance to properly participate. Given that Bakugo used one staircase to reach the fourth floor and Jiro and Kaminari used another, that was clearly looking like a likely scenario. When Todoroki, of all people, said, he should have waited for them to come to him with Iida. Since neither Jiro nor Kaminari have any means of remote action like Tokiyami's Dark Shadow or Shoji's Dupliarms, at least one of those two have to enter the bomb room, it really said something about the explosive blonde. Yet another fantastic analysis, young Todoroki. All Might exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. He accompanied the students as they silently and swiftly headed directly to the ballroom. When they were a few feet from the door that had been left open, Jiro turned to Kaminari and pointed at it while holding up a fist. After sneaking up to the door and then exploding into motion, Kaminari smiled and took the first point of the match. He then ran into the room and let loose with a blast of electricity that filled the entire space. Kaminari ran straight past Iida, who was still twitching, as he fell to the ground. His hand barely touched the bomb before he cut it off. All Might exclaimed, "Hero team wins," and then flinched as he and the other students witnessed Bakugo detonate 2 explosions and begin yelling obscenities. Disregarding the ease of experience, Izuku remarked, "Sir, Iida might be immobile for a while." All Might nodded and exclaimed, "Quite right, young Midoriya," before he vanished in a gust of wind. Jiro, who had been halfway to them from the doorway, was startled when he reappeared a few moments later, right next to where Kaminari was bringing Iida up into a sitting position. All Might picked Iida up like he and his armor weighed no more than a sack of potatoes and started to jog out of the building, with the other 2 following, after asking Iida if he felt well enough to rejoin the others and asking Jiro if his heartbeat was stable. The expression on Bakugo's face when he was calmed down was one of pure rage. From his stockpile, Izuku produced a folding chair as they entered the observation room. But after glancing at Ada more especially, the mufflers on his back, he put it away once more in favor of a cushioned stool and said, "Here, sir." With a laugh, All Might exclaimed, "Thank you, young Midoriya. So then, who would like to start us off?" All Might clapped his hands after Iida was comfortable. Izuku said, "Yaoyorozu, if I may say something real quick." As the suggested student's arm began to rise. Lowering her hand, Yaoyorozu said, "Oh, certainly, Midoriya." Izuku smiled and turned toward Kaminari. "Kaminari, while it was a good call to make on this training exercise, if you're ever sent into a room that you know has a bomb inside in real life, never just cut loose with your electricity like that. There's a more than good chance you'll set it off if you do. You should only use your electrokinesis on a bomb if a bomb disposal tech asked you to, and only how they say to. Right, see a bomb keep zappage down unless told otherwise," Kaminari said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. With a thumbs up, All Might exclaimed, "Well said, young Midoriya." Before posing the question, "What else?" Bakugo grunted audibly as Todoroki said stoically. Bakugo allowed his eagerness for combat to blind him to the fact that his opponents would have to reach a specific location to meet one of their win conditions. The final 2 teams, Sato and Kota and Mina and Aoyama, left the observation room after the class had discussed the match. When Kota, who was extremely reserved, called forth a huge flock of pigeons to fill the bomb room, Izuku had to blink. "I hope neither Aoyama nor Mina have ornithophobia or have seen the birds," he said, cocking his head. Uraraka laughed nervously and said, "I just hope Aoyama doesn't go laser crazy on them, or Mina overboard with her acid either. I don't think Recovery Girl wants to kiss a bunch of pigeons." The idea of kissing a bird made several people shiver. Izuku remarked wryly, "Sir, it looks like the villains have called in reinforcements," as All Might joined them. "So they did. Let's see if outnumbering the heroes helps them any, shall we?" All Might exclaimed, then pressed the buzzer to begin the match. A few students, including Izuku, flinched when Mina's enthusiasm ruined Aoyama's cape. While Mina was apologizing, Tsuyu said, "I'm glad it was Aoyama that happened to. My hair's not as easily fixed, and I only have my wetsuit while he has multiple layers." With a shudder expressed by the blanket, Hagakure remarked, "Yeah, no kidding, I don't even have that." Ida scowled and chopped his arm in disapproval, saying, "That girl is way too free with using a corrosive substance." Izuku thought to himself, "I hate to agree with the guy, but he's right." As it happened, Uraraka didn't have to worry. The swarm of pigeons rushed forward as soon as the 2 hero team members opened the door, and they fled down the hallway while yelling. As the hero team was pursued throughout Training Ground Beta, the students and All Might watched, some with snickers and others with sweat drops, as they actually ran the entire length of the building. When the buzzer sounded, indicating that the match was over, Jiro remarked, "Well, that happened." 7 minutes after the villain team, the hero team trudged into the observation room, exhausted. A number of students nodded as All Might said, "I think it's clear that young Kota deserves the MVP award for his bringing in reinforcements to divert the heroes until the bomb's timer went off." After a few more minutes of instruction, All Might dismissed the class and fled, saying he would go on patrol after dropping his notes off with Aizawa for review. Izuku observed All Might leave and then said, "All right, Class 1A, let's get changed back to our school uniforms then. Kaminari, Hagakure, and Yaoyorozu, if you'll come with Ida and I to the support course, we can sort out your uniforms." While Bakugo growled, "Don't tell me what to fucking do, you shitty nerd." The majority of the class yelled, "Right. Wow, Midoriya really has a take charge attitude, doesn't he?" Uraraka said to Tsuyu as Izuku began to walk down the training grounds exit, ignoring the explosive blonde. Then Tsuyu nodded and said, he really does. Admission to the UA support course. As they led Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, and Kaminari to the support course, Izuku walked next to Ida. Izuku swiftly grabbed Ida's arm to stop him as he reached the door and reached for the handle. Midoriya, Ida exclaimed, startled. As he pulled the door open, Izuku joined the others and shook his head, saying, "Trust me." He then pushed Ida back past the door frame. A moment later, the students heard Power Loader reprimanding a student as smoke billowed out of the room. Izuku explained before entering, putting away the smoke, support course has a Rathera enthusiastic student this year. Happened to run into her once before when I was acquiring a few specialty pieces from her parents' machine shop. After exchanging startled glances, the other hero course participants followed him inside. Power Loader Sensei, we need 2 DNA-doped costumes and a set of grounding equipment. Izuku yelled as he strode in, and Power Loader turned away from the female student with the pink hair he had been scolding. As soon as the student became alert, Izuku exclaimed, "Not made by you, Hatsume." Hatsume asked, "Why not?" with an insulted expression. As he walked over to join the hero course students, Power Loader stated bluntly, "Because your stuff tends to explode at least once and we don't want you blowing a limb off of either yourself or the person the gear is made for." Of the three, Kaminari was the simplest to settle. He had a cable launcher, baton, and collapsible pole sword ready in a few days before his next heroics class had him squared away, and a few microfilament wires in his hero costume's shoes made sure he wouldn't short-circuit himself. Despite UA's technological prowess, the DNA doping of the two girls' clothing would need to be done off campus because it required specialized equipment that they simply did not have on campus. Not because they didn't have it, but because of how costly it would be to replace if a support student attempted to do a patch or a quick job without supervision and broke it. They simply didn't have it here. Nevertheless, Hagakure and Yaoyorozu were pleased with the bodysuit designs they created, especially the form-fitting doped coats that would be added in the winter. After settling everything and collecting a pair of hair samples, the students departed the support course to return to their homeroom. Time skip. Class end. Izuku got up as the last bell rang and turned to face Todoroki, who said, "Mind if I invite the others to join us?" "I won't stop you if you want to buy a meal for the other students," Todoroki said with a shrug. After nodding, Izuku said, "Hey guys, I'm treating Todoroki to soba in exchange for a refill of my heat stores. If anyone wants to join us, first bowl's on me." He then whistled briefly, loud enough to catch everyone's attention. "I'll take you up on that offer," exclaimed Uraraka, who had brightened up. "Yeah, free food is free food." Mina exclaimed cheerfully about it. Most Class 1A members provided their own agreements. It was only Bakugo and Kota who didn't. Bakugo roared out of the room, saying, "Like I'd waste my fucking time eating with you, you fucking nerd." Izuku rolled his eyes but said nothing, instead focusing on Kota, who indicated with charades that he had to hurry to catch a train. Like the others, Izuku nodded and wished him a good rest of the day. Izuku turned to Aizawa, who was gathering some papers, as Kota Power left the classroom and remarked, "Offers available for you as well, sensei." After blinking wearily, Aizawa said, "I appreciate the generosity, but I'm going to have to pass. The videos of your battle trials won't watch themselves after all." Both Mina and Aoyama twitched slightly, now fearing what their homeroom teacher would think of them spending most of their battle trial escaping from a flock of pigeons. Izuku led the students out of the school into a nearby noodle shop once everyone was ready. Izuku arrived at the counter, waited for the others to place their orders before placing his own, paid for everyone, and then went to the table where Todoroki was sitting, taking the open chair across from the heterochromatic. Izuku held his right hand a few inches above the table while Todoroki silently placed his left hand over it, palm up. Todoroki scowled intently, and a moment later a tiny but fierce fire appeared. But as stockpile sucked it greedily into itself, none of the other students at the table felt any heat. When their bowls of soba were brought to the table, the two remained in that position for approximately 15 minutes, eating with one hand. The waitress glanced at the couple when she noticed the fire between their palms, but fortunately she simply shrugged, assuming the green-headed child somehow required the flame. Strange dietary requirements may be peculiar. Since student conversation was unavoidable, Izuku tried his best to contribute. Todoroki limited his responses to brief responses, but since he was sustaining a flame, no one seemed to mind. Ultimately, Yaoyorozu offered to cover the second round of bowls if anyone was interested, and a number of the students accepted her offer. Overall, It was a successful method for most of 1A to meet one another. Time jump. The following day. Upon seeing the sizable contingent of reporters at the UA entrance, Izuku scowled. As he got closer, he listened and rolled his eyes when he realized the reporters were interested in learning more about All Might's teaching career. Before Storing said he had harassed students and was leaving through the gate, he swiftly started going through the reporters, gently but firmly nudging them away while stating, "No comment," to any reporter who attempted to question him. He gave the reporters a frustrated glance once he was on the other side, and then he escorted everyone back outside. Some of the students needed some time to recover, but they were soon on their way, and some of them nodded their gratitude to him. The students went past Present Mike and Aizawa, who nodded their approval and gave Izuku the thumbs up, respectively, before passing him to speak to the reporters. Aizawa called for Ida to come to class because Izuku hadn't bothered to pick him up. However, as a legacy hero trainee, Ida appeared completely comfortable conversing with the reporter beside him, who was obligingly pointing a recorder at the Somei Academy alumnus. Todoroki nodded, and Aizawa turned to face Bakugo. "All right, I've gone over the videotapes of yesterday's battle trials and there are a few things to bring up. First off, Todoroki, keep in mind that ice can be heavy next time you decide to freeze an entire building over. Leave it in place long enough and you can jeopardize structural stability." Aizawa then added, "Bakugo, don't let the prospect of a fight tempt you away from your primary objective, especially when you know your opponent wants what you're guarding." Bakugo clenched his jaw when someone else said he made a mistake but said nothing. "It would have been better if you had moved the bomb out of that room given how open it was in all of the windows and made a choke point out of the hallway the new room was connected to," Aizawa said, turning to face Kirishima and Shiro, who both straightened. The two agreed and said, "Yes, sensei. Ashido, keep a lid on your acid, next time you might damage something more important than a cape. Consider how you would feel if you had damaged a piece of support gear that could have saved a hero's life if it was undamaged." Aizawa turned to face Aoyama and Mina, who both started to get nervous sweats. Mina gave a hard flinch at that, and a few other students also flinched. A few seconds later Aizawa concluded by saying, "As for the pair of you fleeing from the flock, as understandable as your fear was, next time try to keep a calm mind. It wouldn't have been too hard to double back at some point rather than running all over the training ground." With their heads down, the two said, "Yes, sensei." Then, with that taken care of, it's time to move on. "I know that this is sudden, but you need to pick your class president," Aizawa said, yawning slightly. Almost every student became animated and started expressing their desire for the position. Izuku even lifted his hand slightly, trying to ignore Minetta's yell that the girl's skirts would be cut at least 2 inches shorter if he were president. Suyu demonstrated an amazing recall of the desk locations when, without ever turning to face him, her tongue flew over the student's head between her and his desk and slammed him against the wall. Iida proposed a vote after swiftly calming the class. As a result, Izuku ended up standing next to Yaoyorozu at the front of the class, having received 6 votes to her 5. According to Aizawa, "Here's everything expected of you two, make sure you go through it all." He handed them 2 sets of papers. The two took the papers and returned to their desks, saying, "Yes, sensei." Time skip. Lunch. As they sat down together, Izuku said softly to Yaoyorozu and Uraraka, "I still can't believe I got 6 votes." The two representatives took out the papers Aizawa had given them so they could thoroughly review them now that they had a break from classes. "I'm not. You've already taken the lead on things yesterday, not to mention you two both offering to buy food for the whole class after school earned you both major brownie points." Uraraka smiled. A little flushed, Yaoyorozu remarked, "It was not my intention to bribe my classmates into liking me." Huffing, Izuku remarked, "I don't think anyone thought you were trying to bribe them." After hearing some of the conversation as she arrived at their table, Asui said, "I didn't at least, Hiro." She then took an empty seat across from them. As Izuku ate his bowl of katsudon and studied the papers, other members of 1A soon joined them at their table or the tables surrounding it. Which, whether made by lunch rush or not, was excellent but couldn't match his mother's. However, a loud whistling sound cut short lunch, and a voice over the PA announced a level 3 security breach, which an older student explained meant someone had gotten onto campus. The voice on the PA told the students to leave, and as they panicked and tried to leave the hallway at once, a mob formed. Izuku became irritated after being shoved 3 times and began slapping his hand against the students, storing them. It goes without saying that this further frightened the other students who witnessed individuals abruptly vanishing, but Izuku swiftly took them into storage as well, leaving only Class 1A students in the hallway. Izuku examined them and inquired, "Everyone all right? Any injuries?" Mina said, "Just a sore back for me." His classmates all gave similar responses. Uraraka grinned and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Good thinking, class representative." Ida nodded, then looked out the windows and scowled, saying, "It seems the press set off the alarm." In fact, even though I would normally not support such behavior, I have to admit that it was the best way to stop the terrified students from harming us or each other. "Alright, everyone to the evacuation point. I'll let everyone else out once we're there." Izuku rolled his eyes and said, "Figures." The students moved quickly but orderly to the evacuation point after a round of affirmatives, with everyone once again ignoring Bakugo's agitated response. As Hound Dog and Smentos waited, Izuku gave them a brief explanation of why only 1A had joined their group. The stored students were soon being released in groups of 5 after the teacher swiftly calmed them down and directed them to the designated gathering spot. Smentos nodded his approval of his crowd control measures. Hagakure laughed when Jiro said, "Hey," and he wondered why he got elected. Prez is definitely a natural lead singer. Time skip. 12:50 on the following day. "Alright class, today's heroics lesson will be covering rescue operations," Aizawa replied. Before he finished, he clicked the remote that slid out the panels. "It's up to you if you wear them or not, just remember that you aren't used to them yet and they might interfere with your work." Hagakure, while your costume isn't quite ready yet, we did manage to dope the outside layer of a set of sports underwear, so make sure you put it on when you get your gear. This training will be taking place on another part of the school grounds, so we'll be taking a bus there. All Might and another teacher will be joining us there. With her uniform arm raised, Hagakure said, "You got it, sensei." She most likely gave a thumbs up. "Alright, either change into your costumes or your gym uniforms, then meet out at the bus." Aizawa gave instructions. Time skip. Building for arrival training. Izuku, who had sat in the front as the class representative, was the first student to get off the bus after Aizawa did. The final student to leave was Yaoyorozu, or more accurately, Yaomomo as Mina called him during the ride. Despite having sturdy-looking boots on their feet, they were confronted by a hero in what appeared to be a large space suit with a black-tinted helmet. "Oh my gosh, it's 13. Uraraka exclaimed with delight. "Welcome students, I'm excited to have you all here for your first rescue lesson. Let's head inside so that you can see what you'll be working with today," the rescue hero said, raising her right hand in greeting. She turned and led the way inside. After saying that, the class proceeded down a broad walkway until they came to 2 pillars supporting a narrow archway close to stairs, which gave the students a view of multiple locations intended to resemble disaster zones. They were impressed, of course. Kirishima exclaimed, "Wow, it looks like an amusement park." With amazement. "A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. I created these training areas to prepare you for dealing with different kinds of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ. It reminded all of the students of Universal Studios Japan. "Hey," said Aizawa, approaching 13, "shouldn't All Might be here already?" "Let me guess, he booked an interview instead." Izuku frowned in perplexity as he saw 13 raise 3 fingers, but she spoke too softly for the students to hear. Was All Might out for 3 minutes as a result? On the way to school, he could have been delayed assisting other heroes, but something about that idea seemed strange. "That man is the height of irrationality," Aizawa said with a grunt. "Well, the clock is ticking, so we should get started," he added a few moments later. "Wonderful," 13 exclaimed before continuing. "Let me just say one thing before we begin. Well, maybe 2, maybe 3, 4, or 5. The pupils shouted, "Get on with it." "All right," said 13, standing up straight before she went on. "Listen carefully, because I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole, and it can suck in and tear apart anything," she said. Uraraka nodded more and vibrated like a chihuahua given an espresso as Izuku nodded and said, "Yeah, and you've used it to save people in all sorts of disasters." "Yes," 13 acknowledged, then went on, "but my power could easily kill." Uraraka froze in her tracks when she said, "I'm sure there are some among you with similar abilities. But we must never forget that it only takes one wrong move with an uncontrollable quirk for people to die. In our superpowered society, the use of quirks is heavily restricted and monitored. It may seem like this system is stable. This class will give you a new perspective and teach you how to use your quirks to save lives. You discovered your own hidden potential during Aizawa's physical fitness test, and you experienced the danger that your individual quirks can pose to others through All Might's battle training. I thank you for listening, and I hope you leave today knowing that your powers are in fact meant to help people, not to hurt them. At the conclusion of her speech, 13 bowed, and most of the students applauded, with Uraraka clapping the loudest. Aizawa pointed down the stairs and said, "Right, now that's over." However, a trail of electricity passed along the row of lights above in less than a second, causing them to cut off. Izuku lost service, and the 3 bars icon in the corner of his Mosca, which had more than just infrared capability built in, was replaced with 3 dots. Izuku tapped at his mask a few times out of habit as a few of the students looked up at the lights in shock. A moment later, the air shimmered, swirled inward, and then reversed, now a purpley black hole in space, and the fountain in the center of the plaza started to sputter. When he saw the portal, Aizawa's head jerked, and he turned around completely as it expanded into a rather large pane. "Stay together and don't move," he said, turning to face his students. 13. Protect the students. Before Kirishima looked down and exclaimed, "Whoa, what is that thing?" The students appeared perplexed. At that moment, a number of people entered, none of them appearing amiable. "Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people," Kirishima asked, covering his eyes. Izuku scowled and began to advance, his hand automatically starting to curl into a finger gun, but he recoiled when Aizawa yelled, "Stay back." As the students turned to face him, they noticed him covering his eyes with a pair of yellow goggles that resembled sunglasses. Several students recoiled in shock when he said, "This is real, those are villains." As a huge, black-skinned monster with a beak for a mouth and an exposed brain stepped out and was stopped by a man with hands all over him, Izuku thought, not good. It appeared that the students might now require rescue. "USJ!" Kirishima exclaimed. "What, villains? No way, how'd they get in the school?" As the villains marched across the plaza toward the stairs, Izuku demanded, "Do you not see the giant-ass portal they just came out of?" The portal shrank into a pillar of purplish-black smoke the size of a human, with 2 yellow lines that appeared to be the eyes of the person in metallic bands wrapped around it where the neck would be. "The only real heroes I see are 13 and Eraserhead. Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well," it continued in a carrying tone, as if it wanted the teachers and students to hear it. Aizawa frowned and said, "So you scumbags used the press as a cover and snuck onto campus." "Where is he?" the man with hands covered replied. "I went to the trouble of bringing so many friends eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I kill a few kids he'll come out to play." In reaction to the villain's words, Aizawa activated his quirk, causing his hair and scarf to float upward. Yaomomo said, 13 Sensei, why aren't the alarms going off?" Helmet turning to face them, 13 said, "Good question, I'm not sure." Izuku continued, tapping at his mask, "They've either got some kind of jamming equipment or someone with a quirk that can do the same thing. I've got no signal in my heads-up display." Aizawa looked at him and replied, "Kaminari, try to use your quirk to break through the jamming to contact the school. Use frequencies 32.7 and 178.9. Those are the school's emergency low and high frequencies that someone is always monitoring." "Yes, sir," Kaminari exclaimed, placing his hand over his right ear to his radio. "Are the villains only attacking here or is the whole campus under attack?" Todoroki pondered, grinning as he went on. Either way, they chose an isolated area as their entry point at a time when a class was being taught. They're fools for trespassing here, but they've thought this out. Whatever their plan for All Might is, they chose a time when he should have been isolated from the majority of the other pros teaching here at the school. Aizawa commanded, 13, get the students out of here. "Sir, you can't take them all on. You're best at ambush and one-on-one when you can keep your quirk focused on small numbers. There's too many to keep them all erased." Izuku replied. "You can't be a hero if you're a one-trick pony Midoriya," Aizawa said. After squinting his eyes behind his mask, Izuku sighed and remarked, "At least let me make it so that they don't see you coming." "What did you have in mind?" Aizawa asked, raising an eyebrow over his goggles. "You know how fighter pilots like to hide in the sun when they attack in a dive?" Izuku asked, a savage smile spreading across his face despite the circumstances. When Izuku nodded, Aizawa said, I'll leave it to you 13. Aizawa grinned and said, good idea. The moment I'm down there though you join the others in getting out of here. Izuku raised his arm in the air, palm pointing down toward the plaza as Aizawa bounded forward. Then a whole summer's worth of sunlight burst from his palm, illuminating the plaza as if it were surrounded by stadium lights and directing the stored photons into the retinas of the onlookers who were the villains. Aizawa mercilessly exploited the situation by landing among them, and nearly every member of the group screamed in agony as their hands instinctively went to their eyes with the exception of the villain with the exposed brain, who seemed to be unaffected. When he was certain that none of the villains had any immediate plans to try and take the stairs after the fleeing students had nodded, Izuku watched Aizawa tear through them while they attempted to blink the spots out of their eyes for a short while. He swung around and dashed to join the others, stooping to pick up the shorter Mineta and placing him on his back. As he approached Aoyama and Hagakure, Asui was directly in front of them. Mineta mumbled, thanks. Izuku hummed an acknowledgement. However, the warper showed up before they could get to the exit. As he said, come now students, it's rude to leave a party when it has just started, especially before introductions can be made. We are the League of Villains. I know it was impolite of us in turn, but we have invited ourselves into this bastion of heroics to say hello. And besides, isn't this a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here today and yet I see no sign of him. There must have been some change in plans we could not foresee. The yellow bars that served as his eyes rapidly appeared and vanished as he blinked, but that didn't lessen the threat he radiated like that gaseous mist. As he uttered the words, not that it matters, I still have a role to play after all, the villain's gaseous body appeared to spread out like a giant bird spreading its wings. Before the teacher could react, Bakugo and Kirishima jumped forward, letting out war cries, as Izuku heard a faint click from his position in the back. His time spent watching videos of 13 helped him recognize the sound as one of her finger caps opening. I hope they targeted the neck brace and not the body, Izuku thought as the explosion occurred. Kirishima questioned, did you really think we'd stand around and let you tear this place to shreds? As the smoke started to clear. Regretfully, the villain seemed entirely unharmed after the smoke cleared, reflecting, my, that was close. You two certainly show why you were accepted to this school with your willingness to act. It was too late when 13 gave the order, you two, get out of the way. But you should be careful before someone gets hurt. I'll scatter you throughout this facility to meet my comrades and your death. As soon as purple smoke erupted, Izuku stored Mineta. He then swiftly grabbed Hagakure's glove and slapped Aoyama's armored arm, storing them both before the smoke engulfed him. He began storing it as well, but as he reached for Asui, her form vanished. Izuku gritted his teeth and stopped storing the rushing mist in the hopes that it would lead him to where she was. As soon as his vision returned, he began to fall. Izuku put himself in the vertical skydiving position, head down, feet up, blasting stored air from his feet to rapidly catch up to Asui after spotting the water below that Asui was also falling towards. Just as she was about to hit the water, the girl slid her own goggles down and exclaimed, "Ribbit." Izuku wrapped one arm around her waist and the other over the top of her head, pulling her against him. Now that they were only 2 feet above the water, Izuku released more stored air, creating a shell of rushing wind that dispersed the water's surface tension in front of them. With little to no buoyancy from the aerated water, the two sank several feet. They were so deep that they could hardly see one another when Izuku cut the air 5 seconds later. As Izuku produced his electrolysis breathing apparatus, Asui moved away from him and took out an emergency air tank. However, Izuku grabbed Asui's arm as she began swimming upwards and shook his head when she turned to face him. Izuku put his arm around her waist once more, and she let him gently pull her back against his side, trusting that he had a plan. The next time she felt the water spinning around them, she realized Izuku's plan. They were sinking deeper because he was storing the water all around them, including under their feet. And as more and more water rushed in to fill the void, what had begun as a gentle pull quickly turned into a rip current. 20 seconds after it began, the two were encircled by a raging whirlpool. Asui saw 16 figures struggle in the water as they were pulled in increasingly shorter circles over them before they were dragged down and brought into stockpile. The whirlpool appeared out of nowhere to the villains who had been waiting for their prey, and they panicked as they were dragged viciously through the water against their will, the circling quickly disorienting them, not to mention nearly causing them to lose their lunches. A roaring sounded in the plaza, and all the fighting ceased. As they followed the sound and saw rushing water, both heroes and villains turned to face the flood zone. Aizawa grinned at the rapidly decreasing water level and the whirlpool that was forming. At least he didn't have to worry about that particular student. Before he started going through the others, he folded the closest villain over his fist, taking advantage of his distraction. A pair of green figures emerged when the water level dropped to just a few feet in just 1.5 minutes. The two started climbing the artificial lake's slope once it was shoulder height. They bounded up the slope, peered over the edge of the pool, and watched as Aizawa easily dispatched the final villains. Geez, that took him what, 3 minutes to deal with everyone but those last two. Izuku grumbled. Guess that flash you made earlier really helped, Ribbit. Asui replied. When it did, the flash of light had been so intense that the shadows of the running students had reached the doors. The two watched as Aizawa and the hand villain engaged in combat, with Aizawa emerging victorious. Izuku realized that things were going to get ugly when he saw the big, savage villain behind Aizawa, who was staring at his broken elbow. Izuku said, Sorry about this, Su. Asui exclaimed, Ribbit, as Izuku placed a hand on her shoulder and held her. He was racing across the plaza the next second. The final boss reached for Aizawa's arm as he arrived. Izuku put an arm around Aizawa and skidded to a stop a few dozen feet past them. He smiled sheepishly at his teacher and said, I'm sorry, sensei, but you're hurt. After barking, Midoriya don't, Aizawa was stored. The hand villain grumbled, it's no fun when the mob boss gets away before you can finish him off. I wonder what happens to those in the transport when it's destroyed. Nomu, knock that walking inventory's block off, he said with a menacing smile. Izuku knew right away what the villain wanted this, Nomu, to do when he heard the word, knock. He was able to cross his arms in front of his head because of this. With his fist pressed against his crossed arms, the Nomu materialized directly in front of him. Izuku's eyebrows shot upwards as he realized that the punch had nearly the same force as one of All Might's blows, with the exception of a few 100 pounds. The hand guy yelled, What the? How do you tank that? Nomu's made to kill All Might. Smiling, Izuku uttered the words, Nanomachine's son. The hand villain's eye twitched at that, but before he could respond, the Nomu screamed and started punching Izuku's crossed arms with dozens of blows per second while still trying to get to his head. It seems that whatever method they employed to make this thing eliminated its higher functions. As his force reserves climbed, Izuku thought, it's like a robot that keeps trying to follow a path that its programming instructs it to even though there's an obstruction in its way. However, Izuku exclaimed, You hit like a girl. Smash. After that thought, Izuku withdrew a fist and then released it with the same amount of force that All Might had given him months earlier. After all, he couldn't hold back if this Nomu was supposed to face All Might. His punch landed with a shockwave, the air pressure causing the paneling of the overhead dome to tremble. At least his punch prevented the Nomu from punching him. However, that was all that could be said because his own fist was not blasting the Nomu back, but rather resting against his chest. The Nomu looked down at the fist and screamed briefly. The hand villain let out a loud cackle and replied, Nice one-liner there kid, bet it would have been more action hero worthy if Nomu didn't have shock absorption added to his skill list. And, smash, aren't you taking being a student of All Might just a bit too seriously? Nomu, DPS ain't working, go for crush damage. Izuku leapt back a few dozen feet as Nomu screamed and reached forward to give the student a bear hug. Izuku made a finger gun while grinning viciously and remarked, Shock absorption, huh. Let's see how literal that skill name is. K-E-R-A-C-K. The fountain behind Izuku was the only metal in the plaza, and it was just him, the Nomu, and the hand villain. This meant that when Izuku fired one of his stored lightning bolts, it struck the Nomu's chest directly, causing him to shriek the loudest he had ever heard. He then fell to the ground, spasming for a few seconds before becoming motionless. Oh, that is some Kirby-level bullshit right there. How the hell could an inventory type store fucking lightning? The hand villain screamed. Izuku would have spoken, but Nomu's twitching caught his attention before it raised itself with arms and stood up gracefully. Izuku exclaimed, The fuck? Before launching a three-pointer missile and throwing it like an American football, sending it straight into Nomu's chest thanks to the rocket propellant. A minor explosion occurred, but it was enough to break the skin, and Izuku saw how the damage quickly improved. I don't know where you got the missile kid, but hyper-regeneration makes it useless, the leader said, bringing back the cackling. Izuku said, Well, all right, then. Then he found himself standing where the Nomu had been, his hand extended. The leader exclaimed, "WH, what the? Where'd Nomu go?" In shock. Izuku grinned with a savage grin. "You said it yourself, I'm an inventory, you dumbass. I saw what your fancy bio machine could do and went, mine. What, did you think I could only store inanimate objects and friendlies?" The leader muttered, "You stole my MVP. His hands moved to scratch at his neck as he said, he was going to kill All Might and you kicked him from the server. You brat, you bastard. I'm going to make you pay for that." The leader's hands fell to his sides and he hurried over to Izuku, only to have a rubber bullet knock his head back. Izuku shot the bullet out of his finger thanks to one pointers causing him to stumble and fall, but he was able to catch himself with his hands, turning the plaza floor green. The leader looked up at Izuku with a red mark on his forehead and a glare after the hand on his face dropped to the ground. After glancing at the wrinkles and dry, flaky skin, Izuku remarked, "Wow, you're one ugly motherfucker, you know that. Here, let me see if I can clean that up a little." With the force of a fire hose, Izuku's palm exploded with water, and before the leader could even widen his eyes, he was hurled backwards, skidding along the ground before being thrown over the edge of the flood zone and plummeting into the bottom of the incline. Izuku was about to jump after him when he heard a loud, "Sensei!" scream coming from the direction of the stairs. Izuku whirled around and leapt wildly in that direction, launching himself over the stairs and up to the side of the enormous dome. Ida, Shoji, Sato, Shiro, Mina, and Ochako watched in horror as he twisted in midair and reabsorbed the force of his impact with the dome. In the moment before gravity took him back, he looked at the walkway and saw Thridine lying on the floor with the back of her outfit torn apart. Izuku deduced that he had opened a warp gate while 13 was using black hole because the warp villain was still present. Izuku, who was now growling, kicked off the dome and sprang down to the pathway, landing by 13 in a crouch and shocking Mina and Uraraka, who were kneeling beside the teacher. The two girls fell back in shock. After giving 13 a quick slap on the arm to protect the hurt teacher, Izuku spun around on his knee and threw his zap pole in the direction of the warper. He could drop him if he could just get that metal collar to touch him. However, as the pole pierced through his former position, the warper used his quirk and disappeared. In a whisper, Izuku said, "Damn it." He stood up quickly and searched the area for him. To get a real bird's eye view, he leapt for the top of the dome and hung from the rafter when he didn't. In the still largely deserted flood zone, he discovered the warper by the water, seemingly conversing with the leader. After a moment, the two disappeared. Izuku kept looking around from his vantage point, but after a minute he couldn't find any black gas or clothing. He had to conclude that the two had bugged out. Ida was separated from the others and the door was open when Izuku kicked off and landed back with the students in the walkway. When the other 5 pupils turned to face him, he remarked, "Smokey and Hansi seem to have booked it." 4 of the 5 students sighed with relief, while Shoji just nodded. Then, with a worried expression, Ochako said, "Midoriya, have you seen any of the others?" Izuku pulled out Mineta, Aoyama, Hagakure, and Asui after nodding and stating, "I was able to grab a few before I was warped." With a glove seemingly reaching up to stroke her forehead, Hagakure questioned, "What happened?" "I stored you 3 guys when the warper tried to scatter us," Izuku said. Asui inquired, "Is Aizawa-sensei alright?" Izuku unstored the teacher after nodding. "You dare," Aizawa yelled, startling the others, and then he turned to see half of his students standing around him. He said, "That was completely irrational and monumentally reckless Midoriya," reaching up with his good arm to take off his goggles so Izuku could see his glare. "Considering I've got the big guy stored and the other 2 ran, I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you on that one, sir," Izuku said. A huge electrical surge over in the mountainside caught everyone's attention before Aizawa could respond. Silently, Mina said, "I hope that was Kaminari." Izuku grinned as he said, "Considering I just got signal back, I'd say that was him overloading whatever jammer the villains had." A moment later, the 3 dots on his heads-up display changed to bars. "Kaminari to Ua, we've got villains in the USJ." Kaminari's voice came through a tiny speaker in the mask, confirming Izuku's suspicion. Izuku added, placing a finger on his mask's transmit button, "This is Midoriya, the villains used a warper to get in. That person and their leader have bugged out but the students were scattered to the different zones and both Aizawa and 13 are injured." The voice of All Might said, "I'm with young Ida on the road to the USJ. I will send him on to the school and be there shortly." Understood. The rest of us teachers shall make our way to the USJ as well. Midoriya, what is the condition of 13 and Aizawa? Said Principal Nezu next. From what I could tell, 13 got her quirk turned against her. I didn't see the full damage before I stored her, but her back looked pretty messed up. Aizawa. Without displaying any of the pain he must have been experiencing given the condition of his elbow, Eraserhead said flatly into his own radio, has a compromised elbow but otherwise is combat capable. He exclaimed, I am here. As the wind suddenly blew and All Might joined him. Over the communications, Momo said, all hostiles in the mountain zone have been neutralized, we're securing them now. Todoroki declared stoically, landslide zone secured. Izuku rolled his eyes when Bakugo said, all the bastards in the busted up buildings have been dealt with. His voice carried a note of violent satisfaction. Sue and I were in the flood zone. I've got all the villains that were there stored, he reported, turning to face All Might. Looking at the artificial lake, which was still only a quarter full, All Might remarked with a laugh, along with the majority of the water from said zone I see. That just leaves the conflagration and windstorm zones unaccounted for. Aizawa said. All Might gave a nod and said, I shall go to the fire zone then. Young Midoriya, take young Asui and young Shoji with you to the windstorm zone. Store all villains you find and if any students require medical aid then them as well. At that, Aizawa frowned but said nothing. Nodding, Izuku said, yes sir. He gestured to Asui and Shoji with a hand each. Shoji developed a few extra segments to touch the hand held toward him after Asui placed hers in his. Izuku turned toward the windstorm zone and leapt across the space between it and the stairs, burying his classmates in the process. All Might followed suit, heading for the conflagration zone. Aizawa returned his hand to his radio as the two departed, saying, all students who can hear this, begin making your way back to the entrance. The sooner we get a head count the sooner we know who's still unaccounted for. Kaminari said, you got it teach. Todoroki then said, roger that. Bakugo then said, yeah. Scene change. Kurogiri's bar, Kamino Ward. That goddamn secret boss inventory server mod brat. When I get my hands on Hima, blurted out Tamura Shigaraki as Kurogiri opened a warp gate to his bar. A voice said, I take it the mission didn't go according to plan. As the TV screen on one of the walls turned on and only audio was visible. Unfortunately not. All Might wasn't at the USJ like the schedule we acquired said and there was a rather troublesome student present as well, said Kurogiri. The voice said, oh. Shigaraki started scratching his neck while ranting, damn green inventory kid, completely no-sold the ambush of the flood zone by removing the hazard and the NPCs there, then he just swooped in and medevaced Eraserhead before Nomu could finish him off. And then the bastard took Nomu's punches like it was nothing before somehow throwing a punch like All Might at it. And when that didn't work he used fucking lightning against it. Damn bastard was using cheat codes. And then he stole Nomu. According to the voice, interesting. You called this person green. Green curly hair and eyes, had a lot of freckles. A second voice asked thoughtfully. Doctor. The first voice said, you know who they are talking about. Before asking, well Tamura. The doctor said, maybe sensei. Tamura sighed as he said, I was talking about his costume. Brat had a hood and mask on all the time, didn't see his hair or eyes. Eraserhead called him Midoriya though. The doctor said, Midoriya Izuku. Then he laughed and explained, well, I dare say it's nice to know that I was right about the lad. Care to elaborate, doctor? Sensei inquired. The doctor continued by saying, I saw the kid when he was 4. He has a stockpiling quirk, though not the common kind. He's able to store things. Back when I saw him he couldn't even fit more than an inch of the pen we used to test it. But I had theorized that his storage space could grow bigger with either time or practice, and that what he stored didn't have to be a solid material either. It looks like his quirk has grown wonderfully. I can only imagine how large and varied his donation to our cause would be if you were to take his quirk in the future. An evil smile spread across a dimly lit room as Sensei uttered the menacing words, excellent. Change of scene. USJ. The USJ had been overrun by the police, several ambulances, and the remaining members of the UA Pro Hero staff. Izuku felt as though he was being drawn in at least 4 different ways. He had a duty as class president to ensure the safety of the pupils. In addition, he had to make a statement, store a number of villains, get 13 medical help before he could bring her out, and determine what he could do with the warp gate sample he had obtained. Fortunately, Yaomomo agreed to take care of the first, so he had that off his plate. He was now standing in front of Nezu and Power Loader. Power Loader said, "What have you got for us, Midoriya?" With a little puff of purplish-black vapor emerging from his hand, Midoriya said, "I've got enough stored to fill a few standard spray bottles. I figure if we can find some way to scan it we could possibly track him down, or at least know if he ever shows up here again." He held up a hand and said, "When the warper was separating us I managed to grab a sample of his quirk medium." With arms raised, Principal Nezu exclaimed, "Excellent work, Midoriya." Power Loader gave a wink and said, "I'll have a containment unit ready by the time you students return to class. The equipment to scan it will be a bit trickier, but you let me worry about that." After giving a nod, Midoriya went to the area where the detained villains were being led into prisoner transports. He released the villains from the flood and windstorm zones one by one so that the police could handcuff them. Fortunately, the Nomu complied with the police officer's orders and was swiftly secured, even though he and the teachers were prepared to act the moment it even slightly twitched. Izuku followed an officer to his cruiser after the inmates were turned over, and he slid into the passenger seat while the officer turned on the ignition. He would lead the student to the main campus building so he could get his belongings and change out of his costume. After that, he would drive Izuku to the hospital, where 13 would receive medical attention while he was given his statement, and then he would accompany him home. Scene change. That evening in Principal Nezu's office. With his paws behind his back, Nezu gazed out his office window at the setting sun. In his shrunken form, All Might sat on a couch and remarked, "I can't be sure until tomorrow, but I think I lost about 20 minutes in my other form. Unfortunate, but certainly something we can work around when it comes to planning out your lessons with the students." Nezu said. "Yeah, and I bet it would have been a lot worse if I had to fight that Nomu thing instead of just securing the conflagration zone." All Might thought. Nezu nodded slightly, then turned to look over his shoulder and said, "Yes, we're fortunate Midoriya has such a versatile quirk and that he was in a position to deal with that creature. But his report of the Nomu having multiple quirks is deeply concerning. I don't think I need to tell you why." With his hands clenched, All Might scowled and uttered, "He's back." Izuku arrived at school early 2 days after the USJ attack in order to offload the warper's quirk medium into Power Loader's containment unit. He went to the support course area of the campus. Aizawa was making his weary way to the door at a leisurely pace as he passed the hallway where 1A's classroom was located. Izuku slowed down as he walked beside his homeroom teacher, saying, "Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. How's the arm?" He was able to catch up to him without having to speed up. Aizawa sighed and replied, "Better. Recovery girl was able to heal the worst of it and gave me a cream and bandage wraps for the rest. She doesn't want me using the arm if I don't have to for another few days, but otherwise it's fine." Nodding, Izuku remarked, "I'm glad to hear that." For the remainder of the drive to class, the two remained silent. "Where is Midoriya? It is inappropriate for him to be late, especially with him being class representative," Ida said from inside as they approached the door. Izuku slid the door open, and Aizawa said, "Settle down, Ida, Midoriya just had a delivery for Power Loader this morning." Both of them huffed with laughter. Aizawa moved to the front desk as the aforementioned student crept into the room and headed for his seat. Once they both sat down, the instructor continued, "Now, I know what happened at the USJ was more exciting than you expected, but I don't want you to dwell on it too much since you have a much more important fight coming up in 2 weeks. By which I mean the UA Sports Festival." "All right," exclaimed Kirishima. However, others weren't as excited. "Is it really a good idea to have the sports festival after what happened?" Jiro asked, raising a hand. Kaminari said, "Yeah, what if villains attack again?" Aizawa let out a sigh of tiredness and, "The administration believes it's important to show a strong face to the public. Don't worry though, security will be ramped up more than usual for this event. Besides, the sports festival is too important to cancel just because of a small incident." Minetta's fists clenched as she exclaimed, "Small. Villains attacked the school. And all but 2 out of 74 were arrested with no serious injuries among you students who didn't even have a full week of training from this school," Aizawa said with a smile. After rubbing the back of his head, Minetta trailed off, "Well yeah, when you put it like that it doesn't sound too bad I guess. But still Aizawa put his left hand on the desk and stated, "I said that the sports festival was important, here's why. With the advent of quirks the Olympics became a shadow of itself, both in thoroughness of sport variety and prestige. Quirks interfered with performing the sports, fairly, too much. The sports festivals of schools, primarily those with hero courses where the students could cut loose with their quirks, within reason mind you, have stepped up to the plate in regards to viewership numbers. It is not an exaggeration to say that thousands of people will be in the stands during this event, and millions will be watching it from television screens. Aizawa was leaning forward as he went on, and it's even more important for those in the hero course. This is how you show the professional heroes out there your potential. If a professional hero likes what they see, they will give you an offer to intern with them for a week, which on top of giving you some real-world experience can look rather good on your resume when it comes time to join a hero agency after you graduate and gain your heroic licenses. One chance a year, 3 times in a lifetime. No aspiring hero can miss this sports festival. That means you better not slack off on your training. Together, most of the students exclaimed, "Yes, sir," while the others nodded. Aizawa returned the nod and focused on Izuku while he spoke, and Midoriya, Principal Nezu wished me to inform you that outside of bringing anyone extremely injured to Recovery Girl storing the other competitors without their permission will be considered as unsportsmanlike conduct. I know that removes a very useful option for you, but this will hardly be a life or death struggle. Aizawa said, "Well, that's everything from me, the rest of homeroom is yours to do as you please," after Izuku nodded that he understood. The students started organizing into groups and excitedly discussing the event while Aizawa took out his sleeping bag to take a nap. In particular, Uraraka was enthusiastic about it. Izuku claimed that despite the room's good lighting, a purple aura was emanating from her body as she delivered a few punches and that her face was obscured by shadows. Yaoyorozu, Asui, and Izuku were taken aback when they joined the brunette on their lunch date and discussed the origins of their desire to be heroes. Izuku raised an eyebrow and said, "You want to be a hero for money?" Uraraka didn't appear to be avaricious. Uraraka sheepishly rubbed the back of her head replied, "Yeah, you see it's like this, my parents have a construction company but they've been having trouble for a long while getting any of the really big contracts or even smaller contracts one after the other, so money's always been really tight." Izuku said, "Let me guess, when you said that you'd be a big help thanks to your quirk being able to remove the need of heavy lifter equipment, they told you they'd prefer it if you chase your dream instead." He looked at her sympathetically, recognizing where this was going. Izuku's ability to pardon the pun hit the mark was so impressive that Uraraka blinked, then nodded and said, "That's right. So I'm going to sign on with a good agency and make lots of money so that way they don't need to worry about money so much." Uraraka then adopted a sheepish expression and added, "I know it's nowhere near as admirable as a reason as you guys probably have." "Not at all." Yaomomo shook her head and went on, "It's actually much more admirable than you clearly believe. Wanting to make things easier for your parents is most certainly a noble goal, and choosing a career that will help countless others at the same time just adds to that." Uraraka's cheeks flushed a little at the appreciation, and Yaomomo gave her a sheepish look as she said, "Honestly, hearing your reasoning makes my admittedly abrupt decision to become a hero last year seem a bit shallow." Smiling, Izuku said, "I don't think that makes your decision shallow. The desire to be a hero may not have been present as long, but you're still here, willing to put your life on the line when you could have most likely gone anywhere else you chose." With a smug smile, Yaomomo blushed slightly when Uraraka said, "Yeah, Midoriya's right, I mean, aren't your folks super rich? And yet you're here with us rather than some fancy Mancy prep school full of socialite kids." "Yes, well it is true that my family is well off," Yaomomo said, coughing into her fist. She blushed a little more at Izuku's quiet understatement, "but I didn't want to simply be in an ivory tower looking out at the masses. I wanted to make a real difference out in the world." When Uraraka asked, "What about you, Sue?" the others nodded before turning to face Asui. "No real great reason really, it just made sense to me to become a hero given how useful my quirk would be to help others," the frog-quirked girl shrugged. Before glancing at Izuku and asking, "What about you, Midoriya, what made you decide to become a hero?" Uraraka grinned and said, "Fair enough." Taking out his phone, Izuku displayed a famous video clip and remarked, "I must have watched this 1,000 times in half a year when I was younger." Izuku blushed slightly and said, "Oh, I think I wanted to be a hero since I could first understand words." "Can you see that? He's already saved 100 people. That's crazy. It hasn't even been 10 minutes. That's crazy," said an incredulous voice as Izuku hit play, and the women heard the sound of fire crackling. As All Might climbed over the bus and carried several people out of danger, the following laughter was heard in the hallway, and none of the students could help but smile. Izuku said softly at the end of the video, I want to be like that, to make people just know that no matter how bad it is, things will get better, that they'll make it out alive now that I'm there. Sue put his finger to his chin and remarked, well, your quirk certainly makes getting people out of danger zones a lot easier. After the other two girls nodded, the conversation shifted a little to the areas they hoped to intern in within the next month. As he whispered to himself, it's like he doesn't even realize he's surrounded by the three best-looking girls of the class. How's that fair? Minetta's eye twitched behind them. Time skip. Class end. When Minetta opened the door to the classroom, 1A was taken by surprise. There were roughly 40 students in the corridor. When Izuku saw this, he moved forward, and Yaomomo followed suit. I'm Midoriya, 1A's representative. Is there a reason why you are preventing my classmates from leaving? He said, concealing his slight uneasiness behind a firm tone of voice. They're scoping out the competition, you damn nerd. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us with their own eyes. Bakugo replied as he approached. At least now you know what a future pro looks like. Now move it, extras. He added, stopping directly in front of the students at the front of the group. Before moving forward with Yaomomo, Izuku raised his head as though in prayer for patience. As he arrived at the door, he said, please ignore my classmate. He gave the Pomeranian a disdainful glance before adding, I'm afraid that, belligerent delinquent, is his default setting. Turning to face Izuku, Bakugo clenched his fist and yelled, you wanna go you damn Deku. His teeth grew like sharks. The silent message was clear, behave or be stored. Izuku asked flatly, see, as his hand rose to rest just a few inches from Bakugo's school vest. Bakugo's nostrils began to steam, but the words, so, this is Class 1A, drew him and the others' focus back to the hallway. I heard you guys were impressive, but I agree with the green one, you just seem like an ass blondie, a student with purple hair said, sliding to the front. The purple-haired student looked at the rest of 1A and said, but at least some of you seem reasonable enough. His lips quirked up as he continued, I might be able to actually tolerate some of you. He turned serious and glared at them, saying, I tried for the hero course myself, but didn't make the cut. However, I still have a shot. If I do well enough during the sports festival, the teachers could transfer me in. Of course, that means that one of you guys would have to be transferred out. Scoping the competition, that may be why the others are here. But me, I'm here with a declaration of war. If you guys don't bring your A game, I'll rip that seat right out from under you. Shinso's eyes widened as Izuku went on, assuming the target has to be organic. I can see why you wouldn't have managed to gain enough points with robots being the opponents in the entrance exam. Izuku's eyes narrowed at that, and he said, seeming casually, Shinso Hitoshi, Quirk, brainwash. How do you know that? Replied Shinso, astonished. As he calmly stated, my quirk is bag of holding. And part of it is a mental inventory that keeps track of what I store. Izuku glanced at the other students, who were also a little alarmed. I recognize several of you from when there was that mass panic after the reporters got on school grounds. I got a decent class roster in my head when I had to store the majority of people in that hall so that no one would get hurt. Izuku's gaze caused a few of the students to look a little embarrassed. When he returned it to Shinso, his eyes widened as he spoke. You came with a declaration of war, Shinso Hitoshi. As Class 1A's representative, I give you this answer. Be ready to face a class who have already faced those with deadly intent and come out in one piece. Because just like then, we won't hold back when our futures are on the line. Hiroshima clenched her fist and yelled, damn straight. As a number of other members offered their own agreements. You have anything you want to add, Testutsu? Izuku asked, his eyes darting to the left. Hiroshima's 1B counterpart squinted before retorting, nah, I think I'll leave the talking to my fists during the sports festival. Hiroshima whispered to himself, so manly. A moment later, Yaomomo clapped her hands to get everyone's attention while saying, it seems that what needs to be said has been said, and some of us have trains we need to catch. Please step aside. Izuku's lips quirked upward at that. The non-1A students shuffled around a little bit as some of them exchanged glances, but eventually the group did split up, enabling the 1A students to exit the room. Nevertheless, as the other students watched them go, there was a sense of tension. One that would last for the next 2 weeks before the festival. Time is a humorous concept. It may seem to drag on forever, or it may pass you by faster than you think. Izuku experienced a little more of the latter during the 2 weeks between the sports festival and going back to school following the USJ attack. He had been kept quite busy between receiving the promised rescue training, having All Might take him for half-hour special lessons every other day after regular class ended to teach him how to properly travel jump with his ever-increasing store of kinetic energy without having to constantly calculate or just aim for something to hit that could stop him, and all of the other classes. Oh, and did he not mention that one day, as a safety precaution, Aizawa had paired him with Todoroki to see how hot and narrow Todoroki could get his flames for rescue purposes. Izuku and Jeez thought the guy at the noodle shop was really attractive. Before Todoroki had to abruptly cut it off with a gasp, the 3-foot-long bar of light between their hands had been white. However, Izuku and the other members of Class 1A were now waiting for the time to go outside in a waiting area inside UA's enormous stadium. Izuku and Yaoyorozu had their heads held close together as they looked over a table at the back of the room, while the majority of the students were getting ready in their own ways near the front. Mina sneaked over with a big smile when she saw this, ready to cause some funny, for her at least, embarrassment. She sagged, however, as she was close enough to peer over Izuku's shoulder. They were reviewing documents that even she recognized as belonging to the student council. She sulked and turned away, whispering to herself, "I swear, it's always work, work, work with those two." Izuku waited a few more seconds before grinning and declaring, "She's gone." The papers were put away, but then another set appeared, one page listing each 1A student's preferred pizza and ice cream flavors. A third page listed pizza parlors and their large pies, a fourth contained a number of price calculations, and a third contained a list of ice cream parlors and their quart container prices. Before returning to assisting Izuku with the last-minute preparations for the pizza and ice cream party they would be hosting for their classmates tomorrow, Yaomomo put a hand to her mouth and did a commendable job of controlling her laughter. When they made the announcement later today, it should boost the students' spirits regardless of the festival's outcome. They had already used a bribe of 50,000 yen yesterday to get Jiro to keep quiet about the issue. Even Aizawa was scheduled to attend. The two had persuaded him to stop by for at least 20 minutes yesterday. However, 10 minutes or so later, Izuku's phone buzzed, so he turned off the silent alarm he had set and stored everything. "All right, that's the warning bell, let's get to our entrance, people," he said, turning around and clapping his hands. After a few minutes, they emerged onto the grass that encircled the sizable patch of dirt in the center, where Midnight stood atop a sizable but relatively light aluminum stage. And here they are, folks. The students who got jumped by 70 villains and sent them packing. From Hero Course, 1A. Several of the students waved up to the stands as Present Mike's words caused the crowd to roar. Also from Hero Course, it's 1B ready to chew bubblegum and kick ass, and they ran out of bubblegum. As Present Mike ripped that old one-liner apart, Izuku rolled his eyes. After hearing someone from General Ed complain that they were only there to make the Hero Course look good and receiving multiple agreements from other students, Present Mike went from being mildly frustrated to being irritated as he started to introduce the other classes. It's time for the student pledge. Representing the students is Midoriya Izuku. The teacher yelled as she cracked her whip after all of the classes had gathered in front of the stage with Midnight on. Izuku inhaled deeply before making his way up the stairs and standing in front of the microphone. After a few moments of observing the classes gathered in front of him, he cleared his throat, inhaled deeply once more, and began. "Good morning, I had a short speech ready for this, but now that I'm up here, I'm too disappointed to use it." There was grumbling among the pupils and the audience as Izuku continued. "On the walk out onto the field, I heard several students complain that they were just here to make the Hero Course look good. I find that ridiculous. It's a sports festival, not a heroes festival after all. To me, saying you're only here to make someone else look good is quitters talk, and makes me believe that you don't belong in this school since you have clearly forgotten our motto in the short time we have been here, if you ever even knew what it was in the first place." Some students complained angrily, but Izuku put a hand over the microphone and blew a sharp train whistle, which reverberated throughout the stadium and, if nothing else, silenced the students. He raised his hand from the microphone and kept speaking, plus ultra. "It's not just a fancy catchphrase, it is a way of life. It means you look at your current best and go, no. That's not good enough. You ran 5 laps around the track today at gym class. Tomorrow run 7. You got 97 on a test. Next test get 102. This school is for the best of the best. Support course, make an invention that changes the world, then go and make 4 more. Business course, Come up with a plan that would bring a struggling business so far into the black it can be mistaken for Vantablack. Hero course. When it is time to graduate you should be ready to deal with an earthquake, a flood, and a wildfire, all before lunch. As he said, general education, there are so many doors ahead of you, with some of their keys to be found this very day. Do not ignore them just because you believe that today is made to show off a course that you are not in. If you truly believe that, then prove the staff wrong, out of spite if nothing else. There are more than just heroes in the audience or watching from a TV after all. How will you impress anyone if all they see is you giving up? Izuku directed all of his attention to the general education students, and several of them tensed at the look he was giving them. Those spectators see a sports festival that they will enjoy. Me, I see a mountain with something shining at the top that I want to reach, Izuku said, clenching a fist in front of his chest as he turned to face the entire first-year student body. He finished by raising his fist high, saying, I ask you, students of UA. Will you stay at the base of the mountain, content to remain in its shadow, or will you join me on my climb to reach the top so that we can shout out to the world, hey? Give me a taller mountain now. After all, that is what we do at this school, we go beyond, plus ultra. Not only did Izuku yell those final words, but all of the alumni in the audience of heroes or Nota as well as a number of other onlookers did the same. A number of the first-year students also yelled it, their fists flying into the air. Impressive improv there Midoriya, well done, Midnight said, smiling at Izuku while covering her own microphone. Izuku said, thank you sensei, before jumping off the stage and going back to class 1A. As he moved to stand beside her, Yaomomo remarked, excellent speech, Midoriya. With a robotic chop of the arm, Ida said, yes, a speech to set fire to the blood and the pulse racing. Very manly, Kirishima exclaimed, clenching her fist over her chest. The audience applauded as Present Mike said, what an inspiring speech folks, I'm getting all pumped up. He went on, without wasting any time, let's get this show started. The first event of the sports festival will be a 4-kilometer run with 3 obstacles. Izuku eyed the red-rimmed tunnel entrance that served as the starting line as Present Mike went on to describe the course and the regulations. That tunnel could not have been sufficiently wide to allow everyone to pass without becoming a choke point. But considering how tall it was, Izuku leaned forward and gave himself a nod, prepared to move as soon as the starting signal was given. Izuku took off as soon as the tunnel's lights turned green, exerting just enough energy on his legs to walk 20 feet at a time without losing his balance. Even though the distance helped, he moved so quickly that a few pro-hero veterans in the audience blinked in surprise as they struggled to keep up with him. He jumped up and bounced between the walls as he reached the tunnel, incidentally, leaving the ground to try to trip Todoroki just as his ice reached his location. Present Mike exclaimed, and Midoriya takes off like a bat out of hell. The rest of the runners are going to really have to put the pedal to the metal if they want any hope of catching up. As he bounded out of the tunnel with a harder push that sent him a good 100 feet out, Izuku came up running after landing in a combat roll. Todoroki released more ice to trap feet as the remaining students started to pour through the tunnel. However, the remainder of 1A swiftly evaded or resisted the trap and proceeded to follow their representative. Several of the non-hero course students were also swiftly set free by Izuku's speech, either by using their own quirks or simply by twisting their feet very hard because Todoroki had only made the ice thick enough to trap their shoes. A few dozen robots from the entrance exam, including no fewer than 7 of the enormous zero-pointers, were the first obstacle Izuku had to overcome. As he sped past the comparatively smaller robots, Izuku noticed a smile spreading across his face. He slapped a hand on any 1, 2, or 3 pointers he passed and stored them in his bag of holdings. And no, Uwa was not retrieving the robot's ammunition. The zero-pointer in front of him started to reach down at him as he did this. Who was he to turn down such an invitation, anyway? Izuku leapt onto the arm, ran up to its shoulder, and then used enough strength in his legs to launch himself 300 yards into the air. 50 feet out, he performed a twisting flip, which sent him flying backwards and upside down. His right arm was outstretched, his hand formed a finger gun, and the digit briefly sparked before a K-E-R-A-C-K. Midoriya blitzes his way through Robo Inferno, giving us an encore of his entrance exam performance by snatching up any poor robot standing in his way with his quirk bag of holding, then blasting a zero-pointer with one of his stored lightning bolts. Power Loader yelled, damn it, not again. While he and a few other employees watched the race, He could have stored it like the others and saved me from having to replace that one," he added, raising his hands in the air. All Might thought this was funny and said, "You do realize he's supposed to be showing off here, right?" Power Loader's only response was to grumble. Izuku completed his flip and landed in another roll before sprinting to the next obstacle. The other students' frontliners soon arrived at Robo Inferno, and Todoroki arched an eyebrow at the zero-pointer, which, aside from the arcs of residual electricity, appeared to have been subjected to his father's quirk. He launched an ice wave at another zero-pointer, freezing it solid, and then shook his head from that thought, forming a spear out of ice to take out the second pointer that attempted to attack him. Without hesitation, the remainder of 1A also passed through the robots, destroying or turning them off. Seeing them in action gave the other students the motivation they needed to succeed. When Yaoyorozu created a cannon that eliminated all 6 zero-pointers in a single shot, as Todoroki and Izuku had done, even the remaining 6 were swiftly defeated. Wow, Eraserhead, your kids are ruthless. The villain attack at the USJ has shown them that they can't afford to hesitate. An important lesson to learn. And speaking of not hesitating, Midoriya is about to reach the second obstacle. Man, his quirk is handy. If I could store anything I got my hands on, I'd buy out the entire stock of 5 KFCs so that I could have a hot bucket of fried chicken whenever I wanted. Aw man, now I'm hungry. Whatever, let's see how Midoriya handles the fall. I'd rather not miss a jump. That pit looks pretty deep and it'd waste too much kinetic force getting back out, so Izuku thought as he saw the enormous pit with its big, 20-foot wide pillars connected by thick cables. He made a kind of skipping hop a moment later, and his green Bikea, which was conspicuously devoid of Teresa, appeared beneath him. I can't believe my eyes, viewers. Midoriya's riding a bike without tires across the cables like he's a tightrope performer at a circus. And even though one wrong twitch could send him toppling over, he's not hesitating to pedal as fast as he can. Present Mike said. Aizawa raised his eyebrows as he said, without tires, the rims of the wheels are bracketing the cables, aiding Midoriya in staying on top of the wires. That said, it would not surprise me if he has to replace the wheels after today. I'd say that it's worth it though, given how quickly he's traversing this obstacle. He's already halfway through," said Present Mike. After completing the obstacle, Izuku coasted for a few more feet by swinging his right leg over the back tire. He then stored the bike and resumed his ground-eating run. Uraraka could see Bakugo and Todoroki already using their quirks to make their way across the wide chasm on the opposite side. She put on a burst of speed and then jumped out into the air with a yell, her eyes narrowing in determination. Her weight vanished when she quickly pressed a hand to the other arm, causing her to float over 5 pillars before having to cancel her quirk and landing on the 6th. After taking a few quick breaks to calm her stomach, she rushed to the edge and did it again. Asui hurried along one of the lines, thinking to herself, Uraraka's really serious about this, huh? Shortly after, Hatsume Mei, who was wearing support gear and escorting 2 other support course students with their own grappling systems, swung past beneath her while giggling uncontrollably. A quick look back revealed Shinso, with a fierce, determined expression on his face, leading the charge of the general education students across the lines. When Asui noticed that only Pony Tsunotori, Abara Shiozaki, and Setsuna Tokage were outpacing them out of 1B, she had to scowl. The 3 of them were using their quirks to swiftly cross the wide pit. Asui told herself as she looked forward, 1B really needs to pick up the pace. He was rapidly approaching the final obstacle with Izuku when he blinked upon seeing a huge sign that read, Danger Mines. A menacing smile spread across his face as he leaned forward and started to increase the distance. He ran from 20 feet per stride to 30, with a pair of goggles emerging around his head. Midoriya is rapidly approaching the last obstacle, a mine field. But rather than slowing down so that he can see where they are buried, this speed racer says, damn the torpedoes. And instead picks up speed. The present microphone announced. Izuku was in the minefield a moment later when his foot struck the round area of earth where a mine had been buried. With the exception of his internal kinetic force numbers momentarily increasing, Izuku was unaffected by the mine's explosion, which included a burst of pink smoke and enough force to launch a person. Indeed, rather than impeding him, the mines were. Hey Eraser, am I seeing things, or is Midoriya actually aiming to land on the mines as he makes his way across? As shown with the lightning bolt earlier, Midoriya's quirk can also store energy. This includes the kinetic energy that Midoriya has been using to move so fast. He's using the mines to make up for some of what he's used, turning what should have been a hazard into a benefit. Present Mike cackled, man, forget handy, that kid's Quirk is op BS. Before he reached the tunnel that led back into the stadium, Izuku blitzed down the remaining course and cleared the minefield a short while later. As he reached the end, he slid to a halt and put his hands on his knees while taking deep breaths. As the crowd applauded, Present Mike exclaimed, and Midoriya reaches the finish line way ahead of the other racers. Way to represent Class 1A class rep. While Izuku stood back up on a laptop screen, eyes narrowed in hate, one person in 2 darkened rooms scratched at their neck in agitation. Another, watching from a wide-screen TV, smiled with delight at the newly installed display, eager to have such a useful quirk under his control. Izuku went to Midnight's stage without realizing this, leapt up to sit on its edge, and then looked at the other racers on the screens. Bakugo and Todoroki were already close to the middle of the minefield and seemed to be fighting as they ran. The fact that the two were diverting what must have been a significant portion of their attention from avoiding the mines made Izuku shake his head. Izuku could see Iida stumbling a little, but he was right on their tails, trying his best to ignore the mine explosions as he stumbled. To be more precise, he was stumbling a lot because his foot had landed a little closer to the front of a mine than the back, which meant he was getting more blast than before. Shiozaki from 1B was able to pass him after that slip-up, her vines supporting her as she quickly crossed the mine's dock OC style. However, he frowned as he continued to observe those arriving at the mine field. A significantly smaller number of 1B members were present, and roughly 10 students from the general education and support course were already navigating the final obstacle of the race course, while a sizable portion of 1A was already doing so. Even though it was satisfying to see how his speech had inspired those students, it was concerning that 1B didn't seem to be keeping up with 1A. Midnight said, "You see it too then." Izuku looked up to see her frowning slightly as she looked down at him. It's almost like most of 1B is sandbagging, but why the hell would they do that given how important this is? Izuku inquired. Still wearing a tiny frown, Midnight said, "I don't know, but I can guarantee their homeroom teacher is not happy with them at the moment. There's going to be a reckoning for whoever put the idea out there to the rest of the class." Her whip hand twitched slightly, like the tail of an agitated cat. Those making the cutoff to attend the second event started to arrive over the course of the following 15 minutes. These were the top 42. Izuku Midoriya A first. Katsuki Bakugo A in second place tie. Shoto Todoroki A second tie. Abara Shiozaki, third B. Tenya Iida A fourth. Fumikage Tokiyami, 5th A. Honta Siro, 6th A. Eijiro Kirishima A 7th tie. Testutsu B tie is the 7th test. Pony Tsunotori, 8th B. Masharao Ojiro, 9th A. Tsuyu Asui 10th A. Rikido Sato, 11th A. Mezzo Shoji, 12th A. Ochako Uraraka, 13th A. Momo Yaoyorozu, 14th A. Minoru Mineta, 15th A. Mina Ishido, 16th A. Koji Koda, 17th A. Kyoka Jiro, 18th A. Hitoshi Shinso, Gen 19th. Denki Kaminari, 20th A. Setsuna Tokage, B on the 21st. Itsuka Kendo, 22nd B. Yui Kodai, 23rd B. Juzo Honanuki, B 24th. Yosetsu Awase, B 25th. Reiko Yanagi, 26th B. Chikuchi Togaike, Gen 27th. Sutsutaka Agayamato, Gen on the 28th. Shihai Kuwaro, B 29th. Miko Nakadai, Gen 30th. Kosei Saburaba, 31st B. Lee Soren, 32nd General. 33rd Gen. Kinomoto Sakura. Daidoji Tomoyo, Support 34th. Mei Hatsume, 35th Support. Meina Furasu, Support 36th. Shika, the 37th Pura, Support. Togaru Kamakiri, 38th B. Toru Hagakuri A 39th. Yuga Aoyama, 40th A. There were 8 1B members who had missed the cutoff. At the 8th, Mono Manito, Izuku and the other pupils witnessed 7 of the 8 blowing their tops. The copycat apparently believed it was a good idea for 1B to hold back so they didn't show their hands too early, even though Izuku's speech had got people fired up. It had obviously backfired on him. Up in the teacher section, Vlad King was looking utterly incensed. As Snipe asked, "So is it safe to assume I'll be breaking out the paintball gun while they run laps for the next month after classes?" A vein began to twitch over his eye. Vlad King sounded out, "Try 3. Though Monoma might not be in my class long enough to run those laps." Present Mike yelled, "All right folks, Now that the first event is finished, it's time to learn what the second will be. Hit at midnight, and things finally got back on track after a lengthy delay. A sequence of event names rolled too quickly to be more than a blur for anyone without a perception-boosting quirk when Midnight pressed a remote control on the big screen behind her. The words Cavalry Battle appeared when it stopped. Kaminari grumbled, "Cavalry Battle? Aw man, I stink at those." Izuku grinned and thought, well, this should be interesting. Thoughts were already starting to cross his mind. Ooh, a stadium. That's right everyone, the next event will be a cavalry battle. But unlike what you're used to on school playgrounds, quirks are not only allowed but encouraged. Midnight announced. Asui put her finger to her chin and remarked, "I wonder how they'll split us up, it's not an individual event." Midnight whipped the girl who was frog quirked and replied, "That will be up to you kids. You will form teams of 2 to 4 and each student is given a point value based on your ranking in the obstacle course. Last place starts at 5 points with the points going up in increments of 5. Except for first place, they're worth 10 million points. That's right, it's survival of the fittest and a chance for those at the bottom to overthrow the top." Everyone was staring at him all of a sudden, and Izuku blinked once. He could almost see them turn into black silhouettes that started to loom over him with blazing red eyes. With a menacing smile, he lifted his hand and cocked his head, saying, "Question Midnight Sensei." Midnight drew lead out in a playful tone, "Yes, Midoriya. What's stopping me from flash blinding anyone stupid enough to come after me with my 8 summers worth of stored sunlight, then throwing the 3-pointer missiles, lightning bolts or even the semi-truck I have stored in bag of holding at them?" Every student recoiled, then recoiled once more as Midnight chuckled and exclaimed, "Absolutely nothing." She then asked inquisitively, "Do you really have a semi-truck though?" Izuku shrugged and said, "Most of one, it's missing the engine and wheels." While raising his right arm in the air and abruptly grasping the remnants of a semi-truck by the back end, he made a number of students wish they were still wearing their brown pants. When the audience saw the multi-ton piece of metal being held one-handed by a high school student without any apparent strain, all muttering fell silent. Mina whimpered, "Oh yeah, All Might Sensei did say there was one of those at the beach you cleaned up." Izuku shrugged and put the truck back in his quirk. "Yep, and for some reason there was also a steam roller missing the rear roller wheel." Using his right index finger to absently scratch his neck, he continued, "I don't have that anymore though since I sold it to a mechanic from the Tokyo Department of Transport." "Well, let's try not to throw anything too heavy at people, alright." Now getting back on track, Midnight said, shaking her head. She gestured at the screen, which displayed Present Mike, Snipe, 13, and All Might in yellow suits. The numbers 5, 10, 15, and 20 were displayed in circles, pointing at each teacher. The game itself will last 15 minutes. Individual point totals will be added together to reach your team total. Everyone will know what you're worth thanks to your headbands. Midnight added. The number 50 moved to rest on the headband around All Might's head after the circles blended together to become its replacement. As a headband with the number 10 million appeared on the screen, Midnight stated, "Swipe as many headbands as you can to raise your team's score." Although there was a knot, the Velcro would actually keep the headband secure, making it easier to steal from another team. Midnight went on, "Stolen headbands must be worn from the neck up, so the more you steal the harder it'll be to manage them." The screen displayed All Might accumulating headbands until his head was fully covered, with streams of sweat dripping off him in an indication of struggle. And another thing, even if your headband gets stolen or your team falls down, you can keep playing until the time runs out. Midnight said, brandishing her whip at the pupils. Yaoyorozu remarked, "It's anyone's game then." "Yeah, and since there are 42 contestants there will be 10 or 12 teams fighting in the field the entire time." Sato replied next to her. "Now as I said before, you're free to use your quirks however you wish, but there's still one rule that you must obey, and that is that you cannot purposefully knock other teams to the ground. If you do that I'll slap you with a red card and you'll be disqualified." Midnight said with a further crack of the whip. Bakugo said, "TCH. To himself, you have 15 minutes to build your teams. Starting now," said Midnight as a 15-minute timer appeared on the screen. "Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, Su. I'd like you 3 to be on my team." Izuku yelled without hesitation. "Hey, no fair Midoriya, you can't take the 3 hottest girls of the class for yourself just because you have the most points." Mineta yelled, pointing angrily at Izuku. Before cocking his head and asking in bewilderment, what does it have to do with their quirks being the best ones to form a team with my own that they are attractive girls? Izuku blinked down at the shortest student there. All of those attractive girls blushed slightly in satisfaction at Izuku's casual yet sincere remark. Mineta's jaw worked for a few seconds, but he was unable to think of a good response that would not result in a slap. He growled and turned to stomp away, muttering rather disparaging things under his breath. Uraraka said, "I'm in Midoriya," as she hurried over. "According to the heiress, I'll join as well." Asui nodded and said, "If you'll have me, then I'd certainly rather be with you than against you." Todoroki, who had desired Yaoyorozu for his own team, took a moment to look at Izuku with narrowed eyes and a dissatisfied frown as the other students started forming teams. He couldn't blame Izuku, though, for speaking up as soon as the timer went off. Without her, he would simply have to get by. Hatsume was another student who was frowning at Izuku. People would almost certainly be watching Mr. 10 million points most of the time, which meant they would be able to see her babies in action. However, the jerk was forced to choose 3 of his classmates at the very beginning. If she ever had a child for him, we'll see. After hearing the other students in the support course ask if they should stick together, she made the decision to join them in showing off their babies. After a brief moment of observing the stockpile Quirk team, Shinso hummed and exclaimed, "Nakadai, Kinomoto, Lee. I'd like to form a team with you 3. When their names were called, the 3 general ed students became animated. After giving Shinso a quick glance, the 3 turned to face one another. However, Sakura smiled as she turned around after that and said, "Okay, we'll help you." As more students joined together, they were all prepared by the end of the 15 minutes. The team's rankings, from highest to lowest, were Asui, Midoriya, and Yaoyorozu on Team Uraraka scored 10,440 points. Iida, Tokiyami, and Jiro for Team Todoroki, 690 points. Ashido, Kirishima, and Siro for Team Bakugo, 680 points. 535 points for Team Tetsu, Honanuki, Shiozaki, and Awase. Team Hagakure, 450 points for Sato, Kota, and Ojiro. Team Mineta, 390 points for Shoji, Kaminari, and Aoyama. Team Kendo, Tokage, Tsunotori, and Yanagi, 340 points. Team Shinso, 250 points for Lee, Kinomoto, and Nakadai. Kuwaro, Saburaba, and Kodai for Team Kamakiri, 215 points. Togaike, Agayamato, 135 points for the team. Furusu, Hatsume, and Daidoji for Team Shika, 115 points. Izuku turned to face his teammates as headbands were being distributed and said, "Are you 3 sure you're alright with Plan A? I'm fine using Plan B instead if any of you want to." While it is certainly unconventional, I think Plan A is actually the better choice, Yaoyorozu said, grinning at Izuku. Uraraka grinned and said, "Yeah, this is going to be fun." Before laughing and exclaiming, "I can't wait to see everyone else's faces when they see it." Asui gave a nod and stated, "The plan is sound, Midoriya. Like I said before, I have no issue with it, Ribbit." Izuku said, "All right then." Yaoyorozu then started creating harnesses with creation. When the tiny robot with the headbands rolled out onto the field a minute later, Izuku gave it a brief thank you and accepted the 10,440 point headband. For a brief moment, the robot appeared startled, and Izuku was positive that it would have blinked as it said, "You're welcome, flesh bag." Izuku turned and gave Uraraka the headband, letting out a quick, "Hey," as it went to hand it to the next team. The 4 then observed as the other team's riders started to mount the horses, noting who was in which position. Team Uraraka didn't get up until every other team was in position. Izuku smiled and said, "Let's do this." He stepped forward a few paces to be in front of the girls and knelt down as the other team stared at them intently. Yaomomo swiftly fastened her harness to his after placing a hand on his right shoulder and using it as a vault to land with her legs on his shoulders. With a swift ribbit, Asui leapt up onto Yaoyorozu's shoulders as soon as Izuku got back up. And fastened her harness's straps to Yaoyorozu's as well. Uraraka then jumped up as soon as Asui landed, touching her right arm with her left hand before landing on Asui's shoulders and swiftly connecting harnesses. Uraraka also placed a hand on Yaoyorozu's shoulder as she passed them. 38 students gave them startled looks as the totem pole of one team gazed down at the other teams. Well folks, that's one way to make it harder for your opponents to grab your headband. I kind of think Midoriya's flexing on us though with how he's apparently planning to carry the other 3 members of his team for 15 minutes. The present Mike replied. With the order they are in, all 3 horses can easily go for another team's headbands with their various abilities then pass them up to their rider. And it's not like it's actually going to be all that heavy for Midoriya with Uraraka negating hers and the other 2 girls' weight like that. A very logical plan. Aizawa noted that in Izuku was certain that the grinning. With a cheer, present Mike said, "You heard it here folks, Team Uraraka has a Racerhead's stamp of approval." Izuku smirked slightly and said, "Let's make them regret that, shall we?" After calmly examining each team for a while. "The moment we start, they're going to rush us. It's time to kick off the second event, listeners. In 3, 2, 1, go." Izuku rushed forward, launching a wall of water 3 feet high in front of him. As the wave struck the horses, a number of students swore while trying to maintain their balance. Yaoyorozu grabbed the seemingly floating headband from Hagakuri's brow as he ran past the first 2 teams, while Asui's tongue grabbed the headband from Testutsu's forehead. When Testutsu attempted to snatch it back, he was too slow and Asui's tongue swiftly reeled in. "Hey!" he yelled. Hagakuri yelled, "Ah, no fair," as the totem pole sped by them. And Team Uraraka gets a great start with Midoriya unleashing a small wave against the first 2 teams to rush them while his riders swipe their headbands. The presenter yelled out. Midoriya's eyes darted to Team Mineta, the next closest group, as Uraraka swiftly accepted the headbands that were offered to her. The 3 horses, led by Shoji, had handled the wave's remnants considerably more easily than the first 2 groups. However, they were still completely soaked. He wasn't sure if Kaminari could just draw all of it to himself and then send it back with the zap sword he had been permitted to bring in order to limit the spread of his own quirk, but Izuku might have taken advantage of that with a quick shot of some of his stored electricity. As he ducked under Mineta's sticky balls and Aoyama's 2 laser beams, he said, "Yaoyorozu, insulated weapon, be ready to deflect Kaminari. Su, get the headband. I'll deal with Shoji." Right. Izuku produced a 3-pointer missile as the 2 called down. Shoji's arms instinctively crossed to protect his torso as his eyes grew wide over his mask. Instead of hitting him with the missile, Izuku threw it at the big team's feet, where it created a cloud of dust that blocked Shoji's vision long enough for Midoriya to run past him. In a panic, Kaminari swung at him, but Yaoyorozu used her own rubber-coated sword to knock his weapon away. In order to make Mineta back off, Asui's tongue suddenly protruded and he, lightly, slapped his face before reaching up to grab the headband. They were gone in an instant, and Izuku turned on the figurative afterburners and dashed off, swerving to avoid the other charging teams. Present Mike yelled, and with that Midoriya and company break out of the pack, stealing 3 headbands while they were at it. "That's quite some teamwork those 3 have," as Mineta started to complain loudly. "Hopefully that scares the other teams away from trying anything for a while." Izuku grumbled. Present Mike went on, "Remember that there are other headbands to go after as well though contestants, let's see some brawls." And he smiled a moment later. Izuku looked up slightly and yelled, "You doing alright so far, Uraraka?" As Yaoyorozu giggled at that. Calling back down, Uraraka said, "Yeah, I'm fine. Alright, let me know when you need to release your quirk." Izuku returned the call before continuing, "We're going to focus on evasion right now, keep your head on a swivel so that way none of the teams sneak up behind us." Uraraka called back, "Got it." And then she started to turn her head, trying to absorb as much information as she could. When he was 15 feet from the nearest boundary line, Izuku pulled out a one-wheeler board and started riding it around the arena. He could then leave the board and continue moving if any of the other players, Hononuki, Todoroki, and Mineta, set a trap in his path. "There's no point going after that team right now," Todoroki said after examining this for a moment. He then looked at the other teams and added, "Not while there are 6 other headbands to go for first." Jiro said, "So who are we going for captain?" Todoroki was tempted to face Bakugo's squad, but Jiro would suffer greatly from his explosions, so it would be best to avoid them for as long as possible. Team Shinso and Team Kendo were the next 2 teams with the highest number of points. The answer was clear because Kendo had the higher point value and Todoroki recalled Midoriya stating that Shinso had a brainwashing quirk. Todoroki said, "We'll go for Team Kendo." Ida turned to face the team and started running, Jiro and Tokiyami bracing themselves in the 6-inch thick slabs of ice on their feet. Although a little chilly, it was preferable to attempting to keep up with the speedster. Something had apparently set Bakugo off, and he was pursuing the other team from 1B. As Daidoji reached up and handed over their headband, Shinso somehow got all 4 of the support team members to stop talking and start talking to him at once. According to Izuku, who observed this from a distance, so that's how it works, a challenge response activation. His vice representative said, which means we can't answer him if he starts talking to us. Izuku contacted someone to get confirmation, saying, make sure he doesn't get too close Uraraka. Listeners, we've reached the halfway point. Let's see those standings, exclaimed Present Mike. When Izuku's gaze strayed to the big screen, he saw without surprise that Bakugo and Todoroki had gained more points. And that the only people who truly had points were them and Shinso. Izuku yelled, okay girls, time for phase 2, as the 3 teams started to angle toward him. Right, called Uraraka and Yaoyorozu. Before passing up 3 metal spheres the size of oranges with broad hooks on them, Yaoyorozu made a pair of gloves and gave them to their rider. Present Mike said, hey, what's Uraraka doing? Aizawa smirked as he said, something logical. Izuku turned slightly more to face the inside of his circuit as he reached the next corner and then stopped. Uraraka then began tossing the balls, with the 390, 450, and 535-point headbands attached to the hooks flapping as they flew, landing between Izuku's group and the others within 15 feet of one another. The headbands continued to be influenced by Uraraka's peculiarity, which made it easier for people to pick them up without bending over, and they hung upward, flapping in the slight wind. After a brief period of silence, Tetsu yelled, get the points. After that, every other team rushed to grab the headbands that were lying around. Since their original headband is worth so much, they don't actually need to keep a hold of the others. Using them as distractions is a good play. Aizawa humorously observed that as a free-for-all began between all of the other teams, most of the other teams can't afford to ignore the easy points to go after the much harder but higher point value headband. As Iida charged around the battle, staring at Team Uraraka, Present Mike yelled, Note Eraserhead said, most folks. Todoroki created a huge ice wall to block his team from following as soon as they passed the others, restricting Izuku's range with his one-wheeler. Izuku said, Yaoyorozu, disconnect, remember what I told you about Tokiyami, as he moved his hands from her shins to beneath her thighs. Even as she started to unclip herself, his vice representative questioned, are you sure about this Midoriya? With a smile, Izuku said, don't worry, I'll keep them entertained. 2 seconds later, he pushed upward, and the 3 girls swiftly reached the stadium roof. Using a pair of fold-out fans that Yaoyorozu had given her prior to the match for this precise move, Uraraka halted their climb. With Jiro throwing her ear jacks and Dark Shadow charging at them as they were rising, it was obvious that Team Todoroki wouldn't allow them to get away with it so easily. However, Yaoyorozu launched a star shell from her hand that detonated directly in front of the Quirk construct, causing it to shriek in distress before backing away, while Asui used her tongue to swat the jacks away. The majority of Team Uraraka escapes up into the air, leaving Team Todoroki to contend with Midoriya. The present microphone announced. Izuku rolled toward the other 4 pupils below, ignoring the bright light above. Big mistake making that wall, Todoroki, now you're stuck here with just me. He said, laughing as he went. With a grunt, Todoroki shot back, I can easily make a way out. Izuku retorted, still laughing, not if I keep you here. Tokiyami yelled, Dark Shadow. And his partner did the same. The weakened Quirk construct gamely shot out towards Izuku, only to scream in agony as he was hit by light shot from his opponent's hand again. At the same moment that Jiro sent her jacks and Midoriya performed a kick flip of his board, Todoroki launched ice along the floor. Normally, you couldn't do that with the heavy device unless you were exceptionally strong. Jiro's ear jacks slammed into a familiar truck door just as the ice was moving beneath the board. Izuku used the door as a platform to launch himself higher into the air and let go of his zap bar, sending the sharpened metal rod flying toward the team from the palm of his hand. It stabbed into the ground as Iida swiftly swerved out of its way. However, Izuku pulled himself along the length of the pole using his quirk as a grappling line before kicking off the ground to pursue, using another piece of metal to deflect Jiro's jacks, blasting more light at Dark Shadow, and simply storing any ice that Todoroki threw at him. Present Mike exclaimed excitedly, Midoriya's relentlessly pressing Team Todoroki, it looks like they bit off more than they can chew, folks. Aizawa's calm tone was followed by, Meanwhile Team Bakugo has already secured the 535-point headband while Team Shinso now has the 390-point headband. The two teams are managing to hold off any that try to take them and the other headbands they have even as they and the rest continue to fight over the 450 headband that is still on the ground. Throughout the following few minutes, Izuku continued to harass Team Todoroki. The only effective defense they had because Izuku had not sold the others was for Iida to constantly run around the walled-off area to keep him out of reach. Additionally, Izuku had blasted past them and struck it with a forceful kick, shattering the construct the one time Todoroki attempted to create an ice ramp out of the area. He didn't stop until Present Mike yelled, "Time's up," and a loud buzzer sounded. With a sigh, Iida looked up at Todoroki and said softly, "That was an ill-conceived plan, Todoroki." Izuku stopped instantly, put his hands on his knees, and started to slow down his heart. The heterochromatic teen acknowledged, perhaps, before tilting his head toward the ice wall and adding, "But it prevented Bakugo's explosions from disabling Jiro and prevented Bakugo and the others from attempting to obtain our headbands as well." Tokiyami observed, "I see, the best of two bad options." When Asui called down, "Hey Midoriya," the three girls were floating down when Izuku looked up at the call, with Uraraka appearing somewhat shady despite swinging the fans. Izuku produced one of his longer ropes and threw the line upward, with Asui encircling it with her tongue as it peaked. To bring the two pieces of the team back together, the two of them collaborated. Uraraka kindly released her quirk, regaining the three's weight, after Midoriya had been used as an anchor point to keep everyone's feet pointed toward the ground. "You all right there, Uraraka?" Izuku inquired worriedly. Despite having her other hand clasped over her mouth, the brunette gave him a thumbs up and nodded. Yaoyorozu and Asui both started rubbing her back while the former remarked, "It looks like you had the perfect plan, Midoriya, ribbit." And now to say who will be continuing on to the final event. Having kept the 10 million headband the entire time, Team Uraraka easily held on to first place. Next in second place is Team Todoroki. Team Bakugo claimed third place. Izuku nodded, and all four of them looked up as Present Mike called out, "Damn it." While Team Shinso took fourth place. These four teams will be going forward to the next event. But first we'll be taking an hour-long break for lunch. Let's go grab some Shao Eraser. I'd rather grab a nap. As they ate lunch, Izuku ended up staying with Yaoyorozu, Asui, and Uraraka. For them and the other girls in 1A, it proved to be quite lucky. 10 minutes or so later, Mineta and Kaminari approached the table as a group of elderly women wearing orange cheerleading costumes with Ua on them ran by. "Hey Yaoyorozu, I'm sure you already know since you're a class representative and all, but they said everyone has to wear those cheerleading outfits to do a cheer battle in the afternoon." Mineta inquired. Yaoyorozu questioned bewilderedly, "What? I didn't hear anything about an event like that though." Asui tilted her head in a slight frown. Uraraka, meanwhile, was blushing a little. In the meantime, Izuku's eyes narrowed. "You don't have to believe me, but we heard from Aizawa-sensei. I thought maybe you'd forget, so I'd tell you just in case," Mineta said, turning around and raising his hands behind his head. Izuku took out his cell phone and said, "Well then, I'm sure you wouldn't mind if as the class representative I confirm that." "Wait, don't do that. You heard him on the loudspeaker. He's trying to catch some sleep. Do you know how pissed he's going to be?" Mineta said, spinning around and waving his hands while dripping sweat. Before a click sounded and everyone heard, "What do you need, Midoriya?" The phone hardly rang once. Izuku grinned at the now pasty white mime Kaminari, who was not doing too well, and replied, "Aizawa-sensei, you're on speakerphone." Mineta just showed up to the table I'm sharing with my Cavalry Battle team and told Yaoyorozu that she and the rest of the girls need to join that American cheer squad Principal Nezu hired for a cheer battle in the afternoon. Is that true? Because if so, this is the first Yaoyorozu and I have heard about it, and so someone on the staff dropped the ball when it came to telling us. The three girls were now staring at Mineta, who appeared on the verge of urinating on himself out of fear, and you could tell that Aizawa was a little irritated when he said, "No, it's not." I would have told them myself if that was the case. Nothing improved when Aizawa kept going, "Mineta, for trying to take advantage of your classmates and potentially disrupting the sports festival. When the other students are dismissed for the day, you will be running 20 laps around the track of Training Field K, am I clear?" Whimpering, Mineta said, "Clear, sir." "Good. Also, Asui, you know what to do." Asui said, her eyes gleaming with menace, "Sure thing, Aizawa-sensei, ribbit." Now Sue, it was all just in good fun. High school students play pranks all the time. Mineta said with a nervous laugh as the line disconnected and she and Kaminari started to back up, their hands raised defensively. Uraraka crossed his arms and exclaimed, "This would have been broadcast on national television though, and even to the rest of the world." Mineta was launched a good 50 feet away when Asui's tongue struck his cheek with such force a moment later. And he struck the cafeteria wall, which was the only thing that prevented him from flying any farther. As Kaminari turned to observe, his head abruptly turned away, causing him to stumble as the frog girl's tongue struck him next. Kaminari rubbed at his irritated cheek and remarked, "Yeah, I probably deserved that." Yaoyorozu squinted and hurried out of the room after saying, "Yes you did, now please leave." Simply put, he was relieved that Izuku hadn't told Aizawa that he had also been there because, with his longer legs, he would have likely been running 100 laps. No, thank you, especially considering that Training Field K's half-mile track was the longest of all the first-year training fields. As Present Mike announced, we'll be having some real fun games for you students to play, but first, we'll be seeing who will be fighting who in the third tournament, which will be one-on-one combat. The students rejoined Midnight on stage after lunch. With a big orange box in hand, Midnight declared, "We'll be drawing lots, starting with the winning team." Izuku made the other three smile by saying, "Ladies first." According to Yaoyorozu, for the sake of simplicity, let's go alphabetically. Asui remarked, "I guess that means I go first," after the other two nodded. As their names appeared in the tournament brackets, the 16 fighters looked up at the screen after they had all drawn their numbers. Shiro vs. Jiro, Tokiyami vs. Kirishima, Bakugo vs. Kinomoto, Lee vs. Yaoyorozu, Midoriya vs. Nakadai, Uraraka vs. Todoroki, Shinso vs. Asui, Ida vs. Mina. Shiro asked, "Wow, talk about like vs like Jiro," and received a nod and, "Yeah." Bakugo's opponent, a brunette with short brown hair with raised partings, two curved a-hooves, and two long thin strands down the side of her face with emerald green eyes, frowned at him in disgust at his attitude. "Who the fuck is Kinomoto?" Bakugo asked with a frown. Izuku gave him a quick glance before turning his attention to his own Gen Ed opponent. When she noticed that he was staring at her, Nakadai Miko, a brown-eyed ravenette with pink highlights who wore a low ponytail and two twin tails at the top of her head, gave him a rock symbol with her right hand and smiled eagerly, as some might even say bloodthirstily. Izuku's brows lifted slightly before he thought, "What the hell?" Her smile widened as she returned the same hand gesture. Kirishima yelled, "Hey Tokiyami, it looks like we're throwing down, let's make it a good match, yeah." "I look forward to meeting you on the battlefield," Tokiyami said, nodding. Uraraka turned to face Todoroki and muttered, "Oh man, I'm going against Todoroki." Todoroki gave her a sidelong glance, and she didn't like the uninterested expression on his face. "I won't make it easy for you," she said resolutely. Todoroki hummed a little and muttered, "We'll see." Yaoyorozu turned to face Lee as the two of them silently assessed one another. Momo and Lee returned to their study of the brackets after Lee tilted his head in acknowledgement. Ida made a robotic arm chop and said, "Let us have an excellent match, Mina." Mina exclaimed, "Yeah, this is going to be fun." Shinso smiled and said, "So you're to be my opponent then?" To Asui. Asui tilted her head and then gave a silent nod, which made him smile a little wider, before he stepped aside. "Now that the matches have been set, let's have fun with some games. Those taking part in the third event don't have to join in, but maybe you'd like something to make the time go by faster or take your mind off what's coming next." The present Mike responded. Izuku started right away to go to one of the stadium's entrances, taking out his phone to send a brief text. He smiled at the prompt response he received a half-minute later and started to run. But he heard, "Shoto will surpass you one day, that is what I made him for." As soon as he arrived at his destination, Izuku pondered for a moment before shaking his head and spotting a stairwell. Standing 10 steps higher, the number 2 hero was glaring up at All Might, who was also on the stairs. All Might hummed as he saw Izuku arrive. His smile, which appeared to be slightly diminished, appeared, and he exclaimed, "Ah, young Midoriya." He leapt over Endeavor and performed a twisting flip, landing by Izuku with his fists to his hips. "I assume you'd like a top-off to make up for that show of strength before the cavalry battle. I gotta say, holding a semi-truck over everybody's head sent quite the message," he said. Izuku said, "That is correct, sir. You don't mind, do you?" while nodding and raising his right hand. All Might chuckled and remarked, "Not at all, As your teacher, it's not only my duty but privilege to give you the tools you need to succeed." Endeavor glared down at his students as he delivered 5 swift but appropriate punches to their hands. Izuku thanked him and walked away down the corridor. After watching him go, All Might grinned and said, "Endeavor," sternly. He turned to face the number 2 hero, and Endeavor couldn't help but tense up when he saw the sparkle in All Might's eyes. "I suggest you give Herman Melville's Moby Dick a read," he added. Endeavor's eyes grew wide, then squinted into a scowl. However, All Might vanished before he could speak, having bounded down the corridor in the opposite direction of his pupil. It should have taken a week or 2 to create a concrete ring, but with Smintos on staff, it only took 30 minutes, of which 20 minutes were spent putting together the gas lines for the 4 big torches at the corners. It's finally time, folks. Time for 16 students to go mano a mano to prove that when it comes to fighting they're the toughest kid in the schoolyard. Are you ready? Present Mike exclaimed. First up, the punk rocker of Class 1A, Jiro Kyoko. As the audience cheered, one of the students in the Gen Ed section became alert and gave the departing student a more serious glance. And helping his classmate kick things off, never having to track down a roll of tape, it's Shiro Honda. Uraraka laughed when Izuku said, "Seriously, that's what he goes with for him." Present Mike called for the match to begin after going over the rules again. The 2 pupils hurled their quirks at one another. Jiro reportedly attempted to use her jacks to knock Shiro's tape off course, but the tape's greater mass than the 3.5mm tips and their relatively quick clip allowed the 2 strips to still tag Jiro on the left thigh and right shoulder. Shiro drew her in before she could gain a "oh shit" expression. However, Jiro wasn't going to let things end so abruptly, so she sent her jacks out to contact Shiro in order to vibe him. Before the jacks could get to him, Shiro cut both of his current strips. Then, using one arm, he swatted the jacks away while Jiro pointed his other arm at the ground. After a brief reel, Shiro was elbowing Jiro in the chest and in her face. Shiro spun around her, pinning her arms to her side even as Jiro recoiled backwards. Then, he threw her over his shoulder like a bag of potatoes and booked it to the boundary line. He put Jiro down immediately out of bounds before she could even pull her jacks back close enough to hit his back with them. Midnight yelled, "Jiro is out of bounds, Shiro wins," while brandishing her whip. While the crowd applauded, Jiro sagged and muttered, "Damn it." Shiro pulled out a small knife and cut the tape pinning her arms, saying cheerfully, "Hey, don't worry about it, if you had managed to tag me with your jacks I know you would have dropped me." As they made their way to their seats, Jiro complained a little more but thanked Shiro nonetheless. Well, that was a good opener, but let's move on to the second heat. Manly and passionate hardening, it's Kirishima A. Jiro, vs. Offense and defense in one body. The Dark Samurai accompanied by Dark Shadow, Tokiyami Fumikage. With a smile of eagerness, Kirishima turned on hardening. Tokiyami hummed and moved into a more expansive position. Present Mike's call to begin prompted Kirishima to rush forward, and Tokiyami calmly exclaimed, "Go Dark Shadow." The Quirk construct yelled, "Got it," as it exploded. Before he could swing at Dark Shadow, Kirishima slid back a foot and blocked its initial swipe. But with ease, the animated darkness veered back out of the swing's path before swooping low to the ground, where it seized Kirishima's right foot and yanked it out from under him. Kirishima was dragged straight out of bounds before he had a chance to face plant on the ground. Present Mike exclaimed, and Dark Shadow wins Tokiyami the match with ease. "Damn it," Kirishima screamed, hitting the floor with his fist. Uraraka blinked. Wow, that was over really quickly. Before Miko Nakadai sank into the seat across from Izuku, an unidentified voice exclaimed, "Seriously, that was what, 10 seconds? Izuku went on, "I thought we were supposed to be seeing some epic brawls, not these short smackdowns." When the general ed student appeared unexpectedly in the middle of the group, several 1A members, including Izuku and Uraraka, blinked. Nakadai, what are you doing here?" Izuku questioned. "I want to ask the rocker chick something, so I figured I'd hang out here until she gets back." "You don't mind, right?" Nakadai smiled broadly at her opponent. Izuku turned to pin Ida with a look after saying, no, not all." Before his tirade about students staying with their classmates could even start, the stern face of 1A's representative snapped the glasses-wearing teenager's mouth shut with a click of his teeth. He assumed that if the class representative said it was acceptable, then. Wow, that was a short match. "Will Bakugo and Kinomoto please come to the ring?" The present Mike responded. Bakugo stalked up to the ring from his entrance. However, Kinomoto remained inside hers. The audience was muttering in confusion and agitation. However, the muttering ceased when Bakugo arrived at his spot, and Kinomoto eventually emerged, performing cartwheels, flips, somersaults, and 3 twisting flips. In essence, she executed an entire Olympic gymnast routine as she made her way to the ring, cartwheeling up the ramp on the right side by the stairs, 2 front flips, a twisting handstand, a back flip, and a 360 spinning flip to land in front of Bakugo with her arms out in a perfect landing pose, causing the audience to lose its shit. Present Mike exclaimed, "Wow, what an entrance. Kinomoto's got some moves, doesn't she, folks?" With approval. To the 1A students, Nakadai shook her head in laughter and remarked, "You know, for a girl who claims that gymnastics is just a hobby, she sure likes to jump on any chance to show off with it." Mina grinned and remarked, "Well yeah, if it's anything like break dancing then it's gotta be fun as hell. Was that dumb shit supposed to impress me or something?" Bakugo frowned down in the ring. With a slight frown, Kinomoto tilted her head and said, "You know, I don't think I like you very much." Bakugo sneered and asked, "Oh boo-hoo, the girl I'm about to blast away doesn't like me, whatever shall I do?" His hands were popping with tiny explosions. Present Mike let out a loud cry of, "Die!" and exploded with a right hook as soon as the match began. In order to avoid the kick Sakura sprung up into, Kinomoto cartwheeled out of the way, backflipped from the next attack, and then rolled forward under the follow-up. She then performed a spinning handstand, which allowed her to kick Bakugo's left arm up, sending the explosion skyward. She then dropped back down into a leg sweep, which Bakugo quickly hopped over before blasting himself away. Bakugo snarled as he landed, shouting, "Stand still and die already," while thrusting both hands out. Then, without warning, he let loose a huge explosion that Kinomoto could not dodge in time. Several members of the audience were beginning to voice their disapproval of Bakugo's language and use of such a large attack as the blast smoke started to drift upward. However, the smoke cleared, and Kinomoto vanished from view. The audience was taken aback, and Bakugo even blinked in bewilderment because he had anticipated seeing his opponent with burns on her skin or at least some damage to her clothing. In front of him, a sakura flower then floated down from the sky. Bakugo automatically reached up to catch it, then looked up after staring down at it bewildered. Following suit, the audience noticed a tiny cloud of sakura blossoms floating through the final traces of smoke 50 feet above the ring. After a brief period of perplexity, the blossoms abruptly descended to the ring's level 5 feet from Bakugo and turned 90 degrees in his direction. Kinomoto appeared out of nowhere and slammed both of her feet into Bakugo's chest, sending him flying as she launched herself into a double backflip. Kaminari exclaimed, "Holy crap, she's a Logia," referencing the devil fruit classification found in One Piece, a manga series from the 21st Century Classic. Hagakure laughed and remarked, "Wow, talk about having a on-the-nose name." With the help of his explosions, Bakugo managed to catch himself flipping and exclaimed, "That's your shitty quirk, turning into fucking flowers." "And what's wrong with that?" Sakura asked, scowling and crossing her arms. Bakugo yelled, "It's a shit quirk, that's what." The audience was starting to express its disapproval of Bakugo's attitude quite loudly. "At least my shit quirk, as you called it, doesn't put others at danger just because they pick up something I handled. Really, nitroglycerin for sweat, you should be kept in a hazmat suit. Pity it wouldn't do anything for keeping that attitude of yours contained." Sakura replied. Jiro smirked as she walked into the 1A seating area and remarked, "Ooh, nice burn." The air was filled with explosions as Bakugo roared in rage. "Hey, quick question. Your parents wouldn't happen to be named Kyotoku and Mika, would they?" Nakadai's head snapped in her direction right away, and she was soon by Jiro. Jiro said, "Yeah, that's them. Why?" With a broad smile, Nakadai said, "Do you think you could introduce me after school someday? I'm a big fan of them and I want to be a musician when I graduate." After blinking, Jiro grinned and said, "Yeah, I can get you a backstage pass, so to speak." Down on the ring, Bakugo was growing increasingly enraged as Miko cheered. Kinomoto started to harass him by changing into sakura blossoms to move around, then turning back for a moment to land a hit before shifting again right away. Furthermore, even though the flowers appeared to be damaged from a blast if they were caught in one, it didn't appear that the damage would have much of an impact on her human body. Although she might be concealing it, at least she didn't seem to be in pain when she struck. "Man, I'm glad I'm not fighting her until the finals. I'm pretty sure the only way I could hit her would be if we had an agreement to not use quirks. Mina said. As he adjusted his glasses, Ida remarked, in fact, it is a very useful quirk to avoid injury to oneself. As a vengeful Bakugo unleashed an explosion that filled the entire ring, the students all flinched. Izuku shook his head as smoke covered the ring, saying, well, time's up for Bakugo. Uraraka questioned, what do you mean Midoriya? You mean you didn't notice? Izuku blinked. Sato said, notice what Midoriya? Izuku glanced around the arena and saw the confusion on everyone's faces. The stadium was cast into shadows as the 50-foot-tall ring of pink, which was steadily growing inwards like a giant iris, closed. Sue gave an alarmed ribbit, as the other students followed his finger and several of them choked on air. Weakly, Kaminari said, oh yeah, Logia. Bakugo looked up and started to curse loudly and imaginatively when he saw the shadow that covered the stands. Now only a few feet from the out-of-bounds line, Kinomoto exclaimed, I think I've indulged you long enough Bakugo. In a pink twister, the sakura blossoms all came together in the center and then spun downward. The mass turned directly towards Bakugo 5 feet above the center of the ring, and he exploded with a ferocity that surpassed all of his previous explosions. Impressive, to be sure, but ultimately pointless. He was slammed and flung out of the ring, over the ground, through the gate he had left before the match began, and all the way down the hall to the wall at the end by the mass of botany that was thicker than he was tall. Naturally, he continued to curse up his own brand of a storm. Like a huge snake emerging from its den, everyone gazed at the pink blob that emerged from the tunnel. A moment later, Midnight flinched as the mass of sakura blossoms lifted up, then shot over to Kinomoto, disappearing as the blossoms touched her body until there was only one blossom. 10 seconds later, she said absently, Bakugo is out of bounds, Kinomoto wins. She smiled and put a single flower in her hair. Most likely, it was just an impulsive choice. However, what about those who would have to compete against her in the upcoming rounds? Many of them felt uneasy because it served as a reminder of her capabilities. As the students turned to face the adjacent divider wall, Monoma smiled and said, that Bakugo character certainly talked a big game, and even made the top 3 during the obstacle course, and yet he got taken out by a general education student. You all must be so embarrassed. An unwanted voice exclaimed, oh my, what a shock. Says the guy who didn't even place in the first event. How's that for a reason to be embarrassed? Nakadai shot back. Monoma's face slackened and fell below the divider as he glared at the general ed student, flushing. With a sheepish expression, Kendo's head raised and he said, sorry about him. Many of the 1A students thought, man, that guy is annoying. Izuku got up and shook his head, saying, I should start heading down, who knows how long or short Yaoyorozu's match will be. Nakadai, I'll see you in the ring. With an excited smile, Nakadai said, don't worry, I'll be there. Now that had been what I had been waiting to see folks. Now let's get on to the 4th round. Having gotten in through recommendation, you know her skills are legit. With versatile creation, Yaoyorozu Momo. vs. a master in both Shaolin Kung Fu and Jian sword fighting. Coming to us from Hong Kong, Lee Soren. Yaoyorozu briefly glanced at the announcement booth before turning back to face her rival. When Lee placed his right hand in his left palm and produced a Jian, her eyebrows shot upward. With a cocked head, she questioned, can you make any sword or just that one? One that was obviously kept dull rather than sharpened for sparring purposes. Actually, much like your classmate, I have a storage-type quirk, but for me it's 2 pockets on the palms of my hands and there's only about 3 square meters worth of space in each pocket. Lee replied. Before assuming her starting stance and making a metallic staff, Yaoyorozu uttered the words, I see. Lee, obviously looking forward to a good weapons battle, smirked as he took his own stance. The two started testing blows to gauge their opponent's strength as soon as Present Mike initiated the match. After 30 seconds, they started to pick up the pace, and within 5 minutes, the two were engaged in a nearly continuous clash of metal on metal. When Lee disarmed Yaoyorozu, he stepped back a few paces to let her pick up her weapon before they resumed the battle, indicating that they had unconsciously decided to use a point system. The sparring match thus continued for a good 20 minutes before Momo disarmed Lee for the 5th time and he yelled, I yield. As the audience applauded and Present Mike exclaimed, and that's it folks, with Lee yielding Yaoyorozu will be going on to the next round, let's give these two a hand for an excellent display of weapons combat. The two, who were panting from the prolonged fighting, smiled slightly. When the two respectfully bowed to one another before turning to exit the ring, the audience cheered louder. The final event's first round was now halfway through. We're halfway through the heats, folks. For our fifth match we have the rockstar of Gen Ed taking on the walking inventory of the hero course. It's Nakadai Miko vs Midoriya Izuku. Izuku smiled warmly at his opponent as he stood across the ring from her and said, "Let's have a good fight." A moment later, Nakadai smashed her fists together, causing a shimmering silvery blue liquid metal to appear. It spread swiftly across her hands, up her arms, and around the rest of her torso before spreading outward. She smiled and said, "Oh, I plan to." After a few seconds, the metal hardened into a suit of armor that was 6 inches thick and had a clear window at the head that appeared to be made of glass so Miko could see out. Cackling, she said, "Say hello to my Apex armor, Greenie. Not only has it been able to handle anything I could find to throw at it, it also makes me super strong." Izuku raised an eyebrow. "And you decided to go into music instead? Not that I'm judging, but most kids would think that a quirk like that would be perfect for heroics." With a dismissive wave and a sigh, Nakadai said, "I'll admit, I thought about it, but it just didn't feel as me, as the thought of being paid for jamming out did." Before assuming his starting position, Izuku remarked, "Fair enough." Present Mike signaled the start of the fight a moment later, and Izuku's first blow was deflected by a slap of her left hand. Would he have been able to stop her punch? Yes, but where was the enjoyment in that? Izuku was certain that Nakadai was unquestionably a brawler-style fighter after a few deflections. Although her stance and moves had surprisingly few openings, it was obvious that she simply preferred hammering her opponent into the ground over using flash and flare techniques. This is not to say that she was inexperienced. And, given her quirk's purported invulnerability, he was genuinely and joyfully surprised that she even bothered with defense. Izuku ducked under a horizontal swing and then launched the rising kick that, had he not been able to steal the kinetic force, would have likely knocked out his teeth. "So out of curiosity, what's the hardest amount of force you've tested against your quirk?" he asked. After going through what must have been 10 encyclopedias worth of paperwork, Nakadai said, "My quirk counselor managed to get me in front of a rocket sled after going through like 10 encyclopedias worth of paperwork. It threw me about 100 feet, but other than that I was fine." She then caught what appeared to be an old washing machine that Midoriya had thrown at her, so crumpled that it was difficult to tell. However, it vanished from her hands as she was ready to toss it back, to be replaced by Midoriya's palm. Before a semi-truck attempted to occupy the small gap between them, Nakadai had only a moment to become perplexed. Physics, of course, didn't like that, and she was hurled in the direction of the ring's edge. Luckily, Izuku was behind her with a hand on her back as her legs dropped to the floor before Nakadai could say anything more than, "Sanuva," in her mind. Nakadai's eyes widened as she glanced behind her faceplate at the big semi-truck Midoriya had to avoid in the remaining distance, which was only a foot before the boundary line. She asked, "Dude, just how fast are you?" as she turned to face Midoriya. Midoriya sighed and continued, "I've been collecting kinetic force from All Might Sensei every day I have class with him. I could probably launch myself to the moon then back if I wanted." He then grumbled, "Course, if I did that I would be cratering the ground pretty badly." "Present Mike Sensei's right, your quirk's seriously op," Nakadai remarked, blinking. "So do you want to continue Aura?" Midoriya asked, shrugging and cocking his head. "Do you mind sparring with me in the future?" Nakadai asked after gaining a thoughtful expression. With ease, Midoriya replied, "Sure." Nakadai said, "I'm good then, that last move would have easily launched me out of the ring if you didn't stop me." Her armor briefly lost its cohesiveness before resettling into her body. And after a surprise return of Midoriya's semi-truck, Nakadai decides to honor the technical ring out, allowing Midoriya to pass to the second round. "Let's give them a round of applause for good sportsmanship, folks," the present Mike announced, and the audience asked. Izuku received a shoulder clap from Nakadai, who also wished him luck throughout the remainder of the competition. Izuku said, "Thanks Nakadai." With a smile, Nakadai said, "Call me Miko. Feel free to call me Izuku as well then if you want." Izuku responded. Izuku went to pick up the truck, and Miko waved briefly before heading for the stairs. "He's as cold as the ice he uses," Todoroki Shoto. vs. "Gravity's not a law for her, merely a suggestion," Uraraka Ochako. Said present Mike as he left the field a few minutes later, to be replaced by the next pair of fighters. "Are you alright Todoroki?" You look kinda angry, Uraraka said, cocking her head as she scowled at her opponent's expression. I am angry, that's what happens when my father sticks his nose in where he's not wanted. Shoto said bluntly. Uncertain of what more she could say in response, Uraraka said, oh. Present Mike initiated the match and a huge wall of ice rushed in her direction, leaving her with little time to figure it out either. Uraraka let out a startled yelp, clenching her left fist to activate her quirk, and she leapt to her feet, continuing to do so as she tried to outrun the rushing ice that bit her feet. Present Mike was startled by the enormous glacier that had appeared in the stadium, with ice spikes protruding from the roof, and he and the audience were left speechless 15 seconds after he called for the show to begin. Mentally scolding himself for getting too worked up over a classmate who never truly deserved his anger, Todoroki let out a cloud of mist. However, he tensed up a little when he heard the classmate exclaim, "Geez Todoroki, don't you think that was a bit much?" Todoroki's eyes widened as he raised his head, and the audience followed suit. With her hair and open uniform top floating around her, Uraraka knelt on the highest horizontal spike of ice, higher than the stadium roof and with one hand wrapped around the tip to hold her in place. When Present Mike exclaimed, "Incredible," Uraraka managed to avoid Todoroki's devastating opening move. The audience cheered. Uraraka curled in on herself and spun around the edge of the ice a moment later, then kicked off and fell quickly. By pushing off with her hands or bouncing off of them with her feet, she was able to avoid being caught when Todoroki attempted to stop her by creating more blunt spikes out of the ice. She was back on the ground in a matter of seconds, her hand extended toward him, but she kicked off the concrete, which sent her flying to the left to avoid the ice that was emerging from his right hand as it reached for her. After just 1 foot off the ground, she cancelled her quirk and fell to the ground, running a few steps in a circle before rushing back in and being thwarted by ice from Todoroki's foot, which sped past her and created a big block. Ochako darted in and was chased away, setting the pace for the remainder of the scene. Shoto eventually formed an ice shell around himself, but Uraraka used her quirk to break half the sphere with her returned body weight at such a high speed by bouncing off all the nearby spikes to gain momentum before kicking it. Uraraka leapt back again as her kick actually struck Todoroki's chest, sending him into the opposite side of the shell and leaving spiderweb cracks. However, Todoroki used the contact to grow more ice from the shell out of instinct. However, Uraraka eventually ran out of space, and 3 minutes after leaving the glacier, her fingertips were 4 inches from Todoroki's face, and her arm was frozen up to the shoulder, making it impossible for her to use her other arm to reach him. Damn it, Uraraka gritted her teeth and used her free hand to try to start a conversation. With his right side covered in frost and his limbs shaking, Todoroki exuded a thick cloud of mist and said, "You lasted much longer than I thought you would, you should be proud of pushing me so far." In the direction of Midnight, he melted the ice a moment later. After a moment, Midnight looked at the ice holding Uraraka in place and declared, "Uraraka is immobilized, Todoroki wins." After the steam had subsided, Todoroki saw Uraraka fighting back cheers as she repeated, "Damn it." This time, she was quieter. As he continued to melt the ice on the arena, a slight frown crossed his lips, but he said nothing. As most of 1A watched a now free Uraraka walk dejectedly off the ring, Hagakure remarked, "Poor Uraraka." Tokiyami said, "She fought valiantly." Kaminari remarked, "Yeah, Todoroki's just too strong I guess." Izuku scowled and got to his feet. As he approached the railing and hopped up, balancing on it, everyone stared at him in bewilderment. Ida gasped in surprise, Midoriya. "What are you doing?" the girl said. The girl was startled when Izuku turned back to the ring and shot off the railing, bouncing off the retaining wall of the next level before landing on the grass next to Uraraka. Izuku said solemnly, "Performing my class representative duty of ensuring my fellow students' well-being." "Aw man, that is so manly of him." Kirishima clenched his fist as Izuku put an arm around her shoulders in a brief one-armed embrace and started speaking with her, back with the rest of 1A. Ida admitted somewhat dubiously, "Well, I guess that was the easiest way to get to Uraraka to comfort her." Yaoyorozu smiled slightly as she watched 2 members of her Cavalry Battle team enter the stadium. "I thought it was rather heartwarming." As Jiro's jack slammed into his shoulder and she vibed him, Mineta muttered, "Stupid Midoriya, making a move like that, why didn't I think of that? I could be comforting Uraraka myself right now." Before yelping in agony, Jiro stated bluntly, without turning around, "No one wants your kind of comforting, you pervert." Asui smiled at Uraraka as she hugged the girl and said, "You did amazing out there Uraraka, Ribbit, if I tried to fight Todoroki like that, the cold would have knocked me out in seconds. Izuku and Uraraka met Asui in the entrance tunnel. Izuku sighed and replied, I think I'm going to have a word with Todoroki if you two wind up fighting each other in the semifinals. Do you not think I can make it that far, Midoriya? Asui asked, turning to face Midoriya. Uraraka giggled when Izuku snorted and said, that's a loaded question and I'm not answering it. However, she stopped when Izuku went on, besides, he's fighting me next. He gave the brunette a quick squeeze of an embrace once more, grinned at her, and said, don't worry Uraraka, I'll avenge you. Uraraka gave him a quick smile before giving Asui a tighter squeeze and saying, enough about me, good luck Sue. And remember, don't talk back to that guy. Nodding, Asui remarked, Ribbit, I know. Before leading Uraraka down the hall, Izuku reached over and gave her a brief squeeze on the shoulder while leaning in to whisper in her ear. The low level of radiant heat that Izuku had been emitting since he joined Uraraka on the field to rewarm her also retreated as the two of them did. Even though she was far down the hallway, Asui felt the slight chill from the still melting glacier return, sending a shiver down her spine. I really don't want to fight Todoroki, she told herself, wrapping her arms around herself and rubbing her sides with her hands to generate a little more body heat. She eyed her opponent as he followed suit, leaving the hallway and heading up the stairs to the ring once the ice had finally been broken. Now that all of the ice has finally been removed, let's get back on track, folks. It's the second to last heat. She's got all the good qualities of frogs but none of the warts, Asui Suyu. vs. The dark horse of Gen Ed, the only one who looks like he needs a gallon-sized mug of coffee more than Eraserhead does, Shinso Hitoshi. Yow. The final yelp was caused by a head slap that was captured by the microphones, followed by Aizawa's agitated mutter, keep me out of this. Asui burst out laughing a few times, and Midnight laughed to herself as well, before the two women became solemn as the two students arrived at the starting point. Shinso said, let's have a good fight. Unable to suppress the little habitual ribbit she let out, Asui cocked her head. Luckily, either Shinso was being sporty by not using his quirk prior to the match or that wasn't sufficient to qualify as a response. Without hesitation, Asui jumped forward to land next to her opponent as soon as the match began. Before Shinso could even flinch, Asui's tongue was around his waist and she leapt again, pulling him through the air before she swiftly leapt across the ring and brought him back down out of bounds. Shinso is out of bounds, Asui continues to the next round. Declared Midnight, cracking her whip. Shinso whispered to himself, damn it, I didn't even have a chance. Asui murmured, our class representative told me to suggest you speak with our homeroom teacher about him giving you training tips since his quirk essentially makes him fight quirkless as well. Before the two started to exit the ring, Shinso blinked at that and then looked up toward the announcement booth thoughtfully for a brief moment. Well folks, that was another quick match, which means it's now time for the last heat. First up, the acid-slinging pink menace Mina Ashido vs. Fighting for the honor of his family. Speed runner Ida Tenya. You're going down Ida, Mina said with a smile. After correcting his glasses, Ida remarked, we shall see Mina. Ready, start. Mina threw a handful of acid at Ida, who swerved as he shot forward. Ida continued to approach her, so she started skating on acid to move out of her way. The two then started passing each other, Mina using a combination of gymnastics to get out of Ida's reach and using her acid to break him off. This is becoming a game of cat and mouse, people, with the roles changing all the time. Declared Present Mike. The match had devolved into a game of tag when Ida abruptly broke away and ran to the boundary line, confusing Mina and the onlookers. I had hoped to save this for future rounds, but it seems you leave me little choice. Recipro. Burst. Ida smiled as she squatted in the runner's stance. Ida's engines cranked up a gear and began spewing blue fire a moment later. He then blitzed across the ring, slicing past a startled Mina on her right side. Ida caught the collar of her gym uniform as he went by and pulled her with him as he hurried to the other side. Mina was out of bounds before she had a chance to gather herself. She yelled, Mina is out of bounds, Ida wins. As Midnight's whip broke. The tournament's first round was thus concluded. Alright folks, with the heats done, it's time for round 2, the quarterfinals. Who's going home with a shiny medal and who's going to have to contend themselves with only 2 fights? Starting us off, it's Spider-Man's spiritual descendant against Batman's equal in all things brooding. Zero Honda vs Tokiyami Fumikage. Zero's was alright, but couldn't he have come up with something better for Tokiyami? Izuku inquired. Jiro concurred, yeah, the DJ needs new discs. People were let down if they assumed that the matches would be longer simply because it was round 2. Dark Shadow hurried Zero when the match began. Dark Shadow just kept going and pushed Zero all the way across the ring and out of bounds before he could recover, even though the teenager was able to tag the construct and even pin its arms with his tape. Zero is out of bounds. Tokiyami advances to the next round, declared Midnight, snapping her whip. Talk about not fixing something if it ain't broke, folks. Barely after the word start stopped echoing and it was already over. The present microphone exclaimed. When the two pupils left the ring he kept going, and now for the second match of the quarterfinals. She managed to surprise everyone when she took out one of the ones thought able to go all the way in the first round, Kinomoto Sakura. vs. This girl's a walking factory, Yaoyorozu Momo. 1A tried its best to ignore Bakugo's loud profanity as a large pink eagle flew out of Kinomoto's entrance, landed on the arena, and transformed into the brunette in question. Yaoyorozu waved and grinned broadly as she headed to her spot. Despite her intense concentration, the recommended student was courteous enough to return the wave. Start. Sakura quickly cartwheeled to the side before flipping out of range as Yaoyorozu snapped her arm out and sent flames shooting out of her palm. However, that was only the first move. Yaoyorozu used the available space to create a proper flamethrower with a far greater range. Kinomoto was frowning as she disintegrated into petals. Before the flames appeared to grow into a massive wave that swept towards Yaoyorozu, they broke apart to escape the fire, but they were now too numerous for the flamethrower to handle all at once. But apparently not enough to handle the 2 napalm canisters that Yaoyorozu threw at them. Yaoyorozu yelled as a single Sakura petal spread into Kinomoto behind her, already in a leg sweep, as the whole wave's width rose in black ash. A pink pillar emerged from behind the flaming wall as Yaoyorozu fell to the ground on her back. Before Yaoyorozu could even open her eyes, the pillar struck her, and a few seconds later, she was buried beneath a 30-foot-tall cylinder of petals, with only her head showing. With his arms crossed but still on edge in case Yaoyorozu could escape in another way, Kinomoto said, I wouldn't recommend burning those. Yaoyorozu grunted under the weight of the flowers as he naturally strained against them. A tiny part of her mind pointed out that Kinomoto must have been preventing the majority of the mass from actually pressing down on her, as otherwise she would have felt like an elephant had a foot on her chest. She considered using a number of chemicals, but decided against it because it would be too damaging to her own health. Midnight said, Be honest, Yaoyorozu, can you get out from that? 5 seconds after Kinomoto's warning. With a sigh, Yaoyorozu said, if this was a real life and death struggle against a villain, then yes, I could get out, but everything I can think of would leave me requiring immediate medical attention as soon as the danger was over. Her thoughts were racing a little bit more. Yaoyorozu is declared defeated by technical immobilization. Kinomoto advances to the next round after being unable to escape without causing unavoidable injury, Midnight said, nodding and cracking her whip. Before flowing into Kinomoto's body, the pillar of petals rose to let Yaoyorozu stand. No hard feelings, she asked, smiling hopeful ally as she raised her hand to her opponent. After accepting the hand, Yaoyorozu got to her feet and nodded, saying, this is a competition after all. After the two left the ring, Present Mike called forth, with the battle between beauties finished, it's time to bring out the beasts of 1A. Able to turn even a desert into a frozen wasteland, it's Todoroki Shoto. vs. He can absorb whatever comes at him and dish it back whenever he chooses, Midoriya Izuku. Then Todoroki exhaled a cloud of mist and added, to be honest, I would have preferred to have faced you in the finals. So here we are. After nodding in agreement, Izuku remarked, understandable, I'm a pretty big roadblock. The match began a moment later, and Todoroki sent out a huge wall of ice with his right foot sliding forward. Ice flowed up and around a huge wall of ice that joined Izuku's right palm and abruptly stopped there. As before, there was a sizable glacier when Todoroki was done. Additionally, his target was not apprehended as before. As all of the ice his hand was pressed against abruptly vanished into the bag of holding, Izuku was actually tilting his head curiously. Present Mike declared, and Midoriya no-sells Todoroki's opening move. Izuku inquired, and the purpose of that was. With a shrug, a frost-covered Todoroki said, honestly, I was hoping I could reach whatever limit your quirk had space-wise so that way you couldn't store any more. His breath was still misting. Fair enough. Warm yourself up and we can move on to fisticuffs, Izuku said, nodding in agreement. With an angry expression, Todoroki declared, you know I won't use my left side in battle. Izuku turned around and said, Todoroki, this is an exhibition match, not a battle. If this was the real thing I would have already pulled you into bag of holding before you even got a shot off. Now unless you want me to knock you off the stage from here with your own ice, then I suggest you heat yourself up. With a resigned sigh, Todoroki removed the black shirt underneath his UA sports jacket before his left arm and torso caught fire. The flames went out a half-minute later, and Todoroki put his jacket and shirt back on, leaving the zipper unzipped, and slipped into a hand-to-hand starting stance. Todoroki barely had time to block the punch that was headed straight for his face as Izuku nodded and took 5 steps forward before launching himself forward with a blast of kinetic force. Since he had no idea how much force Izuku had put into his blows, he didn't want to block anything he sent at him. And Midoriya is showing admirable sportsmanship by continuing the fight with hand-to-hand rather than using his long-range options. The present microphone said. Aizawa, on the other hand, disagreed. Sportsmanship nothing, he's conserving his resources while at the same time making his opponent add to it. Todoroki's blows may be pocket change compared to the strength needed to hold up a semi-truck one-handed, but every little bit counts. Todoroki hated how true his homeroom teacher's remarks were, so he gritted his teeth. Although Izuku was deflecting where he could rather than allowing Todoroki's blows to land without any opposition, the word, could, was crucial. Izuku was obviously not a hand-to-hand master despite his strength and speed. Todoroki had objectively superior CQC training, all other things being equal. However, it was similar to striking a sponge block wall, it didn't hurt, but you also couldn't do any harm. No, striking with a knife also didn't work. I came across Endeavor and All Might talking earlier, real Dad of the Year candidate there, Izuku said, his focused frown turning irritated 2 minutes into the gilded sparring match. Because he didn't want to give Midoriya the satisfaction and because he was too busy pushing Izuku's current left punch up and blocking a kick with his raised shin, Todoroki snarled but remained silent. Thank goodness, the kick had normal force. Izuku wasn't finished yet though. Look, I can kind of see where you're going with not wanting to use your flames with that guy as your dad, but just because he provided half of your genes doesn't mean he's powering half your quirk. You're not pulling from your mom when you use your ice right. That caused Todoroki to twitch, grimacing as his own punch was slapped down and away. As he dropped into a leg sweep, Izuku said, I'm just saying, it's your quirk, not Endeavor's, and all that refusing to use it in battle is doing is hindering you, on a temperature control front if nothing else. Todoroki jumped over, but his eyes widened when he saw Izuku raise his palm up and a blast of water push him through the air. Although he came very close to going out of bounds, he was able to make an ice slide. However, Izuku was immediately in his face, placing a hand on his shirt as he touched down. Izuku moved closer, whispering, and you'll never forgive yourself if using your fire could have saved someone but your lack of action got them killed. Todoroki tensed. Izuku was pushed out of bounds the next instant after his hand touched the ice behind Todoroki, who was storing it. Midnight yelled, Todoroki is out of bounds, Midoriya advances. While brandishing her whip, Izuku passed Todoroki as the audience cheered, saying softly, you don't have to listen to me Todo, but I hope you will. Todoroki turned as Izuku went down the stairs, then looked up to where Endeavor had been standing with his arms crossed, watching. He turned and followed his classmate, his scowl deepening. When both students left, Present Mike announced, and with that it's time to move on to the final match of the second round. These two can both get to where they need to be in a hurry, but only one of them will be able to get to the next round. Let's see who it'll be. It's Asui Suyu vs Iida Tenya. Let us have a good match, Sue. The teenager with the glasses bowed quickly. With a matching bow, the frog-quirked teen said, let's do our best Iida, ribbit. Start. Iida hurried forward right away, and Asui leapt aside and stuck out her tongue simultaneously. Iida attempted to turn as sharply as he could toward Asui's most recent position, but he veered away from the tongue. Before he could get to her, though, he was hit in the back, which made him stutter during his run. This was followed by something wrapping around the foot's ankle on the ground, which jerked him back and sent him sprawling on the concrete. His opponent said, sorry about this Iida. He barely had time to glance over his shoulder to see Asui's tongue before he heard him yelp as Asui lifted him into the air, launching her tongue over the out-of-bounds line and gently landing him on the grass. The words, Iida is out of bounds. Asui proceeds to the next round. Were uttered by Midnight as she cracked her whip. And in another fast match we now have our last semi-finalist, folks. We'll take a 15-minute break and then it'll be Tokiyami vs Kinomoto followed by Midoriya vs Asui. So grab a bite, place your bets, and get ready for some more great fights. Welcome back, folks. For those just tuning in, we're about to kick off the semi-finals of the first year 1 vs 1 matches. Stepping into the ring is the dark duo Tokiyami Fumikage and his Quirk Dark Shadow of Hero course. And his opponent, the surprisingly capable gymnast Kinomoto Sakura from General Education. Before moving into the brunette, a tiny twister of pink flowers that had formed from above and landed on the ring's concrete rapidly shrank to the size of a person. She smiled at Tokiyami and said, "Let's have a fun match." With his head slightly down, Tokiyami said, "The abyss awaits, let us revel in the darkness. Let's get this party started, begin." Tokiyami instantly released Dark Shadow, but when he collided with Kinomoto, she exploded into Sakura flowers. According to the sentient Quirk, "Hey, what gives?" If you had been paying attention to the previous matches you would know that she is a Logia. Tokiyami said. As Kinomoto reverted to her human form above him to wrap her gym uniform jacket around the end of the Quirk, pinning his arms and covering his head before slamming down an axe kick that sent him crashing into the arena floor, Dark Shadow exclaimed, "Oh, that is bullshit." The final word turned into a high-pitched yelp. Before she broke apart into flowers and charged forward, Kinomoto landed beside him, facing Tokiyami. She remained human long enough to give him a smile that made his spine tingle. Tokiyami leaned forward as the petals touched him, his fists already firmly planted in his abdomen. Those same hands caught his ankles and pulled him toward the out-of-bounds line, causing him to fall to the ground a moment later. Not long after, Midnight yelled, "Tokiyami is out of bounds." Kinomoto advances. And swung her whip. And it's another quick match as Kinomoto used Tokiyami's own previous strategy against him. Stated present Mike. With a sigh, Tokiyami nodded to Kinomoto and handed her jacket, which she had taken from a complaining Dark Shadow. Next up, it's the Battle of the Greens. Here comes Midoriya vs Asui. Who's joining Tokiyami on the third place podium and who's going on to the next round? Let's find out, Present Mike said as the two exited the ring. Izuku smiled at Asui as they met in the ring and said, "Ready for this, Sue?" After giving a nod, Asui said, "Ready, Ribbit. Start." The two didn't waste any time, with Asui dropping to her knees and still launching her tongue. However, Izuku exploded upward, and Asui's tongue struck the tree he was now standing on, which was 2 feet thick and 100 feet tall, but it was dead, sans branches. Izuku yelled, "Timber," as the dead wood splintered under the impact and started to tilt forward. Asui quickly retracted her tongue before hopping to the side with her typical ribbit maneuver, easily avoiding the trunk that slammed into the ground and further shattered as it hit the stairs and then the grass-covered ground. Izuku's leap back and off the tree caused it to fall forward even faster. The two did not notice the tree breaking, though, because Asui was already launching her tongue once more when she slammed it into a familiar truck door at the perfect angle, sending Izuku flying straight up instead of up and back, where he would have landed out of bounds. Then, as Izuku pulled damaged refrigerators, freezers, washers, dryers, ovens, and even the occasional dishwasher out of the bag of holding, it started to rain appliances. He used the moment before gravity claimed them to jump off in order to stay in the air and give their descent a little extra speed. Present Mike yelled, "Midoriya's managing to both keep his altitude and Asui on the move as he unleashes every home appliance but the kitchen sink. Oh wait, never mind, there's one now. Still, I've got to wonder just how many dumping grounds he's gone through to find all of this stuff," as Asui scurried around the ring, dodging the falling metal. Aizawa joined in by saying, "Who knows, but he's making one god-awful mess in the ring that Asui is having to keep track of so that she doesn't land on something sharp or has her landing point shift and trip her up." Asui was now forced to jump from the fall-damaged frames of the appliances themselves because of the god-awful mess that was leaving broken metal all over the ring. A tiny part of her observed that in order to remove so many different parts from the impacts, Izuku must have kept the different bolts, screws, and clips holding things together in the bag of holding. That or a large number of quality control personnel were not performing their duties. What really annoyed her right now was that Izuku would shoot a rubber bullet into her tongue or the rest of her body whenever she used it to deflect the falling appliances. After the third time that had occurred, she had become proficient enough at identifying patterns to give up. Furthermore, The outcome of attempting to rise to his level was so evident that it was not worth considering for any longer than it took to brush the idea aside. It appeared that her only choice was to continue moving and wait for Izuku to run out of objects to throw before lowering himself back to her level. However, Izuku stopped jumping around a few minutes after he began and instead threw his zap pole into the rumpled remains of a dishwasher. Before he sent some of his stored electricity down the zap pole, which instantly started arcing over all of the conductive metal, Asui had just enough time to notice that the entire ring was now covered in conductive metal. Asui felt her entire body lock up under the manure, tasing, barely able to utter a stuttering RB bit. Without even having time to jump, not that she had anywhere safe to land, but out of bounds given even the dead tree was fully covered. In a split second, Izuku had put the zap pole away so that he was ring level once more. The dishwasher had also put away anything that touched him before he threw her out of the ring and onto the grass by hooking his left elbow around her own. Declaring, "Asui is out of bounds, Midoriya wins." Midnight whipped. The ring's edges shot up into the air as soon as she said that, and the rest of the ring followed, until the area by Izuku resembled the bottom of an antlion pit. As a result, it appeared as though the teenager would be crushed by the falling metal and the sliding portion of the tree on the ring. But everything vanished back into the bag of holding before the crowd could show its startled fear. Izuku smiled at Smintos and said, "Thanks, sensei." As the ring leveled out once more. Before the small medic bots with stretchers had even moved 5 feet from their storage location, Smintos nodded, and Izuku sprang off the ring to reach Asui. "I'm going to store you then bring you to Recovery Girl, all right?" Izuku said, bending down. Izuku put a hand on the frog girl's shoulder and stored her after she gave a twitching nod. The medic bots turned around and returned to their cubbyhole upon noticing this. Izuku thought he heard one complaining to another about the theft of good robots' jobs by flesh bags. Over the speakers, Aizawa uttered, "Midoriya, you have 20 minutes to get Asui to the infirmary and back for the finals match." Before jogging off, Izuku gave the announcer stand a 2-finger salute. He ran over the larger fragments of the broken tree trunk on his way to the exit to store them. While he was running, Present Mike said, "You heard the Grouch folks, grab your last snacks and place final bets, because in 20 minutes the finale will start, and it's sure to be absolutely epic." Recovery Girl beckoned to the first of 2 beds as Izuku bounded into the infirmary, saying, "Right there, Sonny." Izuku acknowledged, removing Asui from his quirk, "Yes ma'am." With a sheepish grin, he replied, "Sorry about that, Sue, but with storing my opponents off the table it was either that or a giant wave to try to wash you out of bounds, and I thought there was a chance you could swim through that." Sue said cautiously, "No problem, Ribbit." Recovery Girl said, "I got it from here, Midoriya, off you go." Izuku jogged back out to return to the ring after nodding to her and patting Sue's shoulder. The ring sat above the fog bank of sakura petals, which he saw swirling along the grass like mist caught in the wind as he entered the field, resembling some great place of ritual from a magical tale. As Izuku arrived at the stairs and started to ascend, the flower mist appeared to stay the same size and shape as more petals joined it. It flowed up to the ring in 4 streamers, meeting in the center and spinning slowly. The final petals joined the tiny twister and it started to change shape when Izuku was only a few steps away from his starting position. "Ready for this, Midoriya?" asked Kinomoto, grinning at Izuku as he stopped. Izuku raised his eyebrows and replied, "I am." "When I realized you were actually a Logia and not just making then controlling flowers like I saw in the Cavalry Battle, I was unsure how I would be able to win a match with you given I'm not allowed to store my opponents, but I've had time to come up with some ideas." Sakura giggled and said, "Ooh, that sounds ominous." Her face then became determined, and she said, "Well then, come on and show me what you've got." It's the grand finale, folks. Who will win? The dark horse of general education who has shown that even flowers can be scary, or the leader of the pack from Hero Course who's dominated the entire sports festival so far? The anticipation to learn the answer is killing me, so let's find out. Start. Present Mike was barely done talking when Izuku began to move forward. Not at his opponent, though, but above her in a quick, twisted leap that flipped him vertically as he went over her head. Even though Sakura had already started sending out flowers, she followed the movement with her head until she noticed Izuku's hand extended. A moment later, she was surrounded by a thick, clear glass cylinder with a dome top, and there was a heavy thud. "Hey, what gives?" Kinomoto yelled, her voice muffled, as she struck the 1-foot-thick glass with her fist as Izuku finished his flip and landed. Midoriya's trapped his opponent in a massive glass cover keeping her from going anywhere. Now where could he have found that? Said Present Mike. After glancing up at the announcer booth, Izuku turned to face Midnight and made the tapping finger to thumb motion before making a distinct, gimme, motion back and forth with them. She removed her over-the-ear microphone and threw it to him underhandedly after Midnight blinked once and shrugged. Izuku grabbed the microphone and spoke into it, allowing everyone to hear him respond to the DJ with, "I went to a glassmaker whose quirk is the ability to shape glass like it's moldable clay. It would have cost a fortune if I didn't provide the sand for him to use. I thought it would be the best way to contain someone with an electrokinesis quirk that we needed to talk to since glass doesn't conduct electricity." When Kaminari saw what might very well be his prison if he ever faced Midoriya in a training match, everyone in the 1A section of the stands turned to stare at him. Kaminari began to perspire. As Izuku threw Midnight's microphone back, Present Mike remarked, "Geez, Eraser, this kid of yours seems to be going out of his way to have a plan for any scenario." Aizawa's tone was one of smug pride as he stated, as any proper professional hero should. Izuku put his hand on the ring while crouching. A half-inch thick strip of ice that was only slightly wider than the glass appeared a moment later, leading directly to out of bounds and providing a very gradual ramp so that the glass could continue without toppling over. Even though Sakura voluntarily retreated when Izuku pushed the glass out of bounds, she still crossed her arms and sulked at him. She instantly changed into flowers and zipped out as soon as the glass's edge crossed the top layer of the ring. She was still pouting and keeping her arms crossed when the glass and ice were again stored in the bag of holding. To be honest, everyone who witnessed it thought it was a very cute sight. And everyone in the stadium or watching the sports festival on TV saw it because the cameras were on her. When Midnight said, "Kinomoto is out of bounds, Midoriya wins," her whip cracked. Izuku smiled hopeful ally at his opponent as he held out his hand and said, "No hard feelings." As the stadium erupted in applause. After pouting at him for a few more seconds, Sakura sighed, uncrossed her arms to shake his hand, and said, "I guess I'll just have to settle for second." She then added, "Congratulations, Midoriya," with a slight but sincere smile. Present Mike paused at the end of the match to announce, and with this match over, Izuku Midoriya has won all 3 events of the sports festival. And let me tell you folks, that doesn't happen often. Way to go, say it with me now folks. Plus ultra. For a brief moment, the entire stadium trembled as the entire crowd along with many people watching on television yelled with him. All for one gave a slow clap and said, "Yes, young Midoriya, well done. Do keep continuing to work on that marvelous quirk of yours, I can't wait to see how much it has grown when we meet." His smile was a terrible sight in his darkened room.
So this was it for this series. I hope you enjoyed it. To watch more series like this, subscribe to my channel. Till then, bye bye.